Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Li Yuqian is also happy for this situation to occur. After all, technological development requires communication. When technology develops, Sunspot will be able to make further progress. So I am very happy and very happy. The main contributor to the emergence of these situations is the Trisolaran fleet. And because it was the Trisolaran fleet and the Trisolaran civilization, they helped Li Yuqian find various civilizations. Although the final result was considered good, the reputation of the three-body civilization was completely ruined among the major civilizations. The Trisolaran civilization is really dedicated to itself and has a bad reputation. Li Yuqian was embarrassed, so the suffering Trisolaran civilization got good news. In the Trisolaran fleet, many Trisolarans looked at the message from Sapon and fell into deep thought. It says that Mr. Li verbally praises the Trisolaran civilization once, and that every member of the Trisolaran civilization who enters the dark dimension in the future can take a day off. Looking at the above information, the Trisolaran people are a little confused. What kind of reward is a day off? The Trisolaran people have an inexplicable feeling that after death, the Trisolaran civilization will last forever in the dark dimension. It seems that there is one thing that they have ignored. Little Sunspot. You will know how important this reward is in the future. On Earth, Li Yuqian took a look at the standard robot soldier that Sunspot had just built and his upgraded version, the robot bodyguard. After absorbing the essence of many scientific and technological civilizations in this world, little Sunspot, known as the standard robot soldier, has successfully reached the explosive star level, and the robot bodyguard has reached the explosive star level. Little Sunspot is much stronger than the robot bodyguard, but unfortunately, it is limited by technology and has not reached the single universe. However, Li Yuqian was already very satisfied. This time, he had people on his hands. Suddenly, he had only a few people who had exploded into stars before. That was not good. I eat blood every day, but my strength has not increased at all, and I'm still a star-exploding zombie king. I thought that my star-exploding strength was already strong enough. But little did he know that the master subordinates are most indispensable for star-exploding powerhouses. That year, I stood like an ant in this small world. After checking the results of Little Sunspot, Li Yuqian nodded with satisfaction, so he took back the robot army. Just as the 3-year period had arrived, Li Yuqian came to follow the old procedures and after his good persuasion. Trisolaris was very conscious and paid Li Yuqian mental damage compensation, a large amount of world energy, and gave him permanent residency. Li Yuqian was very satisfied with this, and immediately let it go, and was beaten into the world consciousness with the same hairstyle as Tathagata Buddha. At this time, Oguang ran out and said weakly, "Master, shall we return to Marvel or continue to travel? You still have 2 time travel cards." You actually have 2 time travel cards, which I couldn't even imagine before. As he spoke, Oguang sighed. He had not fought such a rich battle for a long time. Li Yuqian looked at Oguang with disgust. "You're worthless. You look like that. I dare to think about it." He despised Oguang, but he was not going to use the time travel card. He wanted to try traveling by himself. Anyway, there are still many hidden civilizations in this world that have not been exploded, and there cannot be many similar and related worlds around a Trisolaran world. At most, it's an anime version. Li Yuqian said that with so many worlds around him, he would never be so unlucky to break into it. It just so happens that we can also investigate some of the laws of the world around each world. Li Yuqian made a decision to directly consume the world's energy, and the world traveled through the portal and started directly. After seeing the scenery on the other side of the portal and the rapidly consuming world energy, Li Yuqian rushed in, fearing that if he delayed for a second longer, he would lose a lot of world energy. After rushing in, it shut down instantly, and then exhaled sharply. It was a good thing that it didn't waste any more world energy. After realizing this, Li Yuqian happily began to check his surroundings. When he looked up, he saw a huge amount of monster head facing him, and then let out a roar. The bad breath and sour taste were unimaginable. Li Yuqian felt that this was his most helpless moment. He had no choice but to breathe in the air subconsciously and smell all the smell. This time I really couldn't bear it anymore, so I clenched my fists, jumped, and punched the head of the ungrateful monster in front of me that was attacking me with bad breath. He shouted loudly, "Monster, shouldn't you be ethical? You have bad breath. Could you please stop smoking people everywhere? The local monster is so rude. How can he attack people with bad breath? Why don't you use an energy wave? You're not going to disgust me on purpose, are you?" The monster's body fell to the ground with huge amounts of thunder. Its entire head was blown open, and it became a headless monster corpse. What the hell, monster? Where's Ultraman? Why doesn't anyone care about it? Wait, something seems wrong. This monster is almost 100 meters tall. It's not that big, right? And its blood seems to be poisonous. What? Hey, has the monster nuclear wastewater mutated? Li Yuqian cursed and looked around. He was standing on a huge amount of steel wall, and there was an opera house that looked like a shell behind it. He touched his chin and thought for a while, thinking that the head he had just blown off looked like an axe. This information is connected together, and it is easy to draw the conclusion that this is the world of Pacific Rim. Is that a world where monsters grow to over 100 meters long, but are probably not as powerful as ordinary Gorzons who are over 50 meters tall? Is it that world where there are many monsters, most of which are engaged in hand-to-hand combat, and the only one that can emit energy waves or electromagnetic pulses? The monster whose head was shot. No need to remind you. After Li Yuqian thought for a while, he smiled and said, "So the same thing as Three-Body World is that they are both science fiction? It's interesting." Just when he was analyzing the similarities between the two worlds, many special transport aircraft used chains to transport a huge amount of mecha and came to the monster. It landed with a loud bang, making the entire ground tremble. Such movement also attracted Li Yuqian's attention. He looked up and gave a thumbs up without saying anything. "Holy shit, this thing is so cool, it's amazing. No, I have to collect one." The huge amounts of mecha was called Eureka Raider, and the father and son Chuck and Heck, who controlled it inside, looked at the scene and fell into deep thought. After a while, Chuck said slowly, "Dad, I had a hallucination. I saw a man blowing the monster's head off with one punch." "Maybe it's not a hallucination, son, because I saw it too." Heck was equally shocked and answered his son's question. At the same time, the surrounding people and some reporters also fell into madness. The scene just now, however, had many videos and photos taken by reporters. Li Yuqian said that it was a big hit at the beginning, and it had to be me. Looking at the crazy people in the distance, he couldn't help but shrug, wave the human emperor's flag, and suck the monster's corpse into it. Such a large corpse cannot be wasted, and there is poison in the blood, so I love the human emperor flag even more. The Mecha Unica Raider suddenly heard the voice of huge amounts of, wanting to communicate with Li Yuqian. "Hello, sir. The Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force PDDC would like to communicate with you." Li Yuqian ignored it, opened the portal, and walked in slowly, ignoring it. Although the giant mecha is interesting and handsome, for Li Yuqian, the technical content is actually not high, and he can still build it if he wants to. However, the Ponce system of human-machine linkage in this world is quite interesting, and it is considered a black technology. Li Yuqian Xiao, there is so much scientific and technological knowledge collected in Sunspot, but there is no such system. Of course, this is normal. After all, each civilization's technology tree is different, its development conditions are different, and the direction of science and technology development is definitely different. This kind of thing cannot be explained clearly. For example, the civilization technology painting style of Trisolaris World is completely different from the technology painting style of Super Seminary. I had never thought of such huge amounts of mecha before, but now that I saw Li Yuqian, he was planning to build one of his own. It doesn't matter whether you're powerful or not. Being handsome is the most important thing. After all, being handsome is a matter of a lifetime. Besides, The mecha is so handsome, but if it really comes to a fight, you have to fight it yourself. Thinking about the pretense at that time, the enemy used all his strength to suppress the mecha controlled by him, and he was about to win, and he was just feeling proud. He walked out of the mecha directly, then shouted loudly, and directly taught the enemy how to behave. It's interesting to think about it. The enemy said, "Why is it different from what he imagined? You are better than not using a mecha. So what kind of mecha are you using? Aren't you a fraud?" Liu Qian released Little Sunspot and asked him to start invading the networks of various countries in the world and obtain various technological knowledge. In particular, the Ponce system of human-machine linkage is really a bit unusual. It is no longer very scientific and is a bit idealistic. For example, after the protagonist's brother dies, one person controlled the mecha and returned to the shore. Logically speaking, a normal person could only control such a huge mecha with one arm. The reason why two people are required to control the mecha is because the two people share the pressure on the nervous system after being connected to the mecha. This is physical pressure, not spiritual. Therefore, it is outrageous that the protagonist can control the mecha by himself and make it return. Liu Qian checked it and found that although this system is scientific, it is a bit idealistic, which is very interesting. This is a bit like the lubricating oil between materialism and idealism. Liu Qian had an idea, which happened to be the various super black technologies harvested from the Trisolan world. There are also various extraordinary powers to create a super mecha, which may be very powerful by then. Ever since, Liu Qian and Little Sunspot became obsessed with making super mechas and spent a year on it. During this period, I also went to Pacific Rim World and walked around a bit, but there was nothing interesting. The environment is bad. After all, those monsters pollute the environment quite a lot, and because of the monster attacks, the entire economic market is in a downturn and the entertainment aspect is terrible. Liu Qian stopped wandering around the world and devoted his main energy to his own ideas. To be honest, this feeling is strange. After all, Liu Qian is usually lazy. It feels strange to be so focused on one thing this time. I was planning to take a break, but Little Sunspot said, "Boss, you are so powerful. How can you still do this? Master, you are so awesome. You are truly my idol. I can hold on any longer. Master, do you want to rest? If not, I'll hold on for a while." The first two sentences are okay, but the last sentence is absolutely intolerable. What does it mean to be no good? How can a man say that he is no good? Ever since, Liu Qian worked overtime and created this super hybrid mecha with extraordinary technological power. And because its energy source comes from the dark dimension, it is named Lord Mahakala. Liu Qian looked at the completed Lord of Mahakala and wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. It's really me. You can build such a powerful mecha. When this mecha is used automatically, it can exert a single universe-level strength. It is not even limited to the dark dimension and can walk in the real world at will. It is 180 meters tall, has the ability to shrink and enlarge, have magical mysteries and magical mysteries. To a certain extent, it can be regarded as Liu Qian's magic weapon. Unfortunately, it is still a mecha after all, a purely foreign object. That's it after it goes online. It will be too rigid to let the mecha fight automatically. It is best to have a small sunspot to control it, so that its combat power can be fully utilized. It is a perfect single-body universe-level P combat power, but it is enough to be used to look cool, and it matches his own identity. Wait, Liu Qian touched his chin, looked at the main armor of Mahakala in the dark dimension, and looked at the little sunspot on the side. It's not very useful to me, but the best candidate to use it is Little Sunspot, and when it comes to building this mecha, Little Sunspot's words will be used. It's broken, and the squeeze is actually being squeezed on the owner. Liu Qian, big courage. Originally, because he left everything to Little Sunspot, his conscience was a bit uneasy. Now that I am very safe, I am being squeezed and squeezed so hard that I dare to squeeze myself. Damn it! Liu Qian gave Little Sunspot a punch. This punch contained the power of my thoughts. Even a robot would feel pain. But little Sunspot covered his head and screamed so miserably that Liu Qian was embarrassed to hit him again. Even though it hurt, it didn't hurt that much. It's really amazing. After the artificial intelligence was modified by magic, it is not good to be too understanding of human nature. Now it has its own little thoughts, but it doesn't matter. Little Sunspot's loyalty to him does not need to be questioned. Liu Qian has long since changed his demon into his own shape. He can feel its loyalty to him as to why he squeezes his master. Liu Qian directly read its thoughts and then fell silent. Ordinary capitalists, if you don't exploit cattle and horses, others will do it. Little Sunspot capitalist, cattle and horses? Myself? Life lies in squeezing. All of them work for me. If Liu Qian hadn't given little Sunspot a lot of things to do, I guess little Sunspot would just want to arrest people and give them work all day long. He was the one who took the lead, so he didn't want anyone to be lazy. It happened that Liu Qian proposed this mecha, so he suffered from an occupational disease. And because of Liu Qian's status, he could only take a roundabout way and encourage him squeeze. For this reason, little Sunspot also studied child psychology. As expected, Liu Qian's work efficiency has been greatly improved. Liu Qian, why is it child psychology? Degree. Inexplicably, I feel that my artificial intelligence, little Sunspot, is getting more and more crooked, and it seems that he was still a normal artificial intelligence back then. When did he start to look more and more like a capitalist? Alas, it's true. Little Sunspot, it's your choice. Master, in Hong Kong, a prosperous seaside city in the Pacific Rim world, no one is walking on the streets at this time. It is dark now, and it is raining lightly. There's a depressing atmosphere. Liu Qian sat on the observation deck next to the coastline and couldn't help but sigh. Alas, I thought I was rich and famous all my life. But in the end, I fell into the hands of capitalist-style artificial intelligence and became the host of a wasteful system. It's so pitiful to live in all the heavens and all realms all by yourself. The fallen leaves are falling, ba ba ba. It's said that it's broken. It's said that it's broken. I rely entirely on my own wisdom and prowess to turn the tide. This rainy night and the depressing atmosphere are just right for my emo. In the sea in front of me, those two monsters are so ugly that they are a bit ugly to me. Aguang, I suddenly got a Chinibu disease. I'm on my mind. Can you please stop involving me? I'm not useless. Ooh, the defense is broken. The defense is broken. At this time, on the sea, 3 mechas were in formation according to last year's plan. 2 mechas, Storm Red and Cherno Alpha, faced the battle head-on. Another mecha, the Unica Raider, was guarding the shoreline from the rear. Their opponents were 2 level 4 monsters, one named Tail Rat and the other named Ridgeback Turtle. Of course, the Leatherback Turtle did not appear at this time and seemed to be hiding. However, the 2 mechas and the tailed rat that faced each other head-on had a lively fight. Liu Qian watched it with great interest. Although the attack power was just that, there was an old saying that mechas are a man's romance. Watching them fight is inexplicably exciting. Is this the legendary thing that can't be obtained by young people and will trap them for the rest of their lives? Aguang. No, any kid wants to fly a mecha when he was a child. Think about it. It's impossible. They're just young and not stupid. Liu Qian, why is it impossible? There are still children today who believe in light. Let alone children. There are adults in the ordinary urban world who believe in light. At this time, a helicopter suddenly landed on the platform in the distance, and a black general walked down and walked straight towards Liu Qian. Oh, you are very brave. They haven't finished fighting yet, and you dare to come here. You are not afraid of a monster trampling you to death, you black braised egg. I would like to call you the bravest. Liu Qian looked at the black general and recognized him. He was a very important supporting character in the original plot. He had been contributing to the elimination of monsters throughout his life. He also strongly supports the Hunter plan and believes that the Steel Wall and Wall of Life plan has no effect and has to rely on mechas. Although he is a black braised egg, in this world, his character is indeed good, much better than a certain Imbi black braised egg in Marvel. Nick Fury, who did I offend? You can step on me. Damn it. F***K. The The black general looked very steady and said with a smile, "3 mechas fighting 2 monsters. The advantage lies with me. The situation is very clear. I am not afraid of them trampling me to death. They will not come close to the shoreline." Li Yuqian glanced at this extremely confident black general and asked casually, "What is your name?" After speaking, he took a sip of Feijai Happy Water. "Starkle Pentecost. Of course the name is too long. Just call me Stark." Poof! Li Yuqian sprayed out a mouthful of Fat Mansion Happy Water. Fortunately, the black general was not in front of him, but beside him. Otherwise, he would have been sprayed all over him. The black general looked confused. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my name?" "It's okay, Stark. Your name just reminds me of a friend of mine for no reason." Li Yuqian said that this name has an inexplicable sense of humor. Maybe he was nervous and laughed suddenly. The black general didn't pay attention, watching the mechas fighting monsters in the distance, and said in an inquiring tone, "I wonder why you, an alien, came to Earth? What's the relationship with these monsters?" When Li Yuqian appeared in this world, he appeared directly on the steel wall at the moment when the monster attacked the wall. Many media photos clearly show his appearance and punching out monsters. He is obviously not an ordinary person. Coupled with the way he appears, there's a blue light door behind him that looks like a space teleportation. In addition, there is no information on all government personnel, so there is no trace of the person in front of him. In modern society, you are completely out of touch with society unless you're a primitive tribe or a person in a remote mountainous area. But Li Yuqian doesn't look like him at all, and the monsters that destroyed the Earth also came from another planet and came to the Earth through a wormhole. Since there is a precedent, why can't this person who looks like a human be an alien? And even because of his behavior of attacking monsters, he may be the enemy alien who created the monsters to attack the Earth. The black general wanted to win over the man in front of him, but he couldn't be cowardly. He could kill a monster with one punch. He was very powerful, but he cannot be allowed to look down upon the people of the Earth and have a reasonable and equal negotiating position. So when the mechas were fighting monsters, the intelligence department discovered Li Yuqian's presence, and he hurried over. On the one hand, it shows the confidence of the people on Earth, and on the other hand, it shows the power of their mechas. Only in this way can we negotiate better, whether it is to win over or cooperate. This kind of start is the best. Just as the black general was thinking, the battle on the sea suddenly changed. The 2 mechas that originally occupied the upper peak, 2 against 1, including Storm Crimson, were suddenly tricked by the tailed rat. There were sharp claws on its tail, and its control room was scratched to pieces. The heavy mecha Cherno Alpha waved its fists and fought to the death. Unfortunately, the monster did not follow the martial ethics of the tail rat, so it first washed its face with sulfuric acid. Its super-strength sulfuric acid sprayed the heavy mecha in the face, affecting its actions. On the calm sea surface, a monster figure suddenly jumped out. Just now the mechas were fighting 2 against 1, but now the monster leatherback turtle that had been hiding suddenly jumped out, attacked from behind, and pounced directly on the back of Cherno Alpha. The 2 monsters attacked Cherno Alpha terribly with their violent attacks. Li Yuqian looked at it and shook his head, just when Cherno Alpha was about to go offline. He waved his hand casually, and 5 red light balls flew quickly towards him, and then the psychokinesis was released. 5 figures fell directly to the ground. They were the controllers of the 2 mechas. Li Yuqian knew the original plot and rescued them. Li Yuqian, the 3 brothers who controlled Storm Crimson, had already used psychokinesis to form a protective shield and protect them. It happened that the couple from the fighting nation were no longer able to survive. Just drag them over together. These 5 people can be regarded as heroes. Heroes cherish heroes. Li Yuqian himself is not so stingy, even if he touches things with his fingers. Ah Guang, what's not so stingy? Shocked. Who are you? You are definitely not my dog owner. At this time, there was only 1 mecha Unica Raider left on the sea, fighting 2 monsters. This scene is really a reversal of polarity. Just now, 2 mechas fought a tailed rat, and now 2 monsters fight a mecha, the Unica Raider. Quite dramatic. Hansen and his son, the drivers of the Unica Raider, have pretty good skills in controlling mechas. They are also very combat-minded. The leatherback turtle has extremely strong defense and is good at strength. The Unica Raider is very sensitive, so you can only grind slowly against this monster, but when facing two enemies, it takes a long time, which is extremely disadvantageous to you. You must first kill the tailed rat next to it. Although this monster is very strong, it is more sensitive, so you may be able to kill it instantly. Just as they thought, Hansen and his son controlled the Unica Raider and threw the tailed rat out suddenly. Then directly activate his own killer weapon, open the machine compartment on his chest, release the surface-to-air missiles, and have a quick victory. Then use your convenience to slowly kill the leatherback turtle with super strong defense. Seeing such emergency tactical adjustments, the Black General was very pleased and relieved. Although two mechas, Storm Crimson and Cherno Alpha, were destroyed, at least people were still alive. The alien in front of me even helped. Helping was a matter of friendship, but not helping was a duty. Since he is willing to help, it means that this alien still has a good impression of Earth civilization. The only worry is that if the Unica Raider, which is surrounded by two monsters, is destroyed, the mecha will be destroyed. Without a mecha to stop these two monsters, I'm afraid this city will be turned into a mess by this monster. But now, the Hansens are worthy of being practical mecha hunters, capable of quickly dealing with sensitive monsters. Reduce the gap between the enemy and ourselves and increase the advantage. Judging from the power of the anti-air missile on its chest, even if this blow cannot kill this monster, it can still severely damage it. This plan is solid. The advantage of 1 versus 2 is still with me. Li Yuqian looked at the Black General with a strange look and then made a suggestion. You don't need to put up so many flags next time. I wonder if people will think you are just acting. The Black General looked confused and raised his flag. What does this mean? The exchange between the two lasted only a few seconds. After a few seconds, the Black General vaguely understood what Li Yuqian meant. The Unica Raider, who had the upper hand just now, instantly lost his ability to move, because the leatherback turtle a little further away fired an electronic pulse, which directly paralyzed the Unica Raider. The Black General looked at this scene in disbelief, and finally looked at Li Yuqian with pleading eyes. Can you save this city? I'm willing to give everything. Remember, don't plant the flag next time. When the end of the world comes, where do you want to die? Here or in the Mecca? This is a good saying. Just with these words, I helped you. Li Yuqian raised his head at a 45-degree angle and looked at the two monsters on the sea. The corner of his mouth was as tight as an AK. It's finally time for me to appear. This is the scene I wanted in my childhood. This is youth. Grandma Li knocks on the door. Bah, it's a conspiracy. At this time, Li Yuqian had a feeling. In the journey to the west, conquering the demons, Sun Wukong finally made Xuanzang write about his feelings. In 2 words, it was so exciting. Li Yuqian turned into a red meteor and flew towards the two monsters. After flying to a suitable position, the meteor slowly disappeared and his figure appeared. The last huge amount of terrifying mecha gradually turned from illusory to solid, and its overall color was darker and purple. Red runes, spells, and magic circles flowed on the surface of the mecha like embellishments. There's a pair of wings behind it, which looks like wings, but also like an energy transmitter connecting to a mysterious space somewhere. Vaguely, it seemed as if this mecha was carrying a world or a dimension. Enter Lord Mahakala. At this time, Li Yuqian was in the dark sky, feeling the entire mecha in the chess control room. This way of appearing can be described in just a few words. He is so handsome. This is what he needs to be considered handsome. I couldn't help but fall into the middle of the 2nd grade. Oh, I feel so inexplicable shame and pleasure. I should be shy. The paralyzed Eureka Raider, the Hansen father and son in the cab were stunned when they looked at the huge amounts of mecha jaws in the distance. This mecha is estimated to be almost 200 meters. Even if it is not 200 meters, it is still between 150 meters and 200 meters. Moreover, there is this mysterious painting style and a domineering feeling. The 5-star General Mecha Eureka Raider said, "In front of it, I feel like a new recruit." On the shoreline in the distance, the black general murmured to himself, "This thing is a mecha. There seems to be a world behind this mecha." This scene has also been observed by various organizations, countries, and even the media. According to the analysis of the body's shape, a giant mecha of about 180 meters is, in other words, not a mecha. They prefer to call it Titan God, a godlike mecha. Some careerists and politicians had an idea in their minds. Can Earth's mecha hunters do this? The aliens in the pioneer civilization behind the two monsters saw through the monsters the Lord of Mahakala, the huge amount of mecha. Big question marks popped up in their big heads. What the hell is this? Are the people on this planet looking for a replacement? The next second, the terrifying giant mecha, Lord Mahakala, took action. Liu Qian controlled the mecha extremely smoothly. Let's give it a try first. From the black wings behind the Lord of Mahakala, countless streams of purple light spurted out, exploding like countless energy arrows. Finally, it hit two targets, split them in two, and the streams of light came together again, forming two huge amounts of energy waves. In just an instant, both the tailed rat with weak defense and the sharp-backed turtle with good defense were directly eroded and devoured by this violent energy, leaving no trace behind. Just one move in seconds. Liu Qian controls the Lord of Mahakala, which feels very good, but the opponent is not good enough and can be killed in seconds with one move. This Lord of Mahakala, because of the dark dimension, can actually absorb it while fighting monsters. Not bad. Very frugal, I like it. It won't be wasted. These two monsters haven't been able to hit the target for a second. So let's go to the wormhole and the opposite planet to make a big fuss. The Lord of Mahakala did not stop, and the huge amounts of size did not affect its speed. It was still walking in the sea, but it was extremely fast, heading towards the depths of the Pacific Ocean, the wormhole where the monster came from. Pioneer civilization. Oh, I seem to have offended someone special. Simimar say, an incredible existence. I, the pioneer, am going to die. The intelligent life forms in the pioneer civilization are called pioneers. Pioneers are divided into 3 levels, from high to low: bishop, cardinal, and ambassador. To put it simply, their main boss is the Bishop Herald. At this time, although the Bishop Exterminators knew that they were in a panic, they should not panic first. They had to close the wormhole first to prevent that terrifying guy from rushing into their planet. As for whether to consider the test or not, take advantage of the home court advantage and counterattack. Just kidding. 2 level 4 monsters were wiped out in one stroke. Not even the scum was left. What a shame. At this time, the first thing to do is to run. The pioneer civilization used monsters to invade, which showed that the technology tree of this civilization was quite crooked. Although it is not possible to jump through space, build wormholes, and invade other planets with swords, guns, and sticks, it is so outrageous and twisted like this. But it's also quite crooked. He's mainly good at biotechnology. After all, he's making monsters. Of course, they can also build wormholes and have space-folding technology, but this thing is not biotechnology. They can do it, but they are not good at it. The entire civilization has basically developed all kinds of monsters. They can't close the wormhole in a hurry. This takes time, so the bishop-level pioneer directly issued an order. Let 2 level 4 monsters and 1 level 5 monster near the wormhole hold back that terrifying mecha. The monsters created by the pioneer civilization have a certain degree of intelligence. When they reach level 4, their intelligence is very high. For example, the leatherback turtle will run away once injured. The attack was also a sneak attack, very sinister, which also proved that he was very smart. Why did you not run away after just receiving a move from Lord Mahakala? This is very simple, because it's just that trick, and it will be gone after you try it. Let alone a piece of this thing, nothing will be left. Even if you want to run away, don't give me a chance. The intelligence of level 4 monsters has reached this point, let alone level 5 monsters. The intelligence of level 5 monsters is already comparable to that of a normal person. The fifth-level monster guarding the wormhole is the poisonous monster that appeared in the original plot. It is 182 meters tall, has 3 tails, and is extremely ferocious. It can even command the 2 level 4 monsters next to it, and make tactical adjustments, sneak attacks, etc. The 4th level monsters it commands are Velociraptor and Abomination. Velociraptor looks like a crocodile with huge amounts of toes and hard scales and a streamlined head. It also shows that its attack method is very similar to that of a crocodile, attacking with its mouth and then biting. Abomination is a suit of hard armor that shines with metallic luster and has a pair of big horns on its head. Its combat power is also at the top among level 4 monsters. So the poisonous woman was happy when she received the order and asked the 3 of them to deal with a mecha that was about to attack the wormhole. 3 against 1. Isn't this overkill? Although it has just matured and has not fought with the mechas on that planet, it still knows the strength of a mecha. You don't need 3 at all, just one of you can hang the mecha and beat it. So the 3 monsters entered the wormhole with great confidence and came to the Earth. They don't even engage in sneak attacks anymore, and are ready to tear apart any mecha that dares to come over. Slowly, a humanoid mecha came over, and then something suddenly felt wrong. The poisonous woman felt that the size of this mecha was different from the one shown in the data. This thing is always taller than me. The group of mechas we agreed on are about 80 meters tall, which is shorter than me. Are you sure it's 80 meters? Did you forget to add an extra one? It's 180 meters, right? At this time, the Bishop Pioneers were frantically closing the wormhole, and it was just as they expected. That terrifying mecha is really heading towards a wormhole. It's going to die. It must be closed quickly. One of the pioneers suddenly scratched his big head. He seemed to have forgotten something. Forget it. Closing the wormhole is more important now. Controlling the monsters to fight, etc. It is better to let them fight on their own, which will make them more powerful. Yes, that's it. Poisonous woman. I understand the truth, so at least send me some information first. Just throw an attack, a mecha that attacks the wormhole. Aren't you deceiving people? No. Aren't you deceiving monsters? The poisonous woman looked at the huge and mysterious mecha, and when she thought about it carefully, there seemed to be nothing wrong with a mecha attacking a wormhole. They're all mechas. The poisonous woman feels aggrieved, but she doesn't say it because it's useless. She's just a fighting tool, and if she doesn't do it, monsters will do it. It's not a coward either. It's also over 180 meters tall and has the same height. So who's afraid of who? The poisonous woman roared angrily, and the 2 monsters beside her roared similarly, charging towards the Lord Mahakala with hatred like a giant raging bull. The Velociraptor dived directly into the sea like a deep-water missile, biting at Lord Mahakala's calf like a sharp sword. The poison woman lives up to its name. Following behind the abomination, its 3 sharp tails attack the Lord Mahakala from different directions. Not only did he play his role, but he also used hatred as a human shield. He was both evil and a dog. What a pity. Liu Qian controlled the Lord of Mahakala, and his right hand slowly touched the wing-shaped dimensional connection on the back of the mecha. With a swish sound, he drew out a long knife transformed from the energy of the dark dimension, slashed it diagonally, and continued to lengthen it. The abomination with metallic luster armor was cut in half, and the poisonous woman behind it was not spared either. Its huge size and weight of 6,750 tons did not allow it to avoid this knife. After all, among the monsters in many worlds, the only difference in strength between the monsters in the Pacific Rim world is their size and weight. But compared with the Lord Mahakala, it is not a concept at all, just like steel and cotton. Using its streamlined head, the Velociraptor bit into Lord Mahakala's calf like a sharp sword. Without a trace of doubt, he made a very smooth turn and U-turn. Turn around and swim towards the wormhole. The gap is too big. We can't even fight. It's a pity that no matter how fast it swims, it can't move faster than the energy cannon. The Lord of Mahakala raised his left hand, and a purple-black beam of light spurted out from his palm, directly eroding the Velociraptor that was about to run away. Liu Qian looked at the unaffected wormhole and snapped his fingers. It was very good, and the intensity was controlled just right. Then, Lord Mahakala marched directly towards the wormhole. Monster, here I come. Pioneer civilization. Don't come over. On the planet acquired by the pioneer civilization, suddenly, countless roars rang out, and many large biological weapon monsters all woke up and rushed in one direction. But before many of the monsters reached their specific locations, purple beams of light eroded them away, leaving no trace behind. Outside a wormhole, the Lord of Mahakala, driven by Li Yuqian, was floating in the air. At the connection point between the wing-shaped dimensions behind the mecha, countless beams of light scattered like fireworks, like naughty children scribbling on the ground. The group of monsters that rushed over were completely eroded by such a beam of light. There might not be many level 4 monsters and level 5 monsters in them, but there were definitely enough level 3 and 2 monsters. In other words, monsters within 50 to 100 meters are rushing towards you in dense numbers. Li Yuqian controlled the Lord of Mahakala, wielding 2 long knives made of dark dimension energy in his hands. This was a good kill, and the dark dimension also absorbed a lot of energy from it, although these monsters were not good enough. But the body is large and full, which is quite suitable for the appetite of the dark dimension. Of course, you can't just kill and kill, wandering around the world. It's not just about killing and killing, you can also learn from it. You must learn from things between serious people. Little Sunspot led the robot army and began to investigate the location of the pioneer civilization on this planet. Li Yuqian is also very interested in the method of creating biological monsters. I want the technology to create biological monsters, erode and devour biological monsters, and destroy pioneer civilizations. Nabla Sai. The pioneer civilization planet is devastated. The entire planet is in tatters and feels like it is falling apart. The Lord of Mahakala, controlled by Li Yuqian, has briefly experimented with various functions. He is really handsome. During the time of experimenting with function, Little Sunspot also obtained the relevant technology and information for making monsters in the pioneer civilization. Very good, very rewarding. Li Yuqian looked at the harsh environment of the planet outside the Lord of Mahakala and felt that the waste should be reused. The environment of this planet is very harsh, which is completely opposite to the environment suitable for human survival. It is filled with a lot of toxic substances. But Dark Dimension likes this one. The more toxic substances, the better. The shadows of the Dark Dimension, connected like wings behind the Lord of Mahakala, gradually appeared, like a dark curtain falling. It quickly swallowed up the planet, and not long after, only the Lord Mahakala floating in the universe was left in the original position of the planet. After doing all this, a blue portal of huge amounts appeared in front of Lord Mahakala. Lord Mahakala flew directly in, and the blue portal was closed. This trip to Pacific Rim World was a great experience. I gained inspiration and created the Lord of Mahakala, and also let myself experience the feeling of being a second grader. A man is really a boy until he dies. Let Little Sunspot make some mechas by himself in the future. When the time comes, I will have an army of robots, as well as huge amounts of mecha warriors. When I pull them out, I will see that they are full of giants. It's a pity that apart from these, there is nothing useful in this world, and the level of science and technology is still not high. Li Yuqian is about to escape, but who is he? What a great person! But even if you are a good person, you must be rewarded for doing good things. Otherwise, it will not work if you just pay without getting anything. Even if you're kind, you can't do this. Isn't it bullying an honest person? Li Yuqian decided on the spot to let Little Sunspot communicate with people in this world and let them sign a Dark Dimension contract. As for him, find out the world consciousness, let him reimburse the world energy, and get a permanent residence right along the way. Things are going smoothly. With the shock of the Lord Mahakala, the human beings in this world, who are called reasonable, have been notified by their respective governments to sign the Dark Dimension contract. Of course, it's okay to be unreasonable. If you're unreasonable, Little Sunspot will make them reasonable. destroyed several arrogant small countries and even big countries such as Ingjiang, Footpot Chicken, Bangzi Country, and so on. Efficiency went up instantly. However, Liu Qian was still too slow to go. This world was no longer interesting and the environment was not good. Let the little sunspot deal with it in this world first. He stepped out of the way. A world-traveling portal appeared, and he walked directly into it. Anyway, if you use the world energy of this thing, it will be reimbursed in the next world, so you have to use it. After wandering around the next world, go back to Trisolaris. Trisolaris is already a world with a high level of technology and is surrounded by science fiction. There should be nothing interesting anymore. Let's go explore the world again. Liu Qian looked at the scene and was stunned for a few seconds. What kind of ghost world had he been transported to? Where did he get me from? Apocalyptic world? What comes into view is a world of ice and snow. The tall buildings are covered with a layer of white and covered with thick layers of ice. Liu Qian didn't see a living life form, so psychokinesis directly explored the surroundings. After a while, I discovered that there were many living things underground, and those were humans. Is this an underground city? The dungeon and the surface of the planet were covered in ice and snow. Liu Qian said that if nothing unexpected happened, there should be a planet engine on the surface of the planet. The speed at which psychokinesis swept away accelerated. As expected, there were 10,000 huge amounts of planet engines on this planet. It looks quite spectacular. A world of wandering planets? Liu Qian touched his chin and sighed. This world is of no use to him. But since you are here, why don't you give me a hand? It would also be good to create more worlds to provide high-quality talents for the dark dimension. Speaking of which, think about it carefully, how wonderful the dark dimension is. Unlike those companies in the urban world, which will lay off employees. As long as you enter the dark dimension, you will have an iron job and never lay off employees. It's not like those companies that lay off employees and then lay off employees. Thinking about it this way, why can't dark dimension be regarded as an iron rice bowl to some extent? Although you don't care about food, you have entered the dark dimension and signed a contract. Normally, you have formed a connection with the dark dimension. There is no need to eat. Overall, it is very good and workable. A guang. So the only difference between going to the dark dimension and going to prison is that you don't get food? Liu Qian wrong. How many hours do prisoners in prison work a day? There is no rest time at all in the dark dimension. In the International Space Station, called Navigator, many staff began to work day after day. Their tasks are very tight, and the work is very heavy during this time, because the Earth is almost approaching Jupiter. The Wandering Planet plan is because there is something wrong with the Sun, and humans use the planet engine to push the Earth out of the solar system and start a new life on Proxima Centauri. But in order to reach Proxima Centauri, the speed of the Earth is not enough, and it needs to be accelerated by Jupiter's gravity. This is risky, so all staff on the space station are under great pressure during this time. But okay, everything seems to be normal so far. In the space station, an astronaut named Liu Peiqiang was in a good mood looking at the scenery of the universe outside the space station. Everything is going so smoothly, and my mission is about to be completed. Then I can return to Earth, see my son, and reunite with my family. I really hope that time flies faster, that I can return to Earth as soon as possible, and that Earth can go to Proxima Centauri as soon as possible. But in the next scene, Liu Peiqiang was stunned because a person suddenly appeared outside the window of the space station, and he was knocking on the window. Liu Peiqiang, it's broken. I want to go home. I'm under great pressure from work. I'm hallucinating. I'd better go and take a nap. Thinking of this, Liu Peiqiang turned around decisively and prepared to find the artificial intelligence Moss of the space station to apply and take a day off today. You can't do it without studying. The hallucinations are so outrageous that a person appears from the universe without any logic. The person who came out of this hallucination didn't even wear a spacesuit. This hallucination is too fake to deceive even a fool. I was inexplicably humiliated by the hallucination. Which hallucination is so fake? There is no sense of immersion at all. Liu Qian was ignored. Isn't this way of appearing shocking? Why did this guy Mao not react at all and turned around and left? No matter who you are, you can't stand cold violence and neglect, and you have been hurt. +1 for being unhappy. Liu Peiqiang may have thought he was hallucinating, but artificial intelligence Moss did not. Moss discovered that there was an unknown life form that looked like a human being outside the space station. When he knocked on the window, the code sounded an alarm. There are unknown life forms outside the space station. Red alert! Red alert! The specific location is... Quickly, a large number of people ran towards the location mentioned by Moss. Liu Peiqiang, who thought he was hallucinating, also stopped. Damn, it's not a hallucination, really. An idea came to his mind. The spiritual energy was revived, and the coffin was pulled out. Could it be that the novel he had read was about to come true? I am actually an NPC. He shook his head to disperse the random thoughts in his mind, and immediately ran to his original position. In his original position, Li Yuqian was looking at Liu Peiqiang and the staff behind him with a smile. Hi. Morning. No, forget it. It doesn't matter what time it is. You guys are fine. You are lucky enough to meet a good man like me. I will help you directly to send the Earth to the Proxima Centauri star. You just need to pay a price, and all living humans sign a contract. You are so lucky to have met such a kind and righteous traveler across the world like me. Everyone present looked at each other, and Li Yuqian's words were also transmitted to the upper levels of the Earth in all dungeons through Moss. Liu Peiqiang, who was present, inexplicably thought of a previous joke. I am Qin Shirwang, V50. When I come out, I will make you a general. How can there be such a good thing in the world? In the same way, the contract mentioned by the so-called time traveler in front of me is definitely not simple. It's obvious that Moss and the high-level officials of the Earth's governments behind him have also thought of this. For a person who walks freely in the universe and calls himself a traveler, does he have the ability to transport a planet to another star? It's hard to say. After all, his existence is outrageous, and it's quite reasonable for him to do outrageous things. However, the top priority was to understand the so-called contract, so Moss asked Li Yuqian to give them the contract first for them to check. Li Yuqian didn't care and gave a share. He would help this Earth anyway, regardless of whether these people agreed or not. I've already helped when the time comes, and I still have to pay the price, so it is actually just a notice. All the information on that Dark Dimension contract was carefully studied. Because it involves the soul after death, it touches on the blind spots of the Earth civilization in this world. The top government officials were unable to make a decision for a while. There was still a contract after the death of the soul. It sounds like the devil is bewitching people. Moss also began to use a microscope to observe whether there were any hidden words on the contract. Li Yuqian's mouth twitched when he saw it. It's not like that. I look so righteous and awe-inspiring. How could I be like this? Alas, there are too many doubts. Even a gentleman should be careful. A Guang, it's hard to comment. Finally, the anti-gentleman Moss came to a conclusion through joint efforts with the think tank behind it. Refused the request of the mysterious traveler. It seems like a good exchange condition. Sign a contract, but there may be a trap hidden in it. Because many of the terms are vague and highly maneuverable, the other party is likely to be a profiteer, and unpredictable consequences may occur after signing the contract. It is seriously suspected that the time traveler wants to squeeze the value of human beings after death. Lee profiteer rich. Damn, are you so accurate in judging people? Moss, sir, I'm sorry, our civilization has already found a way to get to Proxima Centauri. Although the journey is far away and takes a long time, we believe that as long as we unite as one, we will eventually succeed. So I'm sorry to refuse your help, but our civilization is a friendly and enthusiastic civilization. We can actively communicate and communicate. Li Yuqian, what did you agree to? Okay, I'll help now. Moss, no, we refused. Li Yuqian, let's do it now. Don't be in a hurry. Wait until I finish helping you. Li Yuqian's main theme has been read. The surrounding staff and Liu Peiqiang felt a little bit in their hearts. Isn't this a forced purchase and sale? Li Yuqian also knew that the reason for their refusal was that the Earth had not yet arrived, and the gravity of Jupiter surged in the original plot. Moss and the Earth's higher-ups didn't know that Earth's destruction was a foregone conclusion, and they planned it well. And a lot of preparations have been made for the Wandering Earth plan. Compared with believing in a mysterious existence, it is better to believe in the Wandering Earth plan. On the other hand, although the method of Li Yuqian's appearance was shocking, he did not show the strength that made them fearful. It's okay, just have a big scene. Why is the Earth civilization in Trisolaris so sensible? Isn't it because I performed a live performance of capturing a sapon? In the world of scientific and technological civilization, we can best analyze how to make the right choice. Li Yuqian thought of this and ignored the erroneous reading, causing moss, and became a repeater machine that was a product of human nature. He turned around and opened the portal, then walked in. The next second, a shocking scene appeared in the eyes of everyone on the space station. Originally flying unswervingly in one direction in the universe, a huge portal suddenly appeared in front of the Earth. Compared with that file size, the Earth is just like a football, and the portal is like a football frame. Moss analyzed in a very short period of time that the star in the opposite universe was none other than Proxima Centauri. Then, a terrifying figure kept enlarging. Isn't that the profiteer? Li Yuqian? Feng Ping was murdered inexplicably. The time traveler is like the heaven and earth in myths and legends, and his body is constantly expanding. After a while, in comparison with his size, the Earth really turned into a football. An idea flashed through the minds of everyone in the space station. Isn't this guy going to kick the Earth into the portal? No, bro. If you need help, you still want to destroy the Earth. It's so big that it will die. Li Yuqian, don't worry. Do it gently and quickly. By the way, dizziness is normal. Remember to take a deep breath. Li Yuqian looked at Proxima Centauri in the huge teleportation gate in the distance and felt that he was really smart. Little Sunspot was not around, so he started his super brain and quickly sorted out all the information he had obtained by scanning the planet with psychokinesis. In an instant, the position coordinates of Proxima Centauri and the orbit of the Earth were found. I am really a genius. I usually use my fist to solve problems every day, but suddenly I use my brain to analyze and analyze. It feels really good. My brain is really powerful. Almost instantly, it's like a compressed package was decompressed and all kinds of information poured in. And extract the information you want from it. Li Yuqian said that he would kick the Earth to the orbit where he should be. There will definitely be no problems. With my own strength, I can save the national football team. A Guang, this is really strong. The giant Li Yuqian waved towards the space station before kicking the Earth. The sound, which was very unscientific, reached the ears of everyone in the space station. Watch out. This move is very cool. Watch it carefully and learn it well. After the words fell, Li Yuqian's red psychokinesis condensed on the Earth and protected it. After all, it would be bad if the planet was exploded with one kick, so we still had to take some protective measures. After taking protective measures, he kicked it away, and the red Earth was kicked into the portal with a swipe. Li Yuqian squinted his eyes and took a closer look. His heart skipped a beat, as if it was tilted. The shape of the Earth's sphere was not perfect. With a slight flick of the finger, the red Earth, which was originally a little off track, instantly changed its direction and reached its due track very accurately. Li Yuqian cheered. This kick is perfect, simply amazing. Liu Peiqiang and others. The direction was so crooked just now. We are not blind and cannot see. Planet Dungeon Human. Ouch, what a joke. Why am I so dizzy for no reason? It feels like standing in place, like rolling in circles for many times. Li Yuqian seemed to have thought of something. Psychokinesis wrapped the space station and walked into the portal with it. After placing it in place, Li Yuqian's body continued to shrink and appeared in the space station, speaking to everyone who was a little stunned by the scene just now. How is it? Have you learned it? Everyone. I have failed in my studies. I have failed in my studies. Liu Peiqiang, what an idiot. Do you think we can kick a planet away with one kick? Li Yuqian looked at Moss and said with a smile, Okay, I helped you. Don't forget about the contract. Moss fell into silence. After communicating with the Earth's higher-ups, its tone changed instantly. That's nature. This great existence is really the embodiment of kindness and justice. Li Yuqian, I still prefer your unruly look before. Little Sunspot was busy with business and was still dealing with things in the last world. So Li Yuqian decisively chose to pull Agwang out and let him lead an army of robots to take charge of the matter. For example, the specific implementation of the Dark Dimension contract. Oh, of course, there is absolutely no compulsion in signing the contract. It is purely voluntary. Agwang, I believe you are a ghost. Agwang felt like he was convinced. He had a system. What is he like now? I have a lot of work and no commission. I'm still single even though I have lived to this age. I even got scammed when I started dating online. I have money to have fun while working, but I still have to keep working. Well now, my dog host actually learned to outsource work to me, and even sent myself to implement the dark contract. What do you think of me? Do you think I'm a cow or a horse? It's true that my uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt can't. I feel like I need to stand up and learn to say no. Li Yuqian looked at Agwang, who was filled with resentment for no reason, and felt that his brain was broken again. Are you complaining about something? Oh, that's actually it. I already have my job, and this job is not within my job scope. Agwang mustered up his courage and showed a fierce expression, but he was actually very timid. Li Yuqian looked shocked. No, what do you do every day? In my mind, every day, besides sleeping, you play. I'm asking you to do a job, and I am wronging you. The system runs automatically, and you have a ridiculous workload. If you don't do it, the system will do it. Li Yuqian said that he was about to create a new Agwang on the spot. Agwang waved his hands quickly. Hey, you are kidding. Why are you still going online? I like to work the most. If I don't work for a day, I will feel physically uncomfortable. I will go now, go now. After Agwang finished speaking, he took many robots directly to the Earth through the portal. They would go to the underground cities on the Earth to work and distribute dark contracts. In fact, little Sunspot can still handle it, but Li Yuqian feels unhappy when he thinks of Agwang messing around in his head every day. So he was forced to work. Having said that, fortunately, these systems do not require diarrhea. Otherwise, it would be outrageous to go to the toilet in his own mind. If so, Li Yuqian would have kicked Agwang far away. The Wandering Earth really has no treasures, and its technological level is not bad. The robots brought by Agwang will also collect the scientific and technological knowledge of this world. Generally speaking, it is not important. After Li Yuqian has helped, he should ask the world consciousness of this world to reimburse his travel expenses and get a permanent residence along the way. This kind of behavior is very technical. Li Yuqian coughed lightly to eliminate the fact that Agwang had just entered the portal and then opened a new one. Under the gaze of many space station staff behind him, Liu Peiqiang ducked out of the way. Liu Peiqiang. What a pity. I always feel like I missed the opportunity to become an acquaintance. Li Yuqian. Familiar? Do you mean very familiar or 90% familiar? According to the original plot, you detonate the space station, so it should be more than very familiar. After all, not even the dregs are left. In the summer of 1945, the people of Hiroshima and Nagasaki said that they were acquaintances. Li Yuqian first walked in the universe, and then with a tug of his hand, he condensed the huge world consciousness scattered throughout the world and pulled it out. Then, with this big ball of light and a confused expression on his face, Li Yuqian performed a show, mixed his left foot with his right foot, and then fell into the universe. Then he started shouting, "Oh, my bulge! Oh, my tailbone! It's all my fault for this world. I fell down. You are the world consciousness of this world, right? Pay back the world's energy. Hurry up. I also want permanent residency." The anthropomorphic brain of world consciousness began to operate rapidly, and then understood the truth of the matter. World consciousness. Sometimes I really want to call the police. Is this blackmail? This is blackmail. And you stood up even as you were talking, your legs no longer hurt, and you are full of energy. You are too fake. Can you be more dedicated? Have a bit of professionalism. World consciousness was just about to say something when Li Yuqian raised his fist as if anticipating his prediction. The world felt an inexplicable sense of crisis for a moment. If it was punched, it would be terrible. I'll pay. I'll pay. How much do you want? The world consciousness sheds tears of humiliation. Li Yuqian also had an uneasy conscience, but an uneasy conscience was an uneasy conscience, and the world's energy was absorbed into the world's energy. After directly reimbursing his own travel expenses, he also extorted a lot of world energy and the permanent right to live in this world. I feel so happy. Li Yuqian patted the consciousness of the world and said seriously, "Don't worry, I blackmailed you this time, and you are my cover. If someone blackmails you, just tell me, and I promise to help you get justice." World consciousness. To be honest, this is the first time I have been blackmailed in this long life. I think there's a 99.99% chance that I will not be blackmailed again. As for why there is still 0.01%, it may be blackmailed because the man in front of me hasn't left yet. The world consciousness wandering around the earth suddenly seemed to think of something. He weakly said, "That's right, there's a world consciousness near me who is my neighbor. Recently, he was blackmailed by someone. I heard that that person is so evil that he covers the whole universe well, which is equivalent to human beings sleeping with their eyes closed. Suddenly, he was picked up, and then he was given 2 laps of bang bang, and then asked to reimburse him for travel expenses. In fact, he was extorting a lot of world energy and permanent residence rights. It sounds similar to what you want, but he looks different from you. My neighbor said that guy looks like he has a ferocious spirit, is 10,000 feet tall, and is also 10,000 feet wide, with a green face and fangs. Oh, that is simply incredible. He looks so ugly that the world's consciousness would have nightmares for days just looking at it. The neighbor planned to imprint that person's appearance to ward off evil spirits. Look, can you protect him? I will let him give you the energy of the world." Li Zhengfang Yuqian twitched the corner of his mouth and said in a faint tone, "Oh, where is that world?" The world consciousness said casually, "It's on the left side of my world. The first one is—" "Oh, it's that world." Li Yuqian smiled very kindly. The Trisolaran world was so ridiculous that he actually dared to frame me. World consciousness was a little surprised. "Do you know him?" "Of course I know him. I'm the guy with the green face and fangs, 10,000 feet tall and 10,000 feet wide." Li Yuqian's words forcibly controlled the world's consciousness, and the world's consciousness suddenly felt like it was broken. He said the wrong thing. "No, I'm not a buddy. The difference between what you described and what he looks like at that time is huge. You can't blame me for that. I will pray for you." Li Yuqian's expression remained calm, and he directly used his permanent residence in the Trisolaran world as a connection and disappeared in a swish. Li Yuqian is ready to give Trisolaris and Bang Bang 2 punches so that he can ward off evil spirits. The consciousness of the world in place couldn't help but sigh. What a pity! I was originally planning to pay agency fees and introduction fees. It seems that we can't eat now. I wonder if we can have a banquet. In Trisolaris, it has been nearly a year since Li Yuqian went to Otherworld for a walk. The world consciousness of this world is sighing. For him, more than a year is a very short time. In other words, it's like he just got beaten up and then talked to someone about it while he was emo. He is really unlucky in every sense of the word. After a good sleep, he was beaten up and woken up. He was also cheated of the world's energy. His permanent residency was nothing. It was just a permission. Can we talk about it first? As for punching yourself directly, do you know how much mental damage those 2 punches will cause to a world consciousness? Woo! Finally, a familiar feeling came to my mind. It was someone pulling me out. Then he saw a familiar face and a familiar fist. Bang, bang! While Li Yuqian was beating him, he shouted unhappily, "I'm the only one who looks like a square, right? You still want to use me to ward off evil spirits, right?" The worldly consciousness that was originally about to shout, "Why did Mao hit me again?" His heart suddenly went cold, and he was upset that what he was complaining about was found out by him. You won't be beaten to death, right? When death is imminent, there is only one way. Boss, eldest brother, adoptive father, spare my life, and I will give you the energy of the world. As the world consciousness spoke, he took out a large ball of world energy, which seemed to be tens of thousands. Li Yuqian's beating of him slowed down. Do you think that by giving me the world's energy, this matter will be over? Am I a superficial person? The world consciousness gave another group, another tens of thousands. Li Yuqian's expression softened. You are making it very difficult for me. You ruined it, but my reputation and my brother's reputation were ruined by you. As long as you let me go, I will agree to whatever you ask for. World consciousness felt like it had been beaten and swollen. Li Yuqian's sharp eyes made the world's consciousness a little scared. He said firmly, we need to add world energy. World consciousness. Birth. So much is too little. Li Yuqian played a little tune and let go of the world consciousness of Trisolaris. The harvest this time was too rich. Nowadays, Li Yuqian no longer pays attention to special achievement check-ins. He still makes money by blackmailing the world's consciousness. There is no cost, and the benefits are still high. It's absolutely amazing. After watching Li Yuqian leave, the world's consciousness was thinking about a question. Who exposed himself? He only said those words to the consciousness in his neighbor's world. You don't even need to think about it. You already know who it is. Damn it, traitor. I didn't even have time to trick you. Why did you trick me first? That's right. Could world consciousness be prepared to tell Li Yuqian the specific location of his neighbor's world to earn some introduction fees and agency fees? But he was cheated? After Li Yuqian left his own world, he probably went to his neighbor. During this time in the Trisolaran world, some hidden civilizations couldn't help but attack the false coordinates of the Trisolaran fleet. But if you want all civilizations to be exposed, it will probably take a long time, and then you have to check it out. Li Yuqian didn't have the time to spare, so he directly added more burdens to Little Sunspot, asking him to finish the Pacific Rim world affairs. Just go back to work in the Trisolaran world. Anyway, now he can also control the main armor of Makala. It is completely possible to deal with this world at the single universe level. If that doesn't work, you can still call yourself to take action. As for myself, I just chose to go back to the main world of Marvel. I haven't been back for a long time, and I miss my old friends. The Marvel world, the Justice League headquarters, and the superheroes are getting busier and busier now, and their business is expanding more and more widely. There's no way around it. The further you go, the more supervillains you get, and the more superheroes emerge. Plus, the Justice League's professionalism is guaranteed. Moreover, Li Yuqian, the man behind the Justice League, has unfathomable strength, and these powerful robots are simply ridiculously powerful. It can be said that the current Marvel and Justice League are very powerful. There is no organization, and the government is dictating them. Now the police have been reduced to dealing with neighbors who are ignorant, wives who cheat on men, and children who fail exams. But today was a bit unexpected. A house was broken into and burglarized. No one took care of the matter, and it fell on the New York police. This made them very happy. As soon as they arrived at the scene, it was terrible. It was a large flat floor with nothing but a bed. Isn't this thief too outrageous? Steal everything from tables and sofas? The two policemen looked fiercely at the black boy who was arrested next to them. How dare you say you didn't steal anything? Tell me, where did you put all the things? The black boy looked helpless. Fake. I told you that there is only one bed in this place and nothing else. Poor guy. I'm ready to throw $100 to the owner of this house. This guy is a habitual criminal. He sneaked into this high-end apartment and was immediately arrested by the security guard. In Country M, the wages in high-end apartments like this are quite high. It is still possible to catch a small thief. Of course, if the monthly salary is $3,000, it may be a bit difficult to catch the thief. Security guard, protect your own safety with a monthly salary of $3,000. Why are you working hard? With that little money to hire them here, all they have to do is keep the gate open. But if the salary is high enough, the little thieves must be allowed to experience what it means to be in a free country, and the head of the household, holding the Tai-Nai summoner in hand, must be able to experience what it means to get what you pay for. Then the police were called, and several policemen ran over. They were very happy and finally came to the big job. After being arrested and beaten several times, the black boy admitted that he had indeed come here to steal something, and pride opened the door, but he argued that he had not succeeded in stealing. There is nothing in this room except a bed. Which policeman would believe this? This black guy actually dared to quibble. One of the police decided to let this guy experience what the police station's secret technique called black knee attack was. At this moment, a white light flashed, and Liu Qian stretched himself leisurely and let out a groan. Then he opened his eyes. At this time, several policemen and a thief in the room looked at each other with Liu Qian. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Liu Qian learned about the situation from the police and took a closer look at the flat floor. In fact, there was nothing missing at all. Indeed, there is only one bed, which is just a stronghold in the real world. It is similar to the normal sleep that goes into a small world. Since the last time all the things on the Great Flat were brought to the small world, they have not been restored to their original state. The thief was quite unjust. It was also for this reason that after the thief was caught by the security guard, he stayed in Marvel's robot for a quick inspection. It was discovered that the thief had not stolen anything, so the police were asked to deal with it. Speaking of which, if it weren't for the fact that there was only one bed in the large flat floor, so there were no protective measures, how could this little thief come in? Liu Qian waved his hand and was about to tell the truth. At this time, the black boy who had been staying aside shouted excitedly, "Bicycle King, I am your fan. You will definitely tell the truth, right?" Liu Qian, why are good nicknames always less popular than bad nicknames? That's outrageous. As for my little fan, let me teach you the dangers of society. How is it possible that there is only one bed? I checked in with my bag, and there are all the things I should have in it. Great. Liu Qian's words made this little fan look shocked and puzzled. Only those who have wronged you know how wronged you are. The thief was dragged away directly by the police. They wanted to find the property of this apartment to obtain the original information of the large flat, and then let the thief pay compensation and be sentenced. Liu Qian whistled, opened the portal, and walked directly in. Opposite was the Justice League headquarters. The people in the Justice League headquarters were quite busy, so Liu Qian took a closer look. Captain America Rogers was filming a commercial, and Liu Qian took a look next to the studio. Rogers looked at the camera and said speechlessly, "Hello, I am Soldier Boy. Captain America. Damn it. The whole Earth knows who I am, and you let me do this. It's so damn stupid." Liu Qian clicked his tongue twice. Captain Telegraph still performed extremely steadily. "Hey Rogers, what commercial are you filming?" "Fake. You the missing person are finally back again. Oh, don't mention it. Let me shoot advertisements that promote quality and civility and educate children, such as don't swear, don't fight, study hard, etc. I'm so Ed." Liu Qian, whose brilliant idea was to let the Telegraph captain shoot this kind of advertisement. Why don't you let Nick Fury star in a whitening commercial? Where's Tony? Where'd he go to pick up girls again? Liu Qian carefully observed the Justice League headquarters, and Tony was not there at all. Captain America Rogers, after grinding and cursing for a long time, finally finished filming and ran out. After hearing what Liu Qian said, he quickly looked around and said, "I don't dare to say this. I don't dare to say this. If Little Pepper heard this, then that's okay. TCH, last time, I saw him harassing staff at the headquarters, asking how old a woman was. The woman answered directly, 'It's D now. Look at Wando Ohua. I'm embarrassed to say it.'" Liu Qian complained mercilessly, and then Roger's smiling face suddenly froze, and he said seriously, "That's what the woman said herself. Tony originally just wanted to ask her how old she was, because she is quite young. She's afraid that child labor will be employed at the Justice League headquarters. Besides, it's your responsibility to resist childish beauty. Tony is not such a pervert." Rogers blinked wildly, and Liu Qian suddenly noticed Hua Dian. "Isn't it the responsibility of you and me? Why is there missing me?" "Rogers, it's broken. You discovered all." However, he still blinked rapidly, and Liu Qian looked back stiffly. Oh, Pepper stood behind the two of them expressionlessly, then turned and left. Liu Qian looked at Rogers solemnly and patted his shoulder. We didn't say anything today. I understand, and I don't like childish beauty either. Rogers understood instantly and reached a cooperation with Liu Qian. Then, Rogers told Liu Qian what Tony was doing now. During this time, the new president of Country M was elected, a wealthy man named Chuan Jiangwo. Tony supported him very much and was now attending a meeting with him. Rogers also pointed to the TV beside him and said, "Look, it's playing on TV right now." Liu Qian glanced there and was stunned for a moment. The man on the TV was wearing a red scarf, and his black hair was dyed gold for the country. He had the air of an old friend, which made Liu Qian panic. What is this? The weird Marvel King. And this name, is it so outrageous? Happy. Liu Qian took a look. What year is Marvel now? It was 2017, before he traveled back in time, the year the King of Understanding was elected. It's so detailed. If this guy becomes the president in the future, it seems that videos of the whole life will be indispensable in the future. Sai. Finally, the King of Understanding on TV ended with the sentence, "No one knows this better than me," and received a lot of applause. Liu Qian looked at Mr. Wang, shook his head, and took some devilish steps. To be honest, it was a bit hard to break down. He said casually, "What about little Spider-Man? Doesn't he like to stay at the Justice League headquarters the most?" Oh, the New York Police Department is going to hold a press conference and issue a legal provision prohibiting sneaking into other people's homes in the middle of the night to shave their pets' heads. For this kind of thing that is not dangerous but has a bit of exposure, Tony asked little Spider-Man to act as the representative of the Justice League. Rogers said casually, and Liu Qian was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Why is this strange legal provision issued? What is the prohibition on sneaking into other people's homes in the middle of the night and shaving the heads of pets? Oh, because there's a man who sneaks into other people's houses secretly, shaves a cat's head without doing anything, and turns it into a Mediterranean cat. Then it went viral, and a legal clause was added. Liu Qian, no, such a niche word. Liu Qian was shocked. How could there be so much wisdom in this world? By the way, I heard that the cat with the Mediterranean shape will also appear. Roger's words made Liu Qian a little interested, just according to the timeline. It is estimated that Marvel's Spider-Man Homecoming is about to happen, so I just want to join the fun and take a look. Will this event happen? After all, the plots of the original version may not all happen. Now, for example, the plots of Avengers 2, Ultron, and Captain America, Civil War. Liu Qian's intrusion directly took away the soul gems, coupled with Liu Qian's power. Tony is not under much pressure at all now, and the birth of Ultron is out of the question, let alone the 3 civil wars between the U.S. teams. Now the Justice League is an organization that is considered aloof to a certain extent. The government of Country M still wants to make small moves to cause civil war. Joke, Liu Qian said, my punches are not bad at all. In fact, this is quite good. When the plot happens and the special achievement is checked in, it will ring in his ears. As for the plot of the hero's return, Liu Qian thought about it carefully, and it should also disappear. I don't know about this because I haven't heard the clock sound yet. It stands to reason that the number of Chitauri who poured into New York through the wormhole was pitiful, and the number of Chitauri assigned to the Justice League superheroes was even less. At that time, a weak, pitiful, and helpless Chitauri often appeared on the battlefield, surrounded by 3 muscular men: Thor, Captain America, and the Hulk. That scene was so philosophical and terrible to watch. Even those 3 alien weapons were put away by Tony. If this could cause problems, then you must laugh at Tony and let him practice more. Liu Qian waved his hand and left the Justice League. Psychokinesis scanned it and quickly found the location of little Spider-Man. He opened the portal and walked in directly. A lot of people gathered at the press conference, which looked very formal, and reporters even broadcast it live. The police chief who announced the outrageous law even had a sign language interpreter beside him, and little Spider-Man Parker was sitting in a seat at the front. Liu Qian chose to appear in the bathroom on this floor and appeared directly. It would be crowded with people and his crazy fans, which would be bad. You have to keep a low profile, you have to get over it slowly, and don't be so arrogant when you appear. After all, the main world of Marvel is the first world that I have traveled through, and it is very memorable. Among them, his own friends are the most harmful to others. Li Yuqian generally doesn't mess around in this world. If he goes too far, it will be bad. As a result, after Li Yuqian came out of the restroom full of men, he looked at the sign at the door of the restroom. Women's restroom? There were many questions in Li Yuqian's mind, so he asked a man who had just come out from the side, "Is this the women's room?" "Yes, my psychological gender is female. Isn't that okay?" Li Yuqian looked at the men's restroom and saw a bunch of women coming out and gradually fell into deep thought. The world is becoming more and more abstract. Li Yuqian sneaked into the press conference, then dragged a chair and placed it next to little Spider-Man Parker. Parker had a look of surprise on his face and gave him a bear hug. Li Yuqian quickly dodged it and showed a disgusted face, after taking a good look at the Mediterranean cat with a look of despair. I casually asked little Spider-Man, "Have you encountered any robbers using alien weapons recently?" "No, nothing big has happened in New York recently. I'm so busy." The police station no longer updates its equipment. It almost feels like it is useless. After all, it is very convenient to go to superhero if something happens. Now the police department can even afford sign language interpreters. Little Spider-Man Parker complained mercilessly. Just after explaining the outrageous laws, the police chief who just came down was stunned. "Isn't this invited by the Justice League?" "I just said that the Justice League is really good. Not only did they attend this press conference, they also hired a sign language interpreter." Li Yuqian, little Spider-Man Parker, something is wrong. 19 out of 10 is wrong. After the press conference, several police officers immediately arrested the sign language interpreter and found out after investigation. This guy doesn't know sign language at all. He just goes up there to play and makes random gestures. When people from the police station asked her, she said she was a staff member of the Justice League. After all, the Justice League has a lot of money and has developed a lot of non-staff members. The people at the police station had no suspicion. The police chief felt like his head was exploding. It was broadcast live just now. It's hard to imagine those who couldn't hear the sound after watching this live broadcast. What the hell would this mean? People who read sign language and cannot hear the sound got information from live TV. I don't agree with his point of view. I think pasta should be mixed with number 42 concrete. Does this have anything to do with the title of the live broadcast? Li Yuqian took little Spider-Man away from the chaotic police station. This country is so free, becoming more abstract every day. It's amazing today. I don't think anything more outrageous than this will happen in New York. Little Spider-Man was also shocked and said something casually. Then Li Yuqian stopped and spoke to him solemnly. "No, there are even more outrageous things such as Thor, Iron Man, Captain America, and the Hulk. The four of them robbed an ATM together." Little Spider-Man Parker turned around and saw that in a convenience store not far away, four guys wearing inferior Justice League superhero masks were grabbing the cash machine on the roadside. Li Yuqian was a little unhappy. The four robbers all wore superhero masks, but none of them had his own handsome face. What a lack of vision. Li Yuqian took little Spider-Man to the robbery scene without saying a word. At this time, the four robbers were chatting while robbing each other, and the American robber shouted loudly, "Quick, decorate more, hurry up, hurry up." After finishing this job, I will find a few more younger brothers and give them the masks of Spider-Man, Hawkeye, and Falcon to make them bigger and stronger and create greater glory. Ahem, have you forgotten your ancestors? Li Yuqian chose to remind these people. Maybe their masks are too handsome and they are too embarrassed to wear them. The American robber turned around and blurted out, "Ancestor? Is it the superhero who doesn't show up for several months? It's too bad to have such a poor superhero who doesn't even have a decent suit." Li Yuqian, "I'm just doing whatever I want. I'm strong, okay? If I don't have a suit, will I be poor?" Li Yuqian's eyes gradually became unkind, and the four robbers reacted. immediately raised the alien weapon. The next second, the weapons in their hands glowed red. Li Yuqian casually hooked them, and their weapons came out of their hands and were crushed into iron balls. The brains of the four robbers were working rapidly for an instant, and then they immediately laid down and begged for mercy. My ancestors, let me go. I'm in such a miserable state. I've been colorblind since I was a child. So many people discriminate against me. I drive a taxi, and they don't even come up. It's really low quality. I'm even worse. Because of my drinking, my genes have mutated, and my baby's skin color has become dark. Oh. I'm doing surgery on him just to make money. No. I'm even worse off. I don't have all my limbs. I don't have any problems. My child has no mutations, and there is nothing wrong with my life. Yuri, I'm miserable too. As long as you let me go, I will do good deeds every day from now on, rob other people's wealth, and help my own poverty. Li Yuqian felt like he was struck by lightning. These four guys are not very good at thinking. I am a superhero, and you are the villain, little Kayla. This is not a big stage for complaining in a voice. You are all miserable. What the hell are you doing? And the third one, you are not miserable at all, right? The fourth one, why are you still eating and taking it? Little Spider-Man was a little shaken on the side. I didn't expect these people to have such difficulties, but it's a pity. I have to arrest you because you violated the law. Li Yuqian, this is obviously fake. Okay, and how pitiful are they? Okay, the second one is a bit pitiful. The drinking kid mutated. Li Yuqian's psychokinesis directly tied up the four robbers, then called the police station and asked them to send some people to wash the floor and lock up these criminals. After the police arrived, Li Yuqian patted the shoulder of the guy who was still mutated because of drinking and said earnestly, I suggest you do a paternity test so you don't get drunk unjustly. After the police car sent the four talents away, Li Yuqian studied the alien weapon that he had just crushed into a ball. It is not quite accurate to say that it is an alien weapon. It was indeed an alien weapon originally, but it has been modified twice. It's outrageous to say that. Originally, the weapons of the Chitauri didn't have so many functions, nor were they so powerful. Li Yuqian knew that in the original plot, these weapons were so powerful that they seemed to have mutated. That's outrageous. Even with a small pistol, Black Widow can kill the Chitauri in 1v1, and their weapons are just average. When I arrived on Earth, I felt like I was completely transformed. Earth is such a wonderful place. No wonder there are so many things going on every day. Li Yuqian complained ruthlessly and began to use these weapons as clues, cooperate with his superbrain, and add psychokinesis search to find out the little boss behind the scenes. It's the villain named Vulture. It's really strange that the Justice League is developing so well now, and there are still people who are villains. It's interesting to work in such a dead-end industry, but it's also quite inspiring. He's a supervillain, and he relies on picking up all his equipment and modifying and upgrading it himself. Li Yuqian opened the portal and waved. Let's go. Your grandpa will take you to kill a supervillain and gain experience. Remember, watch carefully and study hard. The two walked into the portal and saw a warm family dinner scene. It was obvious that the father and daughter were eating together. They were all shocked when they saw the way the two appeared. Little Spider-Man Parker subconsciously covered his face. Help. We were talking about being a supervillain, but why is the girl I like, Liz, opposite me? Could it be that she is a supervillain? Damn it. I finally got excited once, but I lost so completely. It hurts. It hurts so much. That's right. The Vulture's daughter, the villain in Homecoming, is little Spider-Man's crush. It's a bit like a bloody drama. Li Yuqian looked at Tumu's the Vulture, who was pretending to be calm, but was actually very panicked, and said righteously, Vulture, you've done something wrong. Come with me to the Justice League headquarters. You are lucky. You can enter a prison specially for supervillains, with food, housing, and a small private room. Action is worse than action. Go and experience it. Vulture. For this kind of supervillain, ordinary police stations and prisons are not enough for him to mess with. Tony built a supervillain prison specifically for these special talents. And by the way, Bucky is still staying in it. It just so happens that Bucky has a neighbor, a prison dedicated to supervillains. Li Yuqian, TSK, 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 what kind of Marvel version of Arkham Asylum? Liz, the Vulture's daughter opposite, was really confused at this time. She didn't want to believe what the person opposite said, but she knew the appearance of Li Yuqian and Spider-Man, and she would cooperate with Li Yuqian. The fool also knew that her father seemed to have done something bad, and now he was found. Her mind was confused, but the truth was already obvious. She still couldn't believe the attachment and trust of her relatives, and chose to resist. I don't understand what you are talking about. Putting aside the facts, are you not wrong? My father will not go with you. My version is T0. Marvel has its own set, but in Marvel, there are various super abilities, supervillains, and superhero Duan phase world. This set won't work. Li Yuqian immediately surged with psychokinesis, immobilizing the two of them, and then called Tony and asked him to send staff to deal with it. Vulture also has many younger brothers. To capture the thief, capture the king first. After catching him, his younger brothers and the staff of the Justice League will be enough to deal with them. The Vulture wanted to resist, but unfortunately his ability relied entirely on alien technology armor, a vulture-shaped exoskeleton armor. Without the armor, he is just a weak and helpless, ordinary middle-aged uncle. At this time, little Spider-Man Parker is hiding in the corner, trying to reduce his influence. I prayed to the goddess I had a crush on not to notice me, and at the same time, I felt a little sad. The buildings in the surrounding rooms are very luxurious. It can be seen that Vulture is very good to her family and her daughter. How could her daughter not know what her father is doing? After all, the way to suddenly get rich was basically only in the law, but she just didn't want to think about it. Parker feels that her outlook on life is different from his. It seems that this relationship ended in nothing and became emo. Li Yuqian looked at the low-pressure little Spider-Man on the side. A little speechless, this person was out of the question. This Vulture, in the original plot, can be regarded as a path to darkness, and it will not change easily. Now that the Justice League is so powerful and the employment situation of supervillains is so severe, he has chosen the path of supervillain. If he really becomes his father-in-law, little Spider-Man will really be no longer human inside and out. Li Yuqian said, "Don't worry. As your grandfather, the whole world behind you has forgotten Peter Parker and doesn't know who Spider-Man is. I'll help you rewrite it, little Spider-Man. I'm covering you up. Is this what it feels like to be a grandpa? It's pretty good. Tony, I'm addicted to taking advantage." The days of Marvel are still so simple and unpretentious. From time to time, I walk the dog, sometimes I trick people, and I live a happy life. But what was unexpected was that Li Yuqian actually received the news that his subordinate Jinjuan had achieved a breakthrough and became an immortal. Little Sunspot sent a message asking how to deal with it, and Li Yuqian became interested after hearing this. This guy actually became an immortal, although because Marvel is far away from that world, the flow rate of time is quite different. But if you think carefully, it's only been more than 10 years, and he actually achieved a breakthrough and became an immortal. Isn't this piece of shit a little corrupt? In the small world, the Mahayana monk who was originally known as the wild-haired True Monarch, but was later forced to change his name to the bald-headed True Monarch, has now become the pinnacle of immortality in that world. Countless romantic figures, the three patriarchs of Qin Xian, Dan Zun, the Sword King, and the two righteous geniuses who combined their swords to defeat the evil army. In the end, I am the only one who can become an immortal. Of all the immortal cultivators in this generation, I am the only one who can achieve my level. The bald master's smile is lewd, with a hint of generosity, which is everything you need to survive until the end. It's a pity that there is no way back. It has reached its peak, and the road to immortality is constantly being opened up. Fighting and killing are the best catalysts. Maybe there was a war in their world before, and the immortals who died had this idea. They want to open up a new realm and go to the next level. It's a pity that they didn't do it, and even because of the war between good and evil, all the immortal level masters disappeared or died. But now, after so many years, He is the only immortal who has emerged, and there is no way for his successors. However, he has a plan. He comes out to be a gangster because of his power and background. He is not a scumbag. And there's the boss. His boss is so elusive that he can even travel to other worlds. He has such a high level of cultivation now. As long as he shows his immortal level strength, he will definitely be put to great use. Maybe if your boss gives you something, you can get a glimpse of the true meaning and open up a new realm. So he happily told Sunspot, the number 6 boy in that world, and applied to meet the boss. As expected, his boss wanted to reuse him. This is not special. Let yourself travel across the world to meet him. As soon as Li Yuqian returned to the small world, he saw the silly bald master and was speechless. Can you please stop smiling like that? If others see you like this, they will suspect that I, Mr. Li, am even a fool. You little bald man has actually become an immortal. Tell me honestly, have you been corrupt? The bald master looked aggrieved. Boss me, you don't believe it? Can't you prove my character after such a long time? And please call me bald master. Boss, don't play so much. Li Yuqian was a little speechless. The bald true monarch, who was originally mighty and unyielding, poor and lowly, with a proud appearance, suddenly smiled playfully. Li Yuqian casually upgraded the heavenly contract in his body and obtained his information. This guy is really not greedy, but he is the only Mahayana monk in his world, and because of the establishment of the Righteous Path Alliance, he can always see all kinds of wonderful methods whenever he wants to find an excuse. There was no one of the same level to restrain him, and he had seen many mysterious spells and techniques. In addition, this guy had been stubborn for long enough, and he really realized something. Break through and become an immortal, gaining the power of exploding stars. Yes, you're especially allowed to move freely in your world and your small world. From now on, you will be one of my soldiers. Li Yuqian admired this guy a little. He was flexible, but also very stubborn. His talent and understanding were not bad at all. This guy might be able to reach the level of a single universe with his help. At that time, with the addition of little Sunspot controlling the lore of Mahakala, it can be regarded as the combination of the 2 bald sunspots downstairs. Soldier, I have immortal level strength. I'm very strong. The bald true lord put on several poses, trying to prove his strength. Without saying anything, Li Yuqian casually ordered a robot soldier. Go and show him your strength. The bald true monarch showed no fear, holding 2 bloody swords and exuding an arrogant air. To be honest, with his flexible character, how could Mao exude such an arrogant temperament? Well, it may be the arrogance of the quantum state, which uses its extremely flexible bottom line to determine whether it has been wronged. Bang! You give him a punch. When he is stronger than you, he means that you have a way to kill him. When he is weaker than you, he can bend and stretch directly. It's a talent. It's a pity. Li Yuqian said that the talent of cultivating the world of immortality is nothing in his own small world. The bald true monarch's double swords exude domineering sword energy, and the sword princess contains the secret of magic. But opposite him, there was an ordinary robot with an incomprehensible hardness all over his body. It was as if every molecule of it was tightly connected. When it charged, its streamlined body exploded at extremely fast speeds. The bald, true monarch kept colliding with the robot, and the energy cannon collided with the sword energy. The more he fought, the more frightened he became. It seemed that he might not be able to defeat this robot. Although the attack power I sometimes burst out is higher than it, the robot is better because of its stable performance, which is stable both online and offline. But I can't do it myself. My mentality and playing time have affected my ability to some extent. The most important thing is that such a robot is just a soldier. The situation at the scene was already obvious. Li Yuqian waved casually. Okay, stop fighting. As soon as the words fell, the robot stopped, and the bald true monarch also stopped, but he felt a little bit broken in his Taoist heart. I can't even defeat a robot soldier. I'm so inferior. Li Yuqian was originally going to comfort him, but within a few seconds, he returned to his original appearance. It was obvious that he had coaxed himself quickly. This mental ability is awesome. He is a talented person. I asked Little Sunspot for extraordinary information. Study carefully and don't live up to my expectations. Li Yuqian patted his shoulder, and the bald true lord nodded quickly, looking at Li Yuqian's disappearing back. The bald true lord smiled and sighed. I thought my strength was quite strong, but I didn't expect that here. It can only be regarded as a unit of measurement, ordinary combat power. There is heaven outside the world, and there are people outside the world. However, I cannot always be just a unit of measurement. In this world, everyone is the protagonist, and everyone is a supporting role. Everyone has their own advantages. No one is a supporting role for life. Look at my bald master. I will create new realms and move forward with great joy. After listening to the words of the bald, true monarch in the small world, Li Yuqian couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Okay. This guy has a story to tell at first glance. He has a firm will, and he can bend and stretch. He has such lofty ambitions and ideals, and he never slacks off in order to achieve his goal. Don't be discouraged even if you fail. The most important thing is to keep smiling at all times. Wei Mao has an inexplicable sense of being a villain. Li Yuqian shook his head to disperse the brainstorm that flashed in his mind. I feel funny for no reason. If he is a villain, then wouldn't he become the villain's leader? What a kind and just person he is. How could he be the villain leader? Because of the bald true lord, Li Yuqian suddenly became interested in the world he had traveled through before. Having said that, I really have less and less time to see my old friend in the previous world. Thinking of this, Li Yuqian went to those worlds and started to communicate with each other. In the world of One Punch Superman, with the help of Little Sunspot's robot army, humans are very stable, and the weirdos who are already weak have no power to resist. In the world of Demon Kings and Brave Men, Demon King City has also developed very steadily, and the relationship between humans and those demons has gradually become better. To be honest, there's no difference in their looks. Don't they just have extra horns? Little Sunspot provided various high-tech technologies to the Demon King City in that world, which directly brought up the living standards of the world. Wouldn't you like it? You have to fight and kill. In fact, in this world, Li Yuqian has come a lot. After all, with Fia here, the charm of the succubus is still difficult to resist. The only advantage of this kind of traveling through various careers is that it can establish an innocent character. In each world, you can proudly say that there's only one person. Every time you enter a world, the first kiss is refreshed on time. Li Yuqian said that he still has too much bottom line. Some people consider their first kiss every day as a timely refresh. Li Yuqian doesn't even have a partner in most worlds, such as Marvel, Naruto World. In the past, when I was wandering around various planets in the universe, I mainly just wanted to gain experience and save beauties of various races. After all, they have a gambling father, a sick mother, and a younger brother who goes to school. She is broken. If I don't help her, who will help her? Besides, this is all trivial. Some planets are very backward. What I did was just a matter of chivalry, okay? Aguang. Okay, it's so fresh and refined. I almost believed it. Having said that, the world of Naruto is also developing very well. The colonization of the ninja world is no longer just in the solar system. The scope of colonization is getting wider and wider. Then there's the bald, true monarch's world of cultivating immortals, as well as the three-body problem and the Pacific Rim. Basically, Little Sunspot manages everything in an orderly manner, and Li Yuqian only visits to reminisce about his green years. The Dark Contract and those worlds have also been created and popularized. Little Sunspot can handle these things properly. Needless to say, Marvel is the world where he has changed the least and is the most careful. Li Yuqian feels that his existence has a positive impact. The positive characters in the plot should all be doing well, and they really deserve to be me. Loki, whose positive role was doubtful, suddenly sneezed and his face looked haggard. In my heart, I feel like there are 100,000 grass and mud horses galloping past. He is the majestic god of trickery Marvel's greatest scene creator, and the melee mage Loki. He felt as if he had been forgotten. When had his sense of existence been so low? When he was locked up with a bunch of Hydra agents, someone broke into the interrogation room, and the prisoners who escaped only ignored him. That's right, it's that silly metal-armed weirdo who muttered about rescuing Hydra. But he really only wanted to save Hydra? Don't you know that the enemy of your enemy is your friend? Bucky, I have been brainwashed. Do you understand single-core operation? How do you give orders? How do you save him? Then he was brought back to Asgard by his stupid brother Thor and imprisoned in a special prison. It was okay at first, because my stupid big brother and my parents would come over to check on me from time to time. But during this period of time, to put it simply, recently, silly brother seemed to have forgotten himself, and no one came to see him. Ignorance and cold violence are also a kind of abuse. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** been robbed. Liu Qian. Indeed, the plot of Thor 2 was directly speed-passed by me, and Loki had no chance to appear at all. At this time, Thor, who was having S**X with his partner, suddenly sneezed twice and scratched his head. A sneeze is because someone is thinking about myself. I just sneezed twice. Hey Jane, did you just sneeze twice? Thor smiled like a pig. Brother? Who is your brother? I don't know him, but my partner is more important. Lokimo. Logically speaking, he has been locked up for such a long time. In the Battle of New York, the group of Chitauri were beaten violently by the Justice League. It didn't cause any losses. He acted as a joker and gave Liu Qian a fleet in vain. Either he is being beaten or he is on the way to be beaten. I've already become honest. Please let me go. Why did Mao lock him up for so long? Silly brother, you forgot about it. Your parents will also forget about it, right? I am their son. Although I'm adopted, I still have feelings for him. It's impossible to be so busy that you forget about yourself because of other things, right? Odin, who was busy continuing to suppress death god Hela and dealing with the prophecy of Ragnarok, felt like he was about to die, said, I'm sorry, you guessed it right. Because of Liu Qian's intrusion, Loki basically failed to do bad things, and Thor and Liu Qian established a good relationship. Odin also made some small calculations and had hope in his heart. He vaguely felt that there were new changes in Ragnarok. His mentality was much better, and his body was much better. His physical condition was much better than in the original plot, but at this time, he was a little unable to hold on. Loki, who was in isolation, suddenly saw two figures appearing in front of his cell. Odin took his wife Frigga with him. With a firm expression, he opened the door and said to him word by word, Go to Midgard quickly and ask Liu Qian of the Justice League to come. Liu Qian had just finished visiting those worlds. He didn't even choose a world to have fun for a few days when he was called back to Marvel. Once the portal in the Marvel world opened directly to the Justice League headquarters. At this time, many people from the Justice League were present, including Captain America, Falcon, Hawkeye, Little Spider-Man, Hulk, and Iron Man. Everyone was there, making the scene quite grand. Liu Qian took a closer look and discovered the people surrounding them. The shame among gods, the melee mage Loki and his mother Frigga, and Thor beside him. Everyone in the Justice League is very cold to Loki, but they still respect Frigga. After all, he is also Thor's mother. Loki and Thor have one thing in common. That is, they both love their mother, and she is also a mother worthy of respect. Liu Qian, I am destined to be an equally powerful opponent. It's been a long time since we last seen each other. Loki looked arrogant and looked sharply at his lifelong enemy, the man who had repeatedly ruined his plans. Liu Qian, everyone around, how do you have a nerve to say that we are evenly matched in strength? The people around him looked at him with disdain, which made Loki break his guard instantly. After all, as the old saying goes, lies will never hurt, but the truth is the sharpest weapon. Loki is anxious. Am I much worse than him? At most, a little bit worse. Loki made a gesture indicating that he was losing the H-country market and pinched the air with 2 fingers. But in the eyes of the people around him, if Loki had any idea, there was a galaxy between those 2 fingers, not a universe. Oh, hello, this must be Thor's mother. I heard Tony called and said you wanted to see me for something. Li Yuqian ignored Loki and asked Frigga. Loki, who was ignored, became even more anxious. Jijiji, he is almost going to inherit the Gigi king. Hey, I'm talking to you. Although I lost gloriously last time, I, Loki, will never be weaker than anyone else in my life. Hello, Mr. Lee. I can't believe that a strong man like you has appeared in Midgard. My husband wants to invite you to Asgard as a guest. Frigga said with a smile. Li Yuqian frowned. Are you in a hurry? It's urgent. Frigga had a lot of sadness on her face, but she knew what kind of situation her husband was facing now. Li Yuqian nodded and agreed. The old man Odin didn't say anything when he bought Thor's hammer. In addition, he has a good relationship with Thor, and at this point in time, it is obvious that Odin is dying and Hela is about to escape. It seems that I want to ask myself to take action, but that's not impossible. I'll just ask for more reward when the time comes. Li Yuqian and Frigga were talking, and Loki on the side felt a little chilled when he saw that no one was paying attention to him. I was really fed up with this cold violence. Loki immediately blushed and waved his hands, pulling out 2 daggers to show off his presence as a melee mage. Then he was beaten violently by his own mother. Should he say that he was indeed the queen of Asgard, Frigga? She is obviously a mage, and she is also quite good at boxing and kicking, beating Loki around. Frigga said that Fu is also a master in close-quarters kung fu. Of course, on the one hand, she is good at close combat, but on the other hand, Loki does not dare to fight back. After all, Loki loves his mother very much. No wonder Odin dared to let Frigga watch Loki come to Earth. Frigga grabbed Loki's ears and asked him to apologize to everyone in the Justice League and tell him on the spot what stupid thing he had done. Then Frigga showed a guilty expression to everyone in the Justice League and, at the same time, invited the superheroes of the Justice League to go to Asgard when they are free recently. Asgard will make it up to the Midgardians. This made everyone present have a much better attitude toward Loki, and Li Yuqian saw all this. I knew very well in my heart that this was to let Loki leave a good impression in front of me, so that was fine. Although Loki has done a lot of bad things, he can't kill him. Thor and Loki, these 2 guys, love and kill each other, and their feelings are very deep. Don't think that they usually fight very hard, almost stabbing each other in the waist, but if you really want to kill Loki, Thor will feel uncomfortable. No one inside or outside belongs to you. Go to Asgard and talk about this, and many people in the Justice League will not be sleepy. Everyone wants to go. The Earth has been so peaceful recently, and the peaceful ones don't even look like Marvel. Generally speaking, in Marvel, there will be some superhero and supervillain wars in about a month, and there will be a crisis on the Earth in about a year. And the hardest hit area must be New York. This year was good. Nothing happened. There were very few battles between superheroes and supervillains. They all suspected that someone had taken over the monster. Li Yuqian, that's for sure. Even if you don't look at this timeline, the villain is either Ego, the god of heaven, or Domu from the Dark Dimension. After finally creating a new vulture supervillain in New York, Li Yuqian was treated as a wild monster. Naturally, this year was calm and nothing happened. Wild monster vulture. I have something to say. Since there really isn't much going on recently, even if there is, it's mostly just some minor villains making a small fuss and letting some robots shot by little Sunspot take care of it. So, the Justice League superheroes held a team building and went to Asgard to play together for a few days. The time is chosen on Saturday and Sunday. There is no way, little Spider-Man. I have to go to class on Monday and Friday. It's agreed that everyone will go, but little Spider-Man must not be left out. After everyone in the Justice League who was originally smiling heard about the time, they subconsciously felt a little bit colder. It was broken. The company team building was on Saturday and Sunday. How could this bad wind blow into the Justice League? Then I thought about it. Oh, this is real fun, not a silly team building game where you have to drink with the leader and play badly. This time I really went to Asgard, a real team building, and I instantly became happy again. I am not the kind of arrogant and resentful worker. Author, I have been comprehended. Degree. The New York Police Department learned that the Justice League was going to have a team building event this Saturday and weekend, and they immediately cheered. Conscience of heaven and earth. In the past few years, policemen like them have become rusty, and basically all robbers at the level have been robbed by superheroes. Even the superheroes who steal cars take care of it, and even help the old man cross the street. There are superheroes to help. It's really too curly. Little Spider-Man Parker passes by silently. In this country of freedom, these police officers have actually been able to empty their magazines less often in recent years, which is amazing. I had to clear the magazine properly during those 2 days, which was quite stressful. Even without superheroes and those robots, alas, this industry is getting more and more complicated. If you really can't, go work at the tax bureau. That department has many types of weapons, including tanks. But if a tax collection department has tanks, how can anyone dare to evade taxes? There are few opportunities to take action. I'm shocked. Free M Legion. Shooting doesn't happen every day. I'm not used to it anymore. Before going out to travel and build a team, you always have to make some preparations, but there is nothing to prepare. The day passed like usual. Early Saturday morning, most of the Justice League didn't bring anything with them. After all, they were going to Asgard. It's still the legendary Odin who treats guests. It's impossible to ask for everything then, right? How inferior is the Nordic god system? There is only little Spider-Man Parker with clear and silly eyes, and he brought a large bag and a suitcase. Liu Qin took a closer look and saw that this unlucky kid had even brought a tent with him. No, you thought he was trying to survive in the wilderness. Still too young. Some of the other Justice League superheroes also brought their relatives, such as Tony brought Pepper Potts, and Hawkeye brought his family. Thor also brought his girlfriend Jane, which to a certain extent can be regarded as a kind of bringing someone to your door. Frigga was quite satisfied with him as a partner. After all, it was not easy for a silly son to have someone he liked. The only woman who played well with Thor in the past was Sif, so we should treat her as a brother to have a good relationship. I have been with a goddess for so many years, and I actually treat her like a brother. It was hard for Frigga to express her feelings towards her stupid son. I was afraid that my stupid son would end up alone, but now I feel better. He finally understands and actually knows how to like people. It is really not easy. Loki also got to know Jane well during this period and had great doubts about her level of appreciation. He actually likes his stupid big brother. It's amazing that someone actually likes his stupid big brother. Having said that, no one seems to like me, so I became autistic in an instant. In the Justice League headquarters, after everyone had arrived, Liu Qin and Frigga had not yet spoken. Thor on the side, when he saw that everyone was here, shouted for Rainbow Bridge. Scared, Nick Fury and Coulson, who also came to team building, were shocked. Fortunately, after a long time when there was no response, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief and then shouted loudly, "Go to the top of the building. Are you calling me?" The Rainbow Bridge has a huge impact. If you just call this, a hole will be made in the ceiling, and those people upstairs will be beaten to ashes in an instant. Hearing this, everyone in the Justice League looked at Thor, and Thor scratched his head. It seems so. No wonder the Rainbow Bridge didn't respond. Heimdall probably did not release the Rainbow Bridge for this reason. Mistakes, don't worry about the details. Innocent passerby, who was almost beaten to a pulp by the Rainbow Bridge. What's the difference between this and being crushed to death by a car that a superhero uses to attack a supervillain while walking down the street? Isn't this too unfair? Although the Rainbow Bridge is usually used as a tool for teleportation, in fact, the lethality of this thing is terrifying. When Odin was young, he liked to use the Eternal Spear to release the Rainbow Bridge, and then blow up stars to obtain URU metal. If Thor's voice really called for the Rainbow Bridge, all the unlucky people upstairs and within the scope of the Rainbow Bridge would probably be beaten to ashes. The Justice League and the others walked to the top of the building, and Thor continued to summon the Rainbow Bridge. However, after summoning it for a long time, there was still no response. Liu Qin couldn't wait any longer. After casually asking for the coordinates of Asgard, he summoned the portal and walked directly in with a group of people. In the control room of the Rainbow Bridge, a bald man wearing a battle armor was talking to two Asgard ladies. "Look at my big treasures. These are treasures I bought from various planets, especially these two pieces that will destroy the world. So I made it for Midgard, and it's great. At this time, the instrument behind him that controlled the Rainbow Bridge was flashing. It's a pity that this bald man from Asgard was so obsessed with picking up girls that he didn't pay attention to what was happening behind him. Everyone who saw this scene, Frigga coughed twice, and then she attracted the attention of the bald man who was obsessed with picking up girls. He ran over quickly, looked at the sword behind him, looked at the Justice League, and the Midgard scene behind him. My heart skipped a beat. Something went wrong. My boss caught me trying to fish at work. What should I do? Frigga showed her queenly style. Scorch, although you are temporarily replacing Heimdall to control the Bifrost, you should not be so slack. When Heimdall comes back, you can return to your original position. Scorchy's face turned green. No? What a great job. If you want to eat, you can send it directly over the Rainbow Bridge. If you want anything, you can send it directly on the Rainbow Bridge. He used the Rainbow Bridge to get a lot of treasures. Now, he wants to say goodbye to this job. Woo, there's less work to do, it is close to home, the salary is not bad, and you can use the Rainbow Bridge to shop for 0 yuan. Such a magical job is leaving me. Thor was confused and asked his mother curiously where Heimdall had gone. Before Frigga could explain, Scorchy actively told the cause and effect. It turns out that Heimdall led the Asgard army to defeat the flame giant Surtur. Thor became anxious when he heard this. Why didn't he call himself War? At this time, Frigga said in a faint tone, I don't know who it is, but it's just a matter of keeping company with someone on Earth. How can you tell him to come back? He won't come back. Thor was speechless and could only make a fake smile and pretend to be busy. It's always right to pretend to be busy when you're embarrassed, and then talk about that thing and change the topic. Speaking of which, isn't the flame giant quite powerful? Is it okay for Heimdall to bring those men? Don't worry, the eternal flame is still in Asgard. His current strength is as weak as Loki. Heimdall and Asgard soldiers are enough to kill him. After Frigga finished speaking, Loki on the side said, No, when did I become a unit of measurement? Scourge listened to Thor and his son talking, winking at the side to increase his sense of presence. Thor showed a suspicious expression on him, and Scorchy rubbed his hands and said excitedly, Your Highness Thor, you don't remember me? I'm Scorchy, the one I fought alongside. After speaking, Scorchy puffed up his chest and showed a proud expression. Thor who? One word could chill a person's heart. Scorchy lost his job. His most proud thing was to fight side by side with His Highness Thor. As a result, Thor didn't remember who he was at all, and he was going to let the 2 female companions who had just played with him comfort his soul. When I looked up, the 2 women had run away long ago when they saw something was wrong. Unfortunately, after a lot of effort, I established a relationship with 2 beauties, and now they both ran away. Okay, nothing. Scourge exuded low pressure. He found the treasure he had collected, Midgard's tape recorder, and pressed it directly to play his song. His low air pressure is accompanied by the song, North wind fluttering, cold wind shao shao. There is an inexplicable sense of joy. Everyone who saw this scene. Li Yuqian, I would like to call you the king of rags. You can take the 2 M16s. They are considered arms and have some value. You want everything from a green electric car to a radio. The most important thing is the radio. You really use it. It's amazing. You are a talent. The Justice League and the rest watched Sturkey's outrageous actions. When Frigga and Loki saw this, they felt inexplicably ashamed, having embarrassed Midgard. The scene made Sturkey, who was embarrassed at the scene, change from the position of temporarily controlling the Rainbow Bridge to sweeping the floor in the Rainbow Bridge control room. Then he looked at the Justice League apologetically. I made everyone laugh. It's okay. When someone treats you as a guest, you still have to be polite. Everyone ignored it tacitly. Captain America and Frigga were happily chatting about what Sturge did just now. Captain America said, Beauty is like fine wine. The older it gets, the mellower it becomes. He sees that Frigga still has her charm, and he admires it very much. Odin, who came to greet everyone, saw this scene and felt a sense of crisis. Odin sent people to arrange the rooms for everyone in the Justice League and everything they should have. Little Spider-Man Parker was carrying a big bag on his back, carrying a big bag in his hands, and pushing a suitcase with a small bag, which made him feel lonely. Thor was originally going to excitedly meet up with his good friends, the three warriors of Asgard, to reminisce about old times. But as a result, the three warriors and Sif accompanied Heimdall to conquer the flame giant Surtur. However, this time is almost the same. At noon, Heimdall, the three warriors of Asgard, Sif and Asgard's army, returned with the head of Surtur, the flame giant, whose original strength was barely comparable to Odin, lost the eternal fire. He was literally killed by a bunch of cannon fodder, and he was as weak as Loki. Loki, no call, thank you. The army returned victorious, and just as distinguished guests from the Justice League came to visit, Odin held a banquet, and Surtur's head was placed in the center of the banquet for everyone to watch. Everyone from the Justice League gathered around to join in the fun, and the three warriors of Asgard talked about the battle scenes and Surtur's bragging. This guy is so shameless. He actually dares to boast and brag. He actually said that he would bring Ragnarok to Asgard. He will destroy a mortal palace. It's so ridiculous. The Lion of Asgard, Volstagg, patted his chest and talked about the scene at that time. Thor also made the move to lose the H-country market, pinched the air with his 2 fingers. I thought this flame giant's head would be bigger, but this is much smaller than I thought. I dare to go against Alaska. I thought he was so powerful, but Loki wiped my asterisk and showed me his hand. The result was a big lump for me. Loki, can you please stop using me as an example? I can't stand it anymore. Loki's persistent complaints finally caught the attention of his father Odin, who looked like he had something in mind. Loki looked excited, feeling proud that his father wanted to make the decision for him. He said in a slow tone, I almost forgot about you. When the banquet is over, you can go back to prison and continue to reflect on your invasion of Midgard. Loki broke through his defense instantly. I am your son. Picked it up. Odin said a word and asked Loki to hide in the corner in a moat. Next to him was Sturch. He kindly stepped aside, and the two of them also stood in the corner in a moat. This wave belongs to the brothers in distress. Odin greeted everyone while casually walking towards Liuqian. Liuqian also tried the Asgard food, and it tasted pretty good. It was all meat, wine, and relatively rough food. It's more in line with Asgard style. From time to time, some Asgardians would break their wine glasses to celebrate. Liuqian noticed Odin walking towards him, and he expected it. He couldn't have anything to do, so he invited him over. Odin's eyes showed an expression of appreciation. In Midgard, an unprecedented strong man has appeared. No wonder that guy from Ancient One can retire with such peace of mind. Odin said that although he only has one eye, his eye is a ruler. Liuqian is unfathomable and some of the things he does. He has also heard about the dark contracts spread in the magical world of Midgard. Liuqian guaranteed the death of Duomo. In other words, he guaranteed that he is now a single universe-level powerhouse, and even one of the best. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to kill Domu. With such strength, coupled with a good relationship with his silly eldest son Thor, and coupled with the fact that he can hardly suppress his filial daughter Hela, a plan came to his mind. Odin said with a smile, Mr. Lee, I have a friend who has an eldest daughter with a curvy figure. Although her makeup style is a bit different, but she is definitely a beautiful woman, and her family is also the richest in the 9 worlds. Are you interested in getting married? If you don't want your wife, as long as you open the mouth of Chrysostom, that beautiful woman will be yours. Liuqian, your map is a bit short. It's so hard to see. This is no one else. Old man Odin, you don't have to hide it. What words, what words? As we all know, I only have 2 sons, one biological and one adopted. How could Thor have a sister? Odin was a little sweaty. His eldest daughter Hela is a typical violent woman and a tomboy. Most men may find it hard to accept this. But then again, Liuqian is so strong. Wouldn't it be easy to suppress Hela? He won't be at a loss then. Although Hela is a bit older and has a fierce personality, her makeup style is a bit weird and she likes to have a smoky eye. Look at her good figure. And as the old saying goes, if a female college junior holds gold bricks, how many gold bricks does it take for Li Yuqian to hold? Let's make an engagement first. Then, when the time comes, we will get closer to each other. Someone will take care of Hela, a filial daughter, and someone will protect Asgard. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. And the most important thing is that Odin has also studied Li Yuqian. Although his moral bottom line is relatively flexible, he still has it. At least he won't rob his friend's property. Although he may squeeze it a little, it's better than being ruined by his stupid son, Thor. Li Yuqian looked at Odin's strong words, and the abacus almost jumped to his face. He said somewhat speechlessly, "You don't have to stress that Thor has a sister. Oh, forget it. Let's assume that from now on you is your friend. I want to ask a question. How old is I, Li Yuqian? How old is that woman? Although I know I'm handsome, there's no need for an old woman to covet me like this. Besides, what's wrong with Asgard being rich? When the time comes, the property won't be hers, and we won't be able to enjoy this soft meal. Bah, what kind of soft rice? Can I, Li Yuqian, like this?" Li Yuqian refused righteously, saying that Odin, you old man, has made a wrong calculation. I'm not the kind of man who give you something casually and then eats it for a while. When Odin saw this, he gritted his teeth, stamped his feet, raised his hand, and said, "As long as we make an engagement and marry my eldest daughter, I will give you a dimension directly." Oomph. Am I that kind of person? Li Yuqian curled his lips. It seemed that Odin didn't understand at all. At my current level, why do I need to eat soft food? This little thing is not enough for me to sacrifice my appearance. Odin went on to add another eternal fire. Li Yuqian firmly refused. To be honest, the Hela in the movie is taller and has a really good figure. But that look really doesn't suit my aesthetics, da? But who is Odin? As he matures, he is ready to test it in a roundabout way. Oh, by the way, who will take away my destroyer armor? That is a good treasure. Li Yuqian was speechless. No wonder he had taken away the destroyer armor, and no one was looking for him. This Lao Deng had planned it long ago. What is this? Fishing for law enforcement, forced to owe him a favor. Okay, I will take care of Hela's affairs. Thor is my friend. I will also take care of Ragnarok and Asgard. But I'm very busy with things every day. Odin understood instantly. The promised dimensions and eternal fire will be given to you directly after a while. Li Yuqian made an okay gesture. Although Odin did not achieve the best results, he also obtained Li Yuqian's promise. He thought about it carefully and then smiled. He had another plan. At this time, Thor and Loki in the distance looked at Odin's heartfelt smile and showed curious expressions. Odin hasn't smiled so happily in a long time. Li Yuqian, what kind of housekeeper speech is this? Thor ran to Li Yuqian's side, wondering what had just happened. Loki was also whistling in the corner and walked slowly over. "Oh, it's nothing. It's just you, Lao Deng, who want to introduce me to someone. Who is your eldest sister?" I refused righteously, and it's not that important. Loki. Thor. No, what the hell is this? Why did his sister appear? Thor was confused. His brother was not his biological son, and he had only heard of this news not long ago. As a result, news emerged that I have a biological sister. Odin, you are a cruel person. You hide it deeper than anyone else. Loki was even more shocked by the news. Damn it, there is another person vying for the throne. Although I originally had no hope, even if my stupid brother, Thor, ascended the throne, he would be much better than this eldest sister who appeared out of nowhere. Thor is a warrior, and even if he nominally inherits the throne, and he knows a little bit about the plan, the actual control of Asgard will still be his. When the time comes, build yourself a big statue and throw your eccentric father into a nursing home on Earth. Gia. It's better now. There is an eldest sister. There is no rule in Asgard about passing on a son or a daughter, but whoever is the eldest son and eldest daughter will have an advantage. Loki was full of hostility towards this guy who appeared out of nowhere. Fortunately, Li had money and did not agree to marry her. He knows Li Yuqian's strength. He is a little stronger than himself and is his biggest enemy. If he gets married to his eldest sister, and a steel bungee falls from the sky in Asgard, then his surname will also be Lee. Odin was in a good mood, and his state of mind affected his physical condition. He didn't feel the need to undergo Odin's sleep. To be honest, an Asgardian gets stronger as he gets older, but there is a problem. The stronger his divine power becomes, but his body cannot bear it. So he needed to sleep deeply to regulate his body. The time he spent sleeping was getting longer and longer, and it was obvious that he couldn't hold on any longer. On the one hand, he is old and in poor health. On the other hand, he has to suppress his daughter Hela, which consumes a lot of his energy. However, in the future, with Li Yuqian handling Hela's affairs, I can sleep well at my son's house and live a lot longer. In Asgard, Odin can obtain a steady source of power. In a sense, Asgard is a very special place. Similar to a dimension, but in the real world, it can empower the Lord of Asgard and the God King Odin. After Odin doesn't need to suppress Hela, he can still live for a long time with Asgard's special features. Of course, he could have persisted for a long time. There was no way he could be such a fool and trick himself into a place far away from Asgard, such as Midgard on Earth. That's bad. I might not be able to hold on for long, and it will turn into a point of light and drift away. He doesn't want this, but his wife is still there. If he dies, what if there is a thief? Captain America's surprised face. D. Li Yuqian, calm down. You are Captain America, not a soldier boy. The banquet on the first day gradually came to an end, and Odin couldn't wait to give the eternal fire to Li Yuqian. At the same time, Thor happily chatted with his childhood sweetheart Sif, while Jane's color gradually turned cold. The Shura field is about to happen, and Tony and his party smell the smell of melon. It's a pity that Odin was in a hurry to deliver something and took Li Yuqian away. Otherwise, Li Yuqian would have to be on the front line. It's really outrageous. How can anyone be so enthusiastic about giving away things? Li Yuqian said something was wrong. 19 out of 10 was wrong. This eternal fire is full of vitality, and the power contained in it is indeed good. It has great collection value. Li Yuqian felt that his black flame could swallow it and acquire the characteristics of this eternal fire. My own flame is originally very powerful because of my mental power, and ordinary flames have no effect on it. This one is more cherished and precious, and it should have some effect. Li Yuqian's mental power turned into black flames, wrapped in eternal fire, and the black flames gradually swallowed him up. The black flame seems to have undergone subtle changes. It was originally adhesive and corrosive, and could burn biological objects and replenish its own mental power. Now he is devouring the energy of burning things to replenish his own spiritual power and vitality, and he has a sense of eternity. It feels pretty good. Odin then waved his hand, summoned the eternal spear, opened a rainbow bridge, and led Li Yuqian to a dark place. This is a dimension like an ownerless thing. The space inside is quite large, but it is dark and full of the smell of death. Odin said happily, "This is yours." Li Yuqian looked at the dark sky, feeling the feeling of death, and looked at Odin, who seemed kind and harmonious. This Lao Deng, couldn't the dimension he sent me be the one that sealed Hela, right? Okay, I failed in the blind date to send my wife, so I just threw the dimensions of Hela to me. The abacus beads are too loud. Li Yuqian scanned the psychokinesis and checked carefully. This dimension is indeed an ownerless thing, but there is a life form in it that exudes the aura of death. Obviously, that person is Odin's eldest daughter Hela. The ownerless dimension space is very precious. You must know that before Domu became a Mephisto in the dark dimension, he was just an ordinary human mage. He discovered the ownerless dark dimension by chance. He abandoned his body and soul to integrate with the dark dimension and took control of the dark dimension. As a result, he was promoted to the Lord of the Dark Dimension and continued to devour the material world, gradually becoming a single universe-level powerhouse. This is a direct step to reach the sky. Although in this dimension, if Hela is willing to integrate, he may not be able to reach the single universe level. But it can also develop slowly, and maybe it can become a single universe powerhouse. Odin really treats his eldest daughter well, but it's a pity that this eldest daughter wants to win the throne and doesn't even want to be the lord of the dimension. She has been imprisoned here for so many years. If you insist on not integrating, you are also a stubborn A****. Li Yuqian waved his hand, and the dark dimension began to spread from his body to the surroundings, seeming to want to swallow up this dimension. At the same time, Hela in this dimension also discovered uninvited guests. She directly called out huge amounts of black long swords, like thorns emerging from the ground, and they quickly arrived with her. The dimension changes in front of two uninvited guests. Hela watched as the dimension she had stayed in for so long was swallowed up by another dimension, and that person was still following her. Hey, let me see which distinguished guest is here. Isn't this my father Odin who imprisoned his own daughter? Who is this? Your illegitimate son? Do you finally put aside your hypocritical good intentions and want to hand over this ownerless dimension to others? What a hypocritical guy, but I don't actually want my things, and if I don't ask, no one else is qualified to take them. Hela was wearing a dark green battle suit, with smoky makeup and messy and long hair, which made her look a little miserable. But when it comes to words, it's so awkward. Li Yuqian was very happy. Nowadays, few people are so trustworthy in front of him. Hey, you old man who kills people is not mainstream. Can you stop being so arrogant? Another thing, Odin and I are good friends, not illegitimate children. This is a friendship in one dimension plus eternal fire and destroyer armor. In an instant, the entire dimension was silent, muting the world and listening to the sound of Hela breaking the defense. You're such an old girl. Ha, I'll just pull you. Who said I can't pull you? Odin, you're so old and stupid. You are getting weaker and weaker, and you actually gave so many things to this guy so generously. Why? Except for me. None of your descendants have matured, and you have been reduced to giving things to foreigners and begging for help from others. Hela pushed her hair back with both hands. At the same time, she spread her hands, and the two black swords gradually solidified. She wanted to prove on the spot why she could pull it like this. With a whoosh, a long black sword was thrown directly at Li Yuqian by Hela, making a test attack first. Li Yuqian did not dodge or dodge, and made a direct move. He took the white blade with one hand, pinched the tip of the sword directly with one hand, and then exerted force. Just a few clicks were heard, and the long black sword was shattered inch by inch. It's a pity that this long sword is purely consumable and not as shocking as crushing Thor's hammer. Li Yuqian watched as he waved his hand, summoning hundreds of huge and sharp black sword blades, which were poking towards him like thorns on the ground. I feel a little boring. I crushed the sword by myself, paid tribute, and crushed Thor's hammer. No one understands me. Alas, I'm not interested, so I won't play anymore. There was a whoosh, and Hela couldn't even react. Li Yuqian rushed straight to her side. The huge black sword along the way was directly smashed into pieces. Li Yuqian grabbed her neck with one hand and lifted it up in the air like a chicken. I promised Odin Loudin that I won't kill you, but I have to let you understand one thing. No one is allowed to be more powerful than me in front of me. Without saying a word, Li Yuqian waved his finger, and the black spiked crown and ornaments she was wearing on her head, which had just begun to be transformed from her hair, were pulled out. Hela! Odin! Li Yuqian released the hand that was strangling her neck. Hela subconsciously touched her head. She was bald. Degree. Li Yuqian ignored Hela and spoke calmly to the black spiked crown. Whoever it is, wear this crown, as long as she is worthy and loyal to me. She can gain the power of the goddess of death. The extraordinary knowledge that Li Yuqian gained from many worlds directly engraved a spell on this black spiked crown through language. Of course, a backdoor is definitely indispensable. Odin on the side always felt that this scene seemed familiar. What a piracy routine. To be honest, this trick is actually quite effective, but it's a pity that he can't use it on Hela. His stupidity has poor control over his own strength and ability. What Thor? He is simply the god of hammers, and he was deprived of his divine power just now. Hela is different. She has rich combat experience and is brave and resourceful. She is second only to herself in the entire Assad. He couldn't take away her power casually, and in the past, he thought that he would definitely pass the throne to his daughter. Part of Asgard's blessings were given to Hela. From then on, Hela gained the ability to receive blessings in the land of Asgard. If he were Hela's age, he might not be as strong as Hela. In one sentence, this daughter is no weaker than he was back then. I can't make a trick to temper her temper, but Li Yuqian can. This young strong man from Midgard is really terrifying. Fortunately, he still has a bottom line. With such strong strength and a certain bottom line, even if you're not a native of the motherland, you are already pretty good. When Odin was young, he was invincible in all 9 realms. At that time, he was not made real by the gods, but I didn't eat beef every day. Think about it carefully. Li Yuqian is so strong, no matter whether his bottom line is low or not. At least he has it. It can also be called a person with a pure and righteous character. He is a person with good moral character. Thor's hammer can prove Li Yuqian's character. He has dropped Thor's hammer, which is equivalent to lifting Thor's hammer. Odin admires Li Yuqian very much now. What? Is it possible to lift Thor's hammer with his own strength? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Yuqian is not that kind of person. Li Yuqian, damn it, I have really become a good person. To a certain extent, after entering the customs, you will have a great scholar to debate the scriptures for you. When you are strong, everything you do is right. No matter how bad you are, there will always be someone worse than you. Let's compare. I, Mr. Li, am truly a peerless strong man with great strength and excellent moral character. O.D. Hela, who was stroking her bald head in place, gradually went crazy. She was already stubborn, but now her head was shaved. No, buddy, if you take away my divine power, you take away my divine power. Why are you pulling my hair out? Why do you have to pull my crown? It's amazing. Hela knows that Odin can use runes to deprive people of their power, but there are limits. For example, he couldn't deprive himself of his power, but the guy in front of him could actually deprive himself of his power. He is very strong, stronger than Odin, the old man. But with such a humiliating hairstyle, you still have to be loyal to him. As a born king, the future king of Asgard, she will never be convinced. Her brain is running rapidly, taking Odin's ability that deprives him of power as an example. This ability also has flaws. If it is the strength he has developed by himself, he cannot take it away. It can only be said to be a restraint. As long as you tap into the bound power within your body, you can break free from that man's curse. Become the goddess of death again. She closed her eyes and thought of her own experience on the battlefield. As the saying goes, she cried over those memories. The memories of those scenes, the bloody training. He is the real goddess of death, and no one else can obtain her power. She jumped up suddenly, opened her eyes, looked hard, and clenched her fingers as if she wanted to summon a long black sword. She shouted in her heart, "Come back! My power!" With a snap, Li Yuqian slapped the guy who suddenly jumped up and went crazy, whipping her into a top and spinning her 360 degrees on the spot. "Why did you jump up all of a sudden? You scared me, okay." Obviously, the ideas are very full and the reality is very skinny. I understand, but the actual operation is not the same as what I imagined. Li Yuqian looked at the surrounding dimensions. At this time, they were already in the shape of a dark dimension. The dark dimension had completely swallowed up this dimension. Holding the black spiked crown in his hand, he was in a good mood, and Odin didn't say anything when he saw it. Hela will know in the future that this is already him, and he has thought of the best way out for him. He can't face it too much, brothers and sisters killing each other. Anyway, Li Yuqian won't be too harsh on Hela. Once Hela thinks about it, following Li Yuqian can be considered a good future. If you can't think about it, just be an ordinary person. Without great power, you could be forced to live an ordinary life. It's not bad. Li Yuqian waved his hand and took Hela and Odin directly back to Asgard. On the way, I touched Hela's head to make her hair grow longer. As for Mao Mao, her bald head makes her look like an ancient one. She feels a little alienated. so let her grow some hair. Hela, I kind of want to die. When I think of being seen like this by his guardians, I feel a sense of shame. I really want to live on a different planet. Moreover, he will never give in. It is impossible for him to be loyal to him. Even if I die, become an ordinary person and die of old age, jump from a building, or fall to my death, I will never be loyal to him. But it turns out that Hela was overly worried. She didn't need to change her life on another planet because the Asgardians didn't know Hela at all. Li Yuqian returned with Odin and Hela. After Asgard's banquet, no one present knew Hela. Hela's original feeling of shame immediately turned into anger. This old man actually erased all the history of his existence. When Odin saw this, he seemed a little embarrassed. He made an excuse and ran away. Hela was very angry, but she didn't believe in evil at all. The official history was gone. But how could her own existence be erased so easily? I am the one who has made great contributions to Asgard. There is no official history at all. But as expected, there are a few Asgardians of the older generation who vaguely remember some of the unofficial history of the goddess of death. Wild history is indeed quite wild. In the past, Asgard had a childhood sweetheart Hela, the goddess of death, and Odin, but unfortunately, childhood sweethearts were not as good as the gods. Odin eventually fell in love with Frigga, so Hela, the goddess of death, rebelled in anger and did not fight Odin in the end. But Odin actually liked his childhood sweetheart, so he sent people to capture her and imprison her. It can be said that when she runs away, he chases her, but she cannot fly without wings. Hela, Li Yuqian. This wild history is really wild. Not to mention it's really true, but there is some truth in it, such as imprisonment and so on. It really doesn't matter what era, planet, or place there is, no matter how wise or powerful that person is. This kind of random fabrication will spread longer and be more popular among the public. After all, I am a human being and I like to eat melon. Hela's face turned green on the spot, and she subconsciously wanted to pull out 2 long swords and stab those guys in front of her who were gossiping. Li Yuqian restrained him, and after he calmed down, the Asgardians saw something was wrong and ran away. In this way, he was freed from the restraints. Hela became anxious. She bared her teeth and claws, as if she wanted to prove her innocence. I want Li Yuqian to return his power, but this is impossible, otherwise Hela will go on a killing spree, and he will not be human inside and out. Unless you are loyal to me and don't go on a killing spree, I will return your power. As for how to prove your innocence, don't get involved, just handle it yourself. I am an outsider and have nothing to do with the large family dispute in Asgard. When Hela heard so many demands, she was filled with anger. That's enough. I have to pay my loyalty again, but you still won't stand by me and won't let me go on a killing spree. Don't push me too hard. I can do anything. Oh, really? You go to a crowded place and shout 10 times to look up to me. I'm a fool. Let me see if you can do it. Hela. Hela changed her mind on the spot. It was so shameful. Who could do it? No, that's not how the plot unfolds. Hela said that she felt like she and this person were not on the same channel. I can be loyal to you, but I want to seek justice from Asgard. I will not go on a killing spree, but I will seek justice openly. Even if I cannot regain the throne, my due contributions should not be buried, and the real history should be known to the public. Hela screamed in her heart. If these people didn't know what the real history was like, she didn't dare think about how many more years it would take. What will happen to this wild history? Li Yuqian nodded. That's okay. With his own suppression, Hela can't change the world. He can be considered as helping Odin solve Hela's problem. As for family disputes, that's none of my business. In this way, the original plot of Hela slaughtering Asgard turned into a plot of Odin dealing with family disputes. Odin had just gotten out of a big trouble and was in a happy mood. Suddenly, his whole body tightened, and he had an ominous premonition. Delta. Li Yuqian casually threw the black spike crown to Hela, who couldn't wait to put it on her head. Then he closed his eyes and felt his original power. 3 seconds later, nothing has changed. For a moment, the two of them were a little embarrassed. You are so dishonest. The only hard condition for my curse is actually to be loyal to me. Your loyalty is simply lower than that of Lu Bu. Li Yuqian complained mercilessly, and Hela's face turned green. Although she didn't know who Lu Bu was, just by hearing these words, everyone knew that he was mocking herself. Things happened so suddenly, I have to let me get used to it. It's impossible for you to just swipe me and make me loyal, and then I will be loyal. This is against common sense. TSK. Someone just said that if you push yourself too hard, you can do anything. Let's talk about the Big Han succubus in the Three Kingdoms. Once that charming B*********** D spirit is gone, how many people will be loyal to him? Could it be that my charm is low? Forget it, forget it. Let me help you. Li Yuqian complained mercilessly, and then directly formed an enhanced version of the heavenly contract with the world's energy, which was directly injected into Hela's body. Then, I used the back door in the black spike crown to make some changes. After all, forced loyalty is also loyalty. Although there's a saying that if loyalty is not absolute, it is absolutely disloyal. But with Hela's current strength, there will be no trouble. Hela's feeling came, and in the land of Asgard, he felt a steady stream of power blessing. Yes, that's what it feels like. Hela's face was full of excitement, but her happy face gradually stiffened. She found that her black spike crown seemed to have really become an object. Her long hair is disgusting. However, she felt that her life was vaguely controlled by someone and took a deep breath. She turned around and walked towards Asgard. She had just run away because Hela asked her about her deeds. Now she regained her strength and became fierce. We must go to Odin and ask for justice. He was sealed in the dimension before and refused to accept it. It's because Odin Laudin can't survive himself, and he will be able to escape one day. But it's different now. The man next to him feels younger than himself and still very powerful. I'm afraid the old man's tactics won't work anymore, so I'll give in temporarily, but thinking about it from another perspective, maybe I can borrow Li Yuqian's power. Gaining an advantage, plus Asgard is a country that values strength, and he is still the heir apparent. Since there is no hope of seizing the throne by force, we can still win over a group of militant Asgard people and use Li Yuqian's power and power. Intelligence is something I am also good at. Hela was running rampant all the way, and Li Yuqian was leisurely joining in the fun beside her. Most of the soldiers in Asgard don't know Hela, but they know Li Yuqian. This was Odin's distinguished guest, a mysterious and powerful man from Midgard, so they did not step forward to stop him. Hela also discovered the situation, and the feeling of a fox pretending to be a tiger's power is quite good. Li Yuqian said that this is just to prevent you from going on a killing spree, and it is definitely not to watch Asgard's large-scale ethics drama. But at this time, Li Yuqian stopped. He heard the voices of a man and two women. I know the smell of melon. Li Yuqian smelled the melon on the spot and rushed to the melon-eating scene. Hela on the side. What happened? Li Yuqian glanced and saw that the banquet for the Justice League had not yet ended. Tony, Little Spider-Man, Banner, etc., the Justice League, they were sneaky and pretended to be busy. They formed a vague circle, seemingly still eating, but actually eating melon. Li Yuqian squeezed in on the spot and shouted, "Give me a moment. I'm a professional." Tony and Little Spider-Man instantly gave up their seats subconsciously, and Li Yuqian squeezed in very smoothly and added, "I am a professional." Tony and Little Spider-Man. Okay, don't be speechless. What happened? Share it with me. Li Yuqian looked at the scene happening in the circle of melon-eating people and asked about what happened. Tony summed it up in one simple and quick sentence. Thor, this silly boy, is going through it. The choice between Qing Mei and Tian Sheng. It is a pity that the straight man did not see the situation thoroughly and made many mistakes. And his childhood sweetheart seemed to have received guidance from a demon. In just a few words, the gradually estranged childhood sweethearts got closer and alienated the relationship between Thor and Jane. Just like now, Sif protected Thor with a look of regret and said to Jane, "Jane, don't get me wrong. I have given up. I just regard Thor as my brother, nothing else." It's all my fault, sorry, Thor. Liu Qian was shocked. He remembered that the last time he saw this Asgard woman, Sif was still a straight girl. She had a crush on Thor for many years, but nothing came of it. He directly became the female version of Joker Harry Quinn. After 3 days apart, he was very impressed. Now that he is talking, why does the sin of tea overflow? Strong, too strong. Jane looked at Thor behind Sif, his face full of anger. Brother? Haha, don't pretend to be me. As he said this, he grabbed Sif's hair directly. This woman is quite tough. As a result, the dignified Sif, the leader among Asgard warriors, was unexpectedly pulled by an Earth woman's hair and screamed. It was a very simple act of green tea, but Thor, a straight man, really couldn't see it. He showed an apologetic expression to Sif. Then he pulled Jane away and stood in front of Sif, seeming a little angry. Okay, stop making trouble. Should I stop making trouble? You be asterisk 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 D. Jane said and slapped Thor with a big slap, which stunned Thor. Maybe with his single-core processor, it's a bit incomprehensible. Why briefly hit himself? Then Jane turned around and walked away, looking in the direction of going back to her room. Thor still wanted to chase after him, but Sif pulled Thor with some distress and asked with concern, Is your face okay? Ching Mei, who has improved her tea skills, her arrogant blonde girlfriend who came from the sky, and a dead straight man, Thor. It's broken. A large-scale idol drama series is about to be staged. Jane's character is a bit dangerous. After all, there's a tsundere or a golden retriever. Since ancient times, the tsundere golden retriever has always been a loser. If something goes wrong, it is possible that Qingmei Sif will change her fate this time. Tony beside Liu Qian lamented that simple stocks plummeted while Greek stocks rose sharply. Hela, who followed Liu Qian and came over, looked at the stupid Thor with a look of disgust. After everyone's gossip, she already knew that there was a lot of news about Asgard. Thor, who was being manipulated by that woman Sif in front of him, turned out to be his stupid brother. What a shame. Most of the women in the Justice League ran to Jane's room to comfort her. He also acted as a love strategist. After all, Thor and Jane were together, and most everyone in the Justice League knew about it. Jane also went to the Justice League headquarters many times to see Thor. After much back and forth, everyone still supported Thor and Jane's love. However, the man stayed there to eat the melon. He was embarrassed and went directly to persuade Thor. After all, Sif was still there. After Thor kept insisting that he was fine, Sif left with a look of reluctance. Everyone gathered together. Tony, Liu Qian, Captain America, and others could only remind Thor and ask him to comfort Jane quickly. After all, this kind of thing is not easy for others to deal with. But a contemptuous voice sounded from the crowd. I didn't expect that I would have a stupid brother like you. Now that we are stable, why should I rebel? Such a stupid brother. I can get the throne at my fingertips. Hela's arrogant voice sounded from the crowd, directly attracting Thor's attention. She now feels that it might be possible to show up openly and win the throne, but Thor looks stupid and has no competitiveness at all. Except for the biased Lao Dan. As long as my status among the Asgardians continues to improve, this stupid brother will never be able to compete with me. Ha! You can inherit the throne legitimately. And so can I. Thor frowned and looked at the woman who made the sound. It seems sick. Isn't it heavy on the head to wear such a big crown? You are my sister? Thor thought of what Liu Qian said when Odin was talking about it before. At the same time, Loki in the corner heard the sound and ran over. Take a closer look. Odin's eldest daughter Hela. He looks a bit older, indeed older than himself, and Thor has a fierce look, and his eyes are full of domineering, unlike Thor. Although he is strong, his eyes are full of clear stupidity, which makes him easy to fool. You can tell at a glance that this guy is not easy to fool. Yes, I am your sister, the true heir of Asgard, the future God King of Asgard, Hela. Maybe you're not familiar with me, but that is just because old Odin has erased my contribution to Asgard. This is the ultimate hypocrisy. Thor frowned. Why does this guy want the throne so much like his stupid brother Loki? But this is understandable. But no matter what conflicts Hela has with his father Odin, Thor is very unhappy. Hela said this about her father, and also called herself stupid. So he directly opened the mic in a domineering manner. Shut up. Don't think you're my sister. I will let you. Are you telling me that Thor's hammer is not strong? With that said, he summoned Thor's hammer and pointed it directly at her, which was full of oppression. When Liu Qian saw this scene, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Then Hela directly grabbed Thor's hammer pointed at him without saying a word. With a squeeze of his little hand, Thor's hammer shattered inch by inch, with lightning splashing everywhere. Thor was dumbfounded on the spot, looked at his hammer, looked at Hela, and let out a desperate cry. I'm a hammer. Loki was secretly hiding in the crowd, brandishing 2 daggers and preparing to rip out the heart and lungs of his eldest sister. She silently put away the dagger and then showed a bright smile. Thor's legs weakened and he knelt on the ground, holding his broken Thor's hammer, his heart almost breaking. Suddenly, the air in Asgard changed. Heavy rain poured down, and there were a few thunders from time to time, plus Thor's loud scream. Liu Qian inexplicably has a tragic scene in which the villain kills the protagonist's target. Sure enough, for Thor, Thor's hammer is true love, although he will cheat later and use the storm axe. In order to prevent the matter from getting worse, Liu Qian directly reminded him, Hela, please be careful. Hela curled her lips. Originally, she was not planning to do anything else. Her stupid brother was nothing to be afraid of. However, she was forced to stop, feeling inexplicably unhappy. She turned her eyes and suddenly had a plan. You are rich, why are you like this? I'm already yours, and you are like this. Don't say anything that could cause misunderstanding. Liu Qian's face turned green when he heard this, as did everyone in the Justice League. There was a look in his eyes that was probing the melon-eating gossip, and Liu Qian quickly explained. They showed an expression that they all understood without any explanation. Liu Qian, damn, I was tricked. In the chaos, Loki quickly retreated with Thor. Thor hugged the broken Thor's hammer and cried so hard that the listeners were sad and the listeners shed tears. After the two came to a side hall, Thor stopped screaming. The two of them looked at each other with a tacit understanding of loving and killing each other for a long time, making the two of them understand everything at the same time. They want to join forces to fight against the evil and violent eldest sister. Even if Liu Qian protects her, it won't work. That's what they said. Well, okay, doesn't matter. Thor and Loki have never been so united and unanimously hate Hela. Thor lamented that Lee had money and was so unrighteous that he already had an improper relationship with Hela. However, Thor was so smart that he suddenly had an idea, and he had a plan. He said solemnly to Loki, Brother, how about you dress up as a woman and seduce Liu Qian? Forget it. If Lee has money to help Hela, won't we have to be bullied to death by Hela in the future? Loki, some people jokingly call me the arrogant little princess, but I am a straight man. There's also women's clothing. Absolutely not. Women's clothing can only be worn once, countless times. Absolutely can't do this. Just when Loki was speechless, suddenly, the hall trembled, and two momentums faced each other, a feeling that the two brothers were extremely familiar with. Their father, Odin, sensed something was wrong and quickly ran in the direction of the aura. On the other side, in the Asgard prison 10 minutes ago, Sif looked at a witch imprisoned in the prison and frowned. I did what you said. Can Thor really be with me in the end? There's a witch locked inside. She's also an Asgardian, and she's also quite famous among the Asgardians. It is the charming witch Amora, who has lived for more than 500 years. She has a history of charming the monarchs of 9 countries and triggering wars. She has the ability to use sorcery and charm skills, combined with her beauty, to enchant almost all members of the opposite S*X. As for why she was caught, maybe it's because Asgard is not only tough for men, but also for women. There is a loophole in her ability, which only works on men. She curled her lips slightly and said, Keep your heart in your stomach. I am a charming witch, and I can't chase any man. With my guidance, what are you afraid of? Besides, what's the benefit of lying to you? I also expect you to improve my food and life. Sif nodded and stayed where he was, like a statue, not knowing what he was thinking. It was obvious that the demon behind her was the charming witch Amora. At this time, a sudden momentum caught Sif's attention, and she ran out quickly. Amora, who was in prison, smiled, looked at the magic props he made in his clothes, and smiled. Hurry, hurry! I heard that the strong men from Midgard are also in the Asgard these days. This is a good opportunity. I might be able to get a few obedient thugs right away. Yes, as a witch, she has the ability to use some magical creatures to make magic props. Familiar magical creatures will also work. In the main hall of Asgard, Odin and Hela were facing each other. Odin's power collided with Hela's death power. The whole of Asgard has a feeling of separation. After all, these two people are blessed by Asgard, and they are enemies. The whole Asgard has a feeling of being divided into two parts. The scene was in chaos. The people who had just eaten the melon recently came to see the melon after eating the melon. I can't finish it at all. Just now I was watching an idle drama, and now I'm about to watch a large-scale family dispute drama. Odin looked at Liu Qian in shock. No, I gave my daughter to you, along with so many good things. You actually tricked me. Liu Qian said that he has always made his own calculations. Do you think I don't know? Besides, this is a family ethics drama. I can only control the scene. After Hela was slapped by Liu Qian, it seemed as if her feet were off the ground and her IQ regained the high ground. After seeing that the people were almost here, he threw a long black sword and smashed all the murals on the top of the hall. As a large amount of gravel fell, Odin's expression became a little ugly. I saw that there were actually murals behind the original murals. Those murals were very old, and the contents inside were completely different from the murals outside. The original mural showed Odin ruling the 9 realms, and Laufey, the leader of the giants of Jotunheim, signing a peace contract with Odin. The mural inside shows Odin fighting all the way to unify the 9 realms and conquer a large territory. And Hela has been accompanying Odin in his battles everywhere. In an instant, the surrounding warriors, the 3 warriors of Asgard, Sif, and even Thor and Loki could not believe their eyes. This is completely different from the history of Asgard they knew before. It turns out that the process of Asgard unifying the 9 realms was so bloody and violent. Was Odin so warlike when he was young? Thor felt that it was outrageous for his old father to throw himself to the earth because he was warlike before. Sure enough, adults all have double standards. Another thing is that Hela actually held Thor's hammer in the mural. Thor was confused because his own Thor's hammer turned out to be secondhand. No, Thor's hammer was also used by Odin before, but it broke, and it was a third-hand one. Hela now understands one thing in her heart. The monster Liu Qian has unfathomable strength. He is definitely better than his Lao Deng, let alone himself. He is 1 level behind his Lao Deng, which means he is 2 levels behind Liu Qian. Not to mention that now I am still controlled by Liu Qian. This life is over. I have been harmed by Liu Qian in this life. Liu Qian? But then again, I've been imprisoned for so many years, so I can't possibly just be a slave after I get out. She must fight for the throne of Alaskada, and Liu Qian will not refuse her to do so. After all, he has become the king of Asgard, and Liu Qian is the one who will benefit the most. Maybe he can borrow some power from him. Hela, Odin's eldest daughter. Asgard unified the 9 realms. I have made great contributions. But what's ridiculous is that after Odin unified the 9 realms, he actually wanted to be a benevolent king just because I advocated continuing to attack territories outside the 9 realms. Odin sealed me away. I am the original heir to the throne. What a hypocritical king. Hela's words directly revealed Odin's background. Odin actually had some troubles that he couldn't express. He was indeed warlike when he was young, fighting all the way, and his eldest daughter followed him and conquered the world all the way. But one day, Odin was defeated by the Celestials and his spirit was broken. He was afraid of the unknown enemies outside the 9 realms and understood that he was not invincible. So he made strategic adjustments. It's a pity that his eldest daughter is also a stubborn ****. With her temper and strength, she is not as strong as him. What if she's really allowed to go her own way and attack territories outside the Nine Realms, and is directly beaten to death by a strong man? Odin made the mistake parents often make, wanting to control their children's futures, so he took matters into his own hands. He sealed Hela and sealed her in an ownerless dimension, wanting her to become a dimension Mephisto. Hela. Odin didn't want to explain anything. He didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. He had tried his best to find a good way out for Hela, even if Hela originally wasn't happy. "Please call me eldest princess, heir," Hela said with some sincerity. "I have been fighting with you for 1,000 years. It's been 1,000 years. Am I not strong enough to be the god king of Asgard?" The strength is acceptable. Odin was not prepared to tell lies. "In the past 1,000 years, I have accompanied you in battles. What have I done wrong? Probably not. It's been 1,000 years. Haven't I been resourceful enough to become the king of Asgard? Barely enough. It's been 1,000 years, and I'm strong enough to become the god king of Asgard. I have paid so much for Asgard. Why did you tamper with history and erase everything about me? Leave behind your majestic and upright image. Those two younger brothers who have never been baptized by iron and blood, how can they inherit Asgard?" Hela spoke domineeringly and directly questioned Odin. Thor on the side said weakly, "Loki doesn't count, he adopted him." "Loki, this sentence does not need to be reminded. Ha ha ha. An adopted prince is enjoying everything I have won." "What?" Hela asked repeatedly, which moved the surrounding Asgard warriors. Asgard people advocate bravery. For such a powerful Hela, unlike the original plot, some Asgard soldiers worship Hela. Although Thor is also powerful, he is foolhardy. Loki, let alone, is so thin. Asgard is not like people who use intrigues. Hela looks brave and resourceful, like a qualified heir to the throne. Odin felt his head was pounding. He was originally willing to give Hela to Li Yuqian as his subordinate or marry him. "I just feel that Li Yuqian has a bit of a bottom line, and his personality is a bit loose. If Hela passes by, he will live a good life. In the end, I didn't expect that this was too casual." Li Yuqian didn't care about anything except not letting Hela go on a killing spree, as if he was having fun. "Hela, what do you want to do?" "I want my army back, and my partner Fenrir. I want to fight for the throne and take back everything I deserve." Thor said weakly, "Father, if you really can't let her be, just be a general for me." "Shut up." Odin was already annoyed, but he was even more annoyed when he saw this stupid son. Hela has become more sophisticated, and she has learned how to suppress others. Li Yuqian is not good at suppressing others. Now Hela actually behaves less cruelly. If she does this, she might really be able to gain public support and become the king of Asgard, which will be a lot of fun. Odin's brain was racing, thinking carefully about Hela's dark history, such as killing the Valkyrie Legion. This cannot be said. In fact, this Odin did it on purpose. Those dead Valkyrie Legion heroes are all in that unowned dimension. That dimension is originally biased towards death. The Valkyrie Legion died in the battle near there, and they all went inside to sleep. As long as Hela chooses to refine the dimension, there will be a legion directly at that time. Odin is giving a dimension and an army, and it is a one-stop service. In fact, these things given to Li Yuqian's dimension were originally regarded as dowry. Once this kind of thing is spoken out, there are many strange things in it that can be easily seen by others. For example, if Hela is so strong, why didn't Odin directly stop it himself? Don't say you don't have time. The Nine Realms were all finished at that time, and Odin could still control the Rainbow Bridge. How could it be too late to use this thing to rush forward? In the Dark Dimension, little Sunspot looked at the extra Valkyrie legions and was happy. They devoured the dimension and gave back the legions. It was a fruitful harvest. Li Yuqian also knew that there was a Valkyrie army in that dimension, but he simply thought that this thing was a one-for-one gift. At this time, Odin had only one solution. You can't become the king of Asgard because you become Li Yuqian. Before Odin finished speaking, he saw Hela mouthing, "If you dare to say that I became his subordinate, I will dare to say that you sold your daughter." Odin immediately changed his mind. Because you became Li Yuqian's fiancé. Li Yuqian, I didn't. I'm not. Don't get me wrong. Li Yuqian denied it 3 times, saying that he's a young man with no partner. Okay, can you please stop framing me? Odin and Hela winked at Li Yuqian at the same time, and Li Yuqian blinked. The two of them understood instantly that Odin had used psychic magic to pass on a message, and he would give you an infinity gauntlet later, but of course there was no gem version. Hela also uses psychic spells to transmit information. Don't deny it yet. When the time comes, we will capture Asgard. We will be 50/50ths. Li Yuqian only made one action, stretched out a hand, and then held it tightly. He wants them all. Hela and Odin both dropped their faces and nodded. Everyone on the side looked at these 3 people and blinked at each other. The scene was a bit awkward. After Li Yuqian beat the 2 of them, he stepped aside and ate the melon as if nothing had happened. This made Tony and little Spider-Man next to him feel itchy. Tony asked in a low voice, "What were you 3 muttering about just now?" "Oh, it's nothing. Look, there are beauties there, D's." Li Yuqian pointed casually, and Tony's eyes moved accordingly. And then he saw Pepper with his hands on his waist. Without saying anything, she directly grabbed Tony's ear and said, "Hey, do you want to see a beautiful woman so much?" "Ah, it hurts. Didn't you go to comfort Jane? Can I come out and see how you're doing?" Pepper said that she had to let Tony know today why she was nicknamed Pepper. As the plot develops later, the 2 of them start to stare at each other. Odin thinks about it carefully, and he can't find the dirty information about Hela now. On the contrary, her own background was almost exposed, broken, and stepped on. When did Hela learn this trick in Midgard? As for Li Yuqian's fiancé who admitted it, Li Yuqian just denied it, but there was no movement later. All the people in Asgard looked a little confused. They didn't object to the queen. As for who the queen's target was, it didn't matter. It's impossible that Asgard will change hands after Hela becomes queen, right? Li Yuqian, this distinguished guest, is very powerful and looks thick-browed and big-eyed. He doesn't look like a pretty boy with blue face and bad looks, which is quite good. Besides, Hela looks so big. An old cow eats young grass. She makes a profit. Li Yuqian, are you praising me for being handsome or praising me for being handsome? Odin held it in for a long time and only said, "Go to the treasure house to get your army and your wolves. The eternal fire is with Li Yuqian and can be activated by him. As for the throne, don't think about it, and just follow Li Yuqian. She can fulfill your wish." With that said, Odin disappeared in place, and Hela had only one word in her heart, so happy. She turned to look at Li Yuqian and said excitedly, "How about you help me become the king of Asgard, so that you can have them all?" Thor and Loki on the side shook their heads wildly. Then Li Yuqian shook his head under the expectant gazes of the 2 of them. "I don't care about your family affairs. I'm not a human inside and out. Let's go to the treasure house. I just happened to pick up the Infinity Gauntlet on the way." Asgard has an Infinity Gauntlet, which is the same model as Thanos, the purple sweet potato spirit who snaps his fingers in the future. They are all made by King Dwarf. This is a mouthful. When Odin was young, he was really powerful. Wearing the destroyer armor, he has the eternal spear in one hand and the Infinity Gauntlet in the other. Although he didn't gather it all at the time, it was still very fierce. Li Yuqian was very interested in the big, shiny golden glove. The collection of this thing was of great significance. It happened that he now had all of them except the Soul Stone and the Time Stone. When the time comes, bring an Infinity Gauntlet full of gems and show off. Thor and Loki were relieved when they heard that Li Yuqian was not going to intervene. Although Thor doesn't care much about the throne, his father now hates Hela so much as his eldest son. There is still a fight for the throne. Besides, it always feels weird for Li Yuqian to interfere in Asgard's internal affairs. If he did this, Thor would always have a thorn in his heart. But fortunately, Li Yuqian didn't do that. He is indeed his good brother. Li Yuqian looked strange at Thor's passionate eyes. Thor decided that after defeating Hela, he would give her some face and at least be considered Li Yuqian's fiancé. Loki was even more panicked. If we had money to help Hela, it would be a big deal. Thor and Loki suddenly received Odin's message and hurriedly ran out of the hall. It's obvious that Odin wants to tell Thor and Loki something and fully support Thor's ascension to the throne. It just so happened that he was about to relieve himself of the burden of the God King and live a retirement life. Hela kept trying to negotiate conditions, preparing to let Li Yuqian help her win the throne. However, no matter what, Li Yuqian was unmoved by the promise that Asgard would become Li Yuqian's blade. He only got Li Yuqian to allow Hela to fight for the throne, and he would not stop it. This was just a promise. While Hela and Li Yuqian went to the location of the treasure house, Hela kept complaining in her heart. She was actually unmoved by a beautiful woman's coquettishness and attentiveness. Damn it, was he a man? But soon, Hela understood that it was not a question of whether Li Yuqian was a man, but that her own charm was a bit low and she was not Li Yuqian's cup of tea. Li Yuqian said that he likes the ones like succubi and beast-eared girls. Hey. On the way to the treasure house, at an intersection, a beautiful figure appeared, eager to try. Behind her were 4 Asgard soldiers. Are you sure? The strong man from Midgard will come. Confirm, my master. Don't call me master. Call me queen. She is the charming Witchamora. Originally, something happened outside the prison. She didn't know what happened. But later on, it seemed that something happened so big that the guards around the prison all ran to eat melons. Only a few guards were left behind. Those few were so smart that they even took a walk around the prison. It's too obvious to show off. Originally, the patrols in the prison were a 5-person team, but you ended up wandering around all by yourself. There was obviously something wrong. Amora felt that she had the best chance of escaping from prison at this time, so she directly used a recently homemade magic prop to destroy the prison barrier and control the patrolling soldier. He ran out directly and then controlled a few soldiers on the way to obtain information. Odin's eldest daughter is back and wants to compete with Thor for the throne. During this period, there was still an old father who cruelly suppressed his daughter. Odin was also warlike when he was young, and Hela had made great contributions to Asgard. Amora lamented that the incident was quite big. No wonder so many people were eating melon. It was good, and she ran out a lot earlier. What a waste of time. Ha ha ha. However, before escaping from Asgard, she had to find a good thug and use her charm skills. She had to look for it carefully. In her mind, the strongest person in Asgard now is definitely Odin. But this guy is too strong and mentally powerful, so I can't control him. Thor, Loki, and Odin were too strict. The news of his escape may have been known to Odin. These 2 guys passed, and then he thought of the distinguished guest from Midgard, the mysterious strongman, Li Yuqian. So he controlled a soldier and asked about Li Yuqian's location and learned that he had gone in the direction of the treasure house. He decisively found a path and ran to the intersection of the only way to the treasure house. No matter whether Li Yuqian was passing by or coming out, he would definitely be bumped into by him. As expected, 2 slow figures came over. Li Yuqian drank Coke arrogantly, shook his head as he walked, and his back looked straight. Oh, it looked like he had cervical spondylosis. The other Hela had her hands in her pockets, her back hunched over, as if she had a herniated disc in her waist, and she was speechless. No, why do we have to walk like this? It's very arrogant to walk like this. Li Yuqian replied casually, cosplaying Gojo Satoru and Sia Yoji on the spot. When Amora saw this, she immediately became excited. With this walking posture, she was either cannon fodder or a boss. That man must be Li Yuqian. With such an arrogant posture, he must be very strong. As for that woman, he immediately manipulated Li Yuqian to eliminate her directly. Amora thought of this, and seeing the 2 getting closer, she jumped out and blocked the road, and then gave up her wink at Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian, Hela, where did the little prodigal hoof run away? Hela was speechless. Although Li Yuqian only regarded her as his subordinate, she still said she was his fiancée. Do you think you're a dead man by ogling Li Yuqian so blatantly in front of you? Also, weren't you S******** why just now? Why is Mao smiling so lewdly now? Li Yuqian looked at Amora, who was ogling him. She was wearing a long black dress. The dress had a special style, a bit like a Chong Sam, and was slit to the top of her thighs. The thighs are quite white. Amora rolled her eyes at Hela. Tisich, what's the old woman's name? Hela's anger value. Plus 999999999. Amora's main character is a hero. My warrior, go kill this old woman. Li Yuqian felt a special wave of mental power, which seemed to only target men. Damn, sexism. This feeling should be the charm skill, but unfortunately it is too weak and of no use to me. Li Yuqian looked into Amora's eyes and nodded slowly. Amora was convinced. What kind of strong man from Midgard? Didn't he fall under the power of my charm? The stinky man has no resistance to the power of beauty. Ha 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 ha. I will use the power of this powerful Midgardian to become the queen of Midgard. Call me queen from now on. No. Li Yuqian nodded and said 2 words. Amon-Ra instantly understood that this guy was just like Odin. He was too strong and couldn't charm himself. As a result, Amon-La kissed Li Yuqian directly in the next second. Li Yuqian was stunned. No, what is this? Female hooligan, damn it. Boys should also pay attention to safety outside. Why did you kiss me on the face before saying a few words? Not to mention this scene. Li is rich and Hela is confused. What the hell kind of operation is this? Then Hela knew what the operation was. Amora ran away after kissing her, climbed over a step, and ran toward a trail. 4 Asgard soldiers rushed over from the direction of the trail. It seemed obvious that they were being controlled. It was obvious that her coquettish operation just now was to find an opportunity to escape, and she also let 4 Asgard soldiers take the back. It's a pity that these little tricks have no effect on absolute strength. With a wave of his hand, Li Yuqian sent 4 Asgard soldiers flying away, and then the red psychokinesis settled on the ground. Amora was pulled back by a huge force, and looked at Li Yuqian, who looked like he was enjoying the show, and forced a smile. Hello, handsome boy. After saying that, she stopped running away and instead pounced on Li Yuqian. Hela was speechless. She casually drew a long black sword in her hand and was about to kill the guy who called her an old woman. Upon seeing this, Amora quickly hid behind Li Yuqian and shouted, "Handsome guy, save me." Interesting, she and I are on the same team. Why shouldn't I help her? Help you. Li Yuqian thought this woman was quite interesting, with a good figure and white clothes. Unfortunately, her face was still a bit old. Needless to say, this kind of European and American face looks a bit old when you're a little older and the flowering period is too short. Without any hesitation, Amora blurted out, "Because I'm sexy." Li Yuqian. Hela, I can't stand it anymore. Asgard, why are there such be asterisk now? Li Yuqian stretched out his fingers and blocked Hela's sword with his fingernails, and then with a slight wave, Amora was directly restrained by psychokinesis. Then, taking Amora and the 4 controlled Asgard soldiers together, psychokinesis condensed and materialized into ropes, and tied the 5 of them to 5 pillars on the roadside. Okay, go find your men and the wolf. As for them, let's deal with them as Odin does. Li Yuqian said that because she had good aesthetics and praised his handsome guy, he would not kill her directly. Hela, taking advantage of S*X Ba. Hela thought about Li Yuqian, and her face turned dark towards her and this woman's attitude. No, is my charm so bad? I doubt myself for a day. Hela was stunned as soon as she entered the treasure house. The treasure house where Asgard stored treasures seemed empty at this time. There was nothing on the tables where the treasures were placed. Hela looked at the notes below. The Tesseract and the Eternal Fire were all gone. Beside her, Li Yuqian also took away the Infinity Gauntlet placed on the table. Looking around, the treasure house looks very empty, with only a few treasures, such as the ice magic box. There is also a treasure, even the flaming crown that was just obtained. In fact, it is the head of the flame giant Surtur. Asgard, is it bankrupt? Hela murmured to herself, and Li Yuqian on the side felt a little guilty for some reason. I didn't take anything, but I got an Infinity Gauntlet, the Eternal Fire, Asgard's Tesseract, and Odin's Destroyer Armor. Are there many of these? Li Yuqian's innocent face, sad face. Hela looked at the crown of flames and was even a little angry. Even if there were few treasures in the treasure house, this thing looked full of piracy. It's too small. It is true that a family does not stay in one house. Hela also made a gesture to express the pain of losing the H country market. She squeezed her fingers to compare it to the file size of the crown of flames. Hela pondered for a while, as if she had figured everything out, and suddenly became excited. Odin is stupid and ignorant, and his two stupid brothers must also be prodigal. They must have humbly given those treasures to those weak enemies. Bah! Who are the people in the 9 realms that Asgard has never defeated? How dare those people want Asgard's treasures? I really don't know how much I weigh. How many treasures were there in Asgard back then? How come it's like this now? Don't let me know who took Asgard's treasure. I have to tell him. If it's a girl, I'll sew her bottom up, and if it's a boy, I'll make her look like a girl. It's like physical transformation. When Liu Qian heard this, he shuddered subconsciously. No, it's so poisonous. Okay, go find your army. Hela looked at Liu Qian with a strange expression and confidently stretched out her hand. Bring me the eternal fire. The eternal fire has been swallowed up by my flames. Let's see if it works. Just make do with it. It's pretty much the same. Liu Qian waved his hand, and black flames appeared in Hela's hand. The blazing fire had a sense of eternity. Then Hela's hand was burned. Liu Qian. Hela, F***K. I can't control it. The fire is too strong. Liu Qian snapped his fingers in embarrassment, controlling the flame to float in the air, emitting white light along the way, and restored Hela's almost injured hand to its original state. Hela's face was full of sorrow, and with the help of Liu Qian's power, he reluctantly held the flame, and the long sword in his other hand turned into a sledgehammer. Walking to the center of the treasure house, the sledgehammer started hitting with 80 degrees of force, making a loud beat G sound. After a while, Hela, who was as powerful as a demolition team, demolished a big hole, then made a free leap, faced the ceiling, and jumped back in. Then Liu Qian stepped on his cloak, and it fell into the air. For a moment, the situation was a little awkward. Hela said with certainty, "You did it on purpose. You definitely did it on purpose." Liu Qian laughed awkwardly, and then told the truth. "I was careless on purpose." "Who told you? You want me to be a woman, and you want me to undergo physical transformation." Liu Qian jumped lightly and floated down like a feather. Hela also took the opportunity to land heavily on the ground. The classic superhero approach. Liu Qian looked at the cracks in the floor and felt that this thing hurt his knees. If he often landed in this way, he would definitely have cold legs when he got old. Hela looked at Liu Qian with suspicious eyes, and everything that happened before was connected together. "You can't be the culprit for so few treasures in Asgard's treasure house." "What you said? How do you call it the culprit?" "Look, Tesseract, I'm keeping it for Odin. How can things between strong men be called a culprit? The Infinity Gauntlet and the Eternal Fire are all my rewards. No one wants the Destroyer armor. I am a waste recycler. After all, these days everyone advocates green environmental protection and recycling. So you don't need to thank me. This is what it should be." Liu Qian made a ridiculous argument, which almost made Hela angry to death. She was just about to fight for justice. After all, no one wanted the Destroyer armor. This was outrageous. This is no different from Thor's hammer, which no one wants. Well, even though I crushed it, it was just for show. Isn't that a cool scene? Is it precious or not? That is a temporary matter. Is it handsome or not? That is a matter of a lifetime. Of course, these are not important. Hela decided to be unreasonable and take the opportunity to stand on the moral high ground, condemn Liu Qian, and then give him some gold coins. Maybe he can get something good. After all, he is so strong. Then she saw Liu Qian's silently extended slap. Hela shut up instantly, almost forgetting that he had no morals and could not condemn him from the moral high ground. Liu Qian sighed. "To be honest, you still have to use your own hands and fists, and this thing still works." Hela turned her head speechlessly and looked at her own death army around her. All the warriors who followed him back then were dead. He was sealed back then. The warriors and Fenrir wolves who followed him were also buried under the treasure house by Odin. When Hena saw the wolf she had raised, she felt heartbroken and said, "Fenrir, what did they do to you? It's so skinny, so skinny." Liu Qian touched his chin. looked at Fenrir Wolf lying on a table, and fell into deep thought. If you want to say that he is as long as a gas tank, that would be an exaggeration. But if you want to say that he is thin, you really are not. He has a normal body shape. Is it possible that the former Fenrir Wolf was raised by Hela like a gas tank? Hela held the black flame in her hand and slapped it hard. The goddess of death used the vigorous vitality in the flame to awaken her legions and Fenrir Wolves. She unexpectedly discovered that this black flame seemed to be more effective than the eternal fire. The resurrected Death Army and Fenrir Wolf may be even stronger. Sure enough, as he expected in the original plot, the Death Army that opened its eyes and braved the green light now had dark green light in its eyes. The momentum is much stronger, and so is Fenrir Wolf. However, there are advantages and disadvantages. Liu Qian felt like he could control these guys. Oh, he had an extra legion under his command, and a pet. Make money, make money. Asgard has been very fruitful. To a certain extent, it is really a blessed place for me. I give treasures to my subordinates, and people to give me dimensions. Damn it, Odin gave me wealth. These resurrected guys have many advantages, among which Liu Qian is most satisfied. No need to eat, no need to drink, no need even air. Apart from being a little ugly and weak in strength, he has almost no shortcomings. But these are all gifts from Hela. What other gifts are there, including bicycles? Hela led the Legion and Fenrir Wolf directly out of the treasure house with a clear goal, heading towards the place where her army was originally stationed. After so many years, things and people have changed, and Hela doesn't know what her previous palace and residence have become now. But she doesn't care. If someone takes it, she will take it back. Hela was overly worried about this, as her palace and garrison were not occupied by anyone at all. Just kidding. Asgard in its heyday had several legions, such as the Berserker Legion, the Valkyrie Legion, and the Death Legion led by Hela. There are also more ordinary Asgard army legions. Because of Odin's cunning manipulation, the Death Legion was buried under the treasure house, and the core of the Berserker Legion, the Stick of Wrath, was lost on the earth, and no one could find it. You know, the Asgard Berserkers were a legion formed after people from Asgard came into contact with the Stick of Wrath and strengthened it. With the loss of the Stick of Wrath, as the last generation of Asgard Berserkers grew old, the Berserker Legion became history. Of course, the Angry Stick also has side effects. For example, although it can strengthen the user's physical fitness by 10 times, it will keep the user in a state of anger. But it's still a treasure. If Odin says he doesn't want it, he won't want it. It's indeed a gift to Laodin. The effect of this stick is quite suitable for Hulk Banner. Not to mention the Valkyrie Legion. Their souls have now entered the dark dimension. Liu Qian was ecstatic surprise face. So Hela returned to her palace very smoothly and allowed the Death Army to return to its garrison. As for Liu Qian, he didn't want to go to the military camp and went back the same way. On the way, I also saw the charming witch Amora, who was tied to a pillar, and 4 Asgard soldiers were bewitched by her. Sif drew out his sword and stood aside, looking at the red energy rope binding the 5 people at a loss. She was accompanied by the 3 warriors of Asgard and Tony. Liu Qian snapped his fingers, and the rope transformed by psychokinesis gradually disappeared. Upon seeing this, the 5 of them ran over quickly and tied up the 5 of them with special ropes. 1 for each person, just right. Sif was supposed to be the one to tie up Amora, but she was inexplicably nervous. Amora was also smiling, and the atmosphere seemed a bit strange. So, Tony volunteered, wore a steel suit to prevent himself from being controlled, and then raised the special rope provided by Asgard. Tie up Amora. After the binding, Liu Qian, who was watching the show, fell silent. This method of tying people up is not something that Tony, your fellow countryman who had a good life, learned this skill from. Do you want the binding to be so professional? It would be terrible if the children saw it. What is this binding method called? It seems to be called turtle shell. Tony seemed to have realized something. His face turned red, and he hurried over to change the binding method. Liu Qian, your face is as red as a bubble teapot. Also, the binding method you used is not serious. Okay, no, why do you know so many binding methods? As expected of you, the famous playboy. The banquet started normally the next day, but the original relaxed atmosphere changed. After all, the news about Hela and Thor's fight for the throne has spread, and there is an undercurrent in Asgard. Because of the big drama of the fight for the throne, everyone in the Justice League said that they had never seen it before. I had to watch the show well, so I decided to stay a few more days to see who would win the throne of Asgard, adhering to the principle of the minority obeying the majority. Little Spider-Man Parker, who represents the minority. Damn it, if you don't go to school for so many days, Aunt May will definitely nag you for the whole year when you get home. Degree. Thor and Loki are united together like never before. In a sense, the two brothers have the ambition to conquer the world. Coupled with Odin's support, this advantage is simply incredible. Although Hela took over Odin's old role when she appeared, and she was very powerful and earned a lot of face, she was still at a disadvantage. Li Yuqian counted with his fingers and knew that he would not succeed in the end. But it didn't matter. He just wanted to watch the excitement. Thor's good brother, the three warriors of Asgard, is constantly being the one who stands out and mocks Hela severely. It means that Hela, as a product of the old era, should not suddenly run out again. The three of them also said that although Hela is very strong, they're not afraid of joining forces. Hela was not happy at the time, but Li Yuqian was happy when he joined in the fun. He thought about the original plot. Hela, Sword, and Kayla. There are two people from the three warriors of Asgard. It gave me a little more support, but it wasn't much better. As a result, I feel so confident now. Full of contrast. Unfortunately, under Li Yuqian's suppression, Hela could not go on a killing spree, nor could Hela imitate a certainly heir and kill Thor and imprison her old father. Then he ascended the throne himself. With the joint efforts of Odin, Loki, and Thor, the uproar caused by her sudden appearance and the tampering of history gradually subsided. Depending on the situation, Odin directly announced that Thor had become the new king of Asgard, the god King Thor. Odin retired successfully and lived a wonderful retirement life. Cutting through the mess with a sharp knife, the momentum Hela had finally built up lost its effect after being struck by a single blow. Most people in Asgard still support Thor becoming the God King. Hela was almost mad to death and wanted to directly kill Asgard. Unfortunately, she couldn't beat Li Yuqian. The only thing worth it, and what makes her happy, is that some warlike or depressed Asgardians choose her to hang out. For example, there was an unlucky Scourge who was fired for picking up girls at work. He was the first to choose to hang out with Hela, and Hela gave him an official title on the spot as soon as she was happy. It gave him the right to control the soldiers of the 100 Death Legion, and he was extremely happy on the spot. Then he discovered to his bewilderment that these soldiers seemed to be dead men and could not even chat with him. He has just come to Hela, so he must stay well at Hela. He has just come to Hela, so if he doesn't butter up and become familiar with someone, it will be difficult for him to make progress in the future. There is no other way. He is anxious again. So those days made him bored. He was so bored that he lost Deadman. Yes, literally lost Deadman. Of course, he had no choice but to find something to do, and such a big wolf was staring at him fiercely every day. If he hadn't been clever, he would have treated a Death Legion soldier like a dog bone and thrown it out for the big wolf to pick up. He very much doubted that the wolf would bite him. Now that he was better, he should stop biting him when he was mature. The Death Legion soldier who was thrown away by him. How presumptuous you are! It's a pity that Thor still won the throne in the end, but the Asgardians who took refuge in Hela felt that it was natural. Anyway, I joined Hela just to earn a living and give it a try. I didn't have much expectations, and there was no big difference if I failed. After Hela shut herself up for a while, she applied to lead her men into the dark dimension. She tried to follow Li Yuqian and learn from him how to become stronger. Of course, Li Yuqian would not refuse this kind of thing. Besides, those people in the Death Army could just be regarded as hard-working wage earners. Let the little sunspot make unified arrangements and let them work. However, Hela brought the Death Army and the people who surrendered to him before entering the Dark Dimension. He found Thor and Loki specially and beat them up. Odin was originally going to stop it, but seeing how angry Hela was during this period, it felt like menopause was approaching. He stopped trying to stop them. Anyway, he didn't have any murderous intentions. He just wanted to beat them up. It didn't matter that Thor and Loki were thick-skinned and thick-skinned. That scene is really called a loving father and a filial son. Thor and Loki were beaten so badly that Loki couldn't bear it. First, Thor yelled for the Rainbow Bridge and asked him to go first. When done, Heimdall decisively through the Rainbow Bridge. Loki used an illusion to create a phantom of Loki, which rushed towards Hela and seemed to be about to die with Hela. Thor was so frightened that he rushed back to help, and then Loki took the opportunity to escape and ran into the Rainbow Bridge. Then he lifted the phantom and solemnly shouted to the confused Thor, "Thank you. Please remember to delay it for me." Then he entered the Rainbow Bridge in a whoosh, and Thor's face turned green on the spot. Sure enough, Loki helped him so much during this period, but still cheated himself at the critical moment. His potential exploded, and his whole body was filled with lightning. He rushed in with a swish, but it seemed that he used too much force for a moment. Like a lightning cannon, Thor broke through the Rainbow Bridge with Loki and seemed to fly quite far. "Hela, it's none of my business. I'm just going to beat them up." Odin was a little speechless when he saw this scene. He had been training him for so long, and for a long time, he and his brother fell in love and killed each other, and finally brought out his potential. Liu Qian and Odin didn't panic at all, even though they were beaten violently by Hela. But in the Marvel world, their strength is still good. Although they break through the Rainbow Bridge and fly to who knows where, their lives are generally not in danger. Liu Qian casually traced Thor's aura and instantly found the location of the two of them. The two of them were in a special position. Liu Qian opened the portal, stretched out his head, and took a look inside. Thor and Loki, two brothers in distress, fell on a planet. Various black holes appeared from time to time in the sky of the planet. Then it calls out all kinds of strange things, and psychokinesis scans the whole world. The most conspicuous one is a huge amount of arena, and if you think about it carefully, the original plot. No need to guess, isn't this place the Sakaar planet? This planet is surrounded by cosmic pathways and is also the boundary between the known and unknown worlds. Things absorbed by various black holes in the universe will eventually come to this planet. What's very strange is that Liu Qian became interested in this planet. The black holes in the entire Marvel universe are connected to this planet. If you think about it differently, this planet is connected to the entire Marvel universe. Liu Qian waved his hand and asked Hela to lead his men to conquer the Saka planet and not go back to the Dark Dimension yet. Hela was very excited when she heard this. Her favorite thing was fighting. She agreed to come down without saying a word, and then passed through Liu Qian's portal. With the army of death and those who surrendered to her, they marched towards the Saxon planet. As for Thor and Loki, who mistakenly entered the Saxon planet, as soon as Liu Qian opened the portal, they had been on Sakastar for several days. This place is special, and the flow of time is completely different from the outside world. During this period, the two still fell in love and killed each other. Loki pretended to be powerful, which made Thor miserable. Loki and Thor unanimously fought against Hela. After the successful confrontation, Loki began to secretly poke fun at Thor's throne. In addition, the two of them dislike each other as soon as they meet, and if they are thrown on the same planet at the same time, they will definitely have to fight each other. Liu Qian transferred the two of them back to Asgard with a casual hook. The scene was a little awkward at that time. Loki relied on his. It's a pity that Thor still won the throne in the end, but the Asgardians who took refuge in Hela felt that it was natural. Anyway, I joined Hela just to earn a living and give it a try. I didn't have much expectations, and there was no big difference if I failed. After Hela shut herself up for a while, she applied to lead her men into the Dark Dimension. She tried to follow Liu Qian and learn from him how to become stronger. Of course, Liu Qian would not refuse this kind of thing. Besides, those people in the Death Army could just be regarded as hardworking wage earners. Let the little sunspot make unified arrangements and let them work. However, Hela brought the Death Army and the people who surrendered to him before entering the Dark Dimension. He found Thor and Loki specially and beat them up. Odin was originally going to stop it, but seeing how angry Hela was during this period, it felt like menopause was approaching. He stopped trying to stop them. Anyway, he didn't have any murderous intentions. He just wanted to beat them up. It didn't matter that Thor and Loki were thick-skinned and thick-skinned. That scene is really called a loving father and a filial son. Thor and Loki were beaten so badly that Loki couldn't bear it. First, Thor yelled for the Rainbow Bridge and asked him to go first. When done, Heimdall decisively through the Rainbow Bridge. Loki used an illusion to create a phantom of Loki, which rushed towards Hela and seemed to be about to die with Hela. Thor was so frightened that he rushed back to help, and then Loki took the opportunity to escape and ran into the Rainbow Bridge. Then he lifted the phantom and solemnly shouted to the confused Thor, "Thank you. Please remember to delay it for me." Then he entered the Rainbow Bridge in a whoosh, and Thor's face turned green on the spot. Sure enough, Loki helped him so much during this period, but still cheated himself at the critical moment. His potential exploded, and his whole body was filled with lightning. He rushed in with a swish, but it seemed that he used too much force for a moment. Like a lightning cannon, Thor broke through the Rainbow Bridge with Loki and seemed to fly quite far. "Hela, it's none of my business. I'm just going to beat them up." Odin was a little speechless when he saw this scene. He had been training him for so long, and for a long time, he and his brother fell in love and killed each other, and finally brought out his potential. Liu Qian and Odin didn't panic at all, even though they were beaten violently by Hela. But in the Marvel world, their strength is still good. Although they break through the Rainbow Bridge and fly to who knows where, their lives are generally not in danger. Liu Qian casually traced Thor's aura and instantly found the location of the two of them. The two of them were in a special position. Liu Qian opened the portal, stretched out his head, and took a look inside. Thor and Loki, two brothers in distress, fell on a planet. Various black holes appeared from time to time in the sky of the planet. Then it calls out all kinds of strange things, and psychokinesis scans the whole world. The most conspicuous one is a huge amount of arena, and if you think about it carefully, the original plot. No need to guess, isn't this place the Sakaar planet? This planet is surrounded by cosmic pathways and is also the boundary between the known and unknown worlds. Things absorbed by various black holes in the universe will eventually come to this planet. What's very strange is that Liu Qian became interested in this planet. The black holes in the entire Marvel universe are connected to this planet. If you think about it differently, this planet is connected to the entire Marvel universe. Liu Qian waved his hand and asked Hela to lead his men to conquer the Saka planet and not go back to the Dark Dimension yet. Hela was very excited when she heard this. Her favorite thing was fighting. She agreed to come down without saying a word, and then passed through Liu Qian's portal. With the army of death and those who surrendered to her, they marched towards the Saxon planet. As for Thor and Loki, who mistakenly entered the Saxon planet, as soon as Liu Qian opened the portal, they had been on Saka Star for several days. This place is special, and the flow of time is completely different from the outside world. During this period, the two still fell in love and killed each other. Loki pretended to be powerful, which made Thor miserable. Loki and Thor unanimously fought against Hela. After the successful confrontation, Loki began to secretly poke fun at Thor's throne. In addition, the two of them dislike each other as soon as they meet, and if they are thrown on the same planet at the same time, they will definitely have to fight each other. Liu Qian transferred the two of them back to Asgard with a casual hook. The scene was a little awkward at that time. Loki relied on his eloquence to have a good relationship with Gao Tianzuan, the controller of Sakaar, and relied on his power to suppress Thor. Thor accidentally met the only living Valkyrie, a talkative stone man, and some strange alien warriors. He became good friends with them, but because Thor lost his hammer, even with these good friends, they were severely suppressed by Loki and Gao Tianzuan's forces. Loki feels very refreshed during this period. He has been fighting for half his life and has never fought so richly. It turned out that it was good now. Loki and Thor were pulled back by Li Yuqian at the same time. Loki looked at Thor, who was close at hand, and showed a stupid smile. "Hey, isn't this my dear brother?" Thor smiled slightly, and Loki replied instantly, "Don't slap me in the face." Then Thor directly gave Loki a set, Thor's version of Heaven and Earth Return, which was to drag Loki's feet and smash them everywhere. Hulk, a good scholar, a good scholar. After going back to Heaven and Earth for several times, he called out to Li Yuqian's adoptive father and asked him to help him rescue the good friends he had made in the past few days on Sokka. Even calling me adopted father for random things. How can I not help? Li Yuqian's psychokinesis directly pulled all those people over with one scan. Thor bared his teeth and laughed when he saw this. As for Li Yuqian sending Hela to conquer Sakaar, that's pretty good. Anyway, the controller of Sokka Star, Gao Tianzuan, is not a good bird. They are all the same. Li Yuqian, you said I'm not a good bird? Li Yuqian briefly observed the situation of Hela's conquest of Sokka. The situation was not bad. She is good at leading troops. This section is a simple test for her. If Hela can't even handle Sokka Star, then Li Yuqian will be very disappointed. When the time comes, her value will not even be as good as that of the bald, true monarch. However, fortunately, the performance was okay. Originally, I planned to play in Asgard for 2 days, but ended up playing for more than a week. But now, the crisis over the throne of Asgard has been settled, and the Justice League is also preparing to return. Li Yuqian found it troublesome, so he directly used the portal and took everyone back to the Justice League headquarters. Everyone in the Justice League had a great time, of course, except for a few people, such as Loki, who was crazy about the real Thor because of the rebellion on Sakaar. He is now back in his prison to reflect on his work with Thor against Hela. After it was done, he didn't need to go back to prison, but he insisted on messing with Thor, which was amazing. Another unhappy person is Jane. Thor has no time to spend with her for so many days because of Hela and Sakaar. Coupled with Sif's previous T-Art operation, Jane had a stinky face, did not speak to Thor, and directly followed the large army back to the Justice League headquarters. The straight man Thor was still scratching his head, not knowing what was going on. Li Yuqian, it's okay. It's a small problem. I guess it's just a breakup. During this week in New York, due to the team building at the Justice League headquarters, the superheroes did not show up very much. When some evil forces think they are good enough, they are preparing to cause trouble and mock the New York Police Department. It turned out that the police officers were as excited as if they were on drugs. The evil forces finally used their firepower to suppress the police station. Yes, the evil forces suppressed the police station with superior firepower. After all, those policemen were equipped with pistols and only small weapons when they were exhausted. If you can't beat him, you even have to go to a gun store to buy heavy weapons, which is outrageous. The weapons confiscated by the police station are highly equipped. After the evil forces suppressed the police station, they discovered that Li Yuqian's army of robot soldiers was dispatched. They are directly made real, and because they are robots, the attack is quick and accurate, beating them crying for father and mother and running away with their heads in their hands. He immediately became honest. Some supervillains didn't dare to fight those robot soldiers. Those guys were so strong and ruthless that they basically gave up when they encountered them. Then I heard that the Justice League superhero team was back, and the evil forces suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. It's great, it's great. The most they can do is to go to jail. They even celebrated after hearing that the Justice League superheroes were back together. Li Yuqian has now made the entire Marvel story a mess. When the time is up, listen to a special achievement check-in sound. In addition, he worked hard to travel through the world and earn the energy of the world. The blackmailed consciousness of the Trisolan world, the consciousness of the Pacific Rim world, etc. Li Yuqian is now richer than ever before, and he has expanded his small world several times. In fact, the small world should not be called a small world. This portable world is Li Yuqian's continuous strengthening and the expansion of the world's energy. A portable world that is even larger than most real worlds. In addition, Li Yuqian traveled through so many worlds and little Sunspot was also very sensible and collected a lot of things. Coupled with the Chitauri fleet in the Marvel world, special items from the Marvel world are constantly collected. It can be said that the small world at this time is full of treasures in my heart. Liu Qian feels that his life has reached its peak. Liu Qian was thinking as he took out the Infinity Gauntlet and placed gems on it. Of the 6 gems, Liu Qian now has 4, namely mind, reality, power, and space. The soul gem, Liu Qian thought about it. The plot is too messy now. It would be a bit troublesome for him to reap the benefits and wait for the gem to come to his door. After all, now that Odin is retiring in advance, he is expected to live for a while longer, and he is so strong. Does Thanos still dare to come? This is a question. It is estimated that it will, but it will definitely be very different from the original work. Forget it. I will send someone to find the soul gem myself. He still remembered the location. It seemed it was called the planet Vormer. Liu Qian decided to solve these things together. What about time gems and soul gems? Don't delay any longer. Let's solve it together while we have time now. Liu Qian thought of it and did it. Psychokinesis directly scanned the entire Marvel world. Quickly and accurately locate the planet Vormer, open the portal, and walk directly in. The planet Vormer is a dead planet that looks very desolate. Before he could wait, Liu Qian forced the soul gem out of the planet, and a figure slowly appeared in front of Liu Qian. He is wearing a black robe and looks very mysterious. But on this planet, there's a guy wrapped in a black robe. No need to guess. Everyone knows it is the Red Skull, the guide and guardian of the Soul Stone. The mysterious man slowly took off his hood, revealing his face. The red skin looked like a skeleton. As expected, it was the Red Skull. His tone was a little sinister, creating a sense of mystery. I feel that someone wants to get the soul gem. It's you, right? I will lead you the way. Then the Red Skull showed a nasty smile. Liu Qian was silent for a while. Red Skull thought that the way he appeared was too mysterious and shocked him. Then Liu Qian slowly uttered a sentence. What an ugly face. Red Skull. How can anyone call someone ugly in front of others? Humph, the guy looking for gems is so rude. Liu Qian seemed to think this was a bit rude, so he chose to comfort Red Skull. Don't take it to heart. Even though you are ugly and look like a perverted murderer, but you are quite perverted to begin with. As a war criminal on Earth, this is all true, so don't be sad. Red Skull. The Red Skull's expression became even more ugly now, and the thought that he was not ugly kept echoing in his mind. To be honest, he swore that if he hadn't been the only one to lead the way, he would have strangled this mean-talking guy to death, even if he couldn't beat him, even if he had broken his own defenses. But he should be able to beat him. The Red Skull looks at this person as if he is from Earth. Isn't this a fellow countryman? What level are the Earthlings at? He doesn't know yet, but he is an enhanced Earthling, so the plus version is okay. The Red Skull took a deep breath, stabilized his emotions, and comforted himself. Don't be angry. Don't be angry if you are angry. There's no one to take care of you. After a while, I saw that this mean-mouthed guy had returned in vain and left in despair. I laughed at him again. Red Skull squeezed out a few words through his teeth. Follow me. Then, without saying a word, he walked in one direction. Liu Qian found it quite interesting, so he followed him slowly, and then made some remarks to mess with his mentality. It's a good thing that this ghost place is so desolate. It can prevent you from scaring people. I can't blame you for your appearance, but it's not good if you go out and scare people. Red Skull. This guy definitely did it on purpose. Red Skull quickened his pace, trying to keep Liu Qian busy on his way and shut his mouth. As a result, Liu Qian walked slowly, but not too slowly. He continued to attack mentally, and Red Skull felt like he was getting warmer. But his skin is red. It's so funny that you can't tell at all. After more than 10 minutes, the Red Skull stopped on a high platform. It was said to be a high platform, but in fact, it was more like a cliff. The height was incredible. Red Skull feels that this section of the road is the longest one he has walked in so many years. But when it finally arrived, he could see Liu Qian returning without success. And then he took the opportunity to laugh mercilessly. Jia. As for whether it will succeed, it's ridiculous. I want to get the soul gem, but I have to exchange one soul for another. If I want to get the gem, I will lose my beloved. This guy didn't bring anyone with him. One soul for another. If he can successfully get the soul gem, the Red Skull will jump off this high platform. In just a few seconds, the Red Skull coaxed himself mentally, showed an arrogant face, then spread his hands, pointed at the cliff, and said, "The soul gem is not an ordinary gem. If you want to get it, you need to make a sacrifice. The sacrifice is to exchange one soul for another. If you want to get the gem, you will lose your true love. Come on, show it. You have two ways. One is to roll away now. The other is to go back and find your true love. Deceive her, then throw her under the cliff and exchange her life for gems. You can choose between the two methods." The Red Skull's arrogant expression somehow deserves a beating. "No, kid, can you stop being so arrogant?" Li Yuqian reminded him kindly. The Red Skull became even more embarrassed when he heard this, and spoke harshly. He couldn't help it when he said such words. "Hey, what? What's wrong with me? Hit me if you can, idiot. Go home and daydream about finding infinite gems." As the Red Skull spoke, he stretched his face in front of Li Yuqian. With a snap, Li Yuqian slapped him smoothly and sighed. "This is the first time I have heard such a perverted request. Someone actually asked others to hit them. This world is really getting more and more messy. Don't tell me it's pretty easy." It was natural, after all. The Red Skull stretched out his face for him to hit. The Red Skull was stunned by this slap. He spun 360 degrees on the spot, and then froze in the air, unable to move. It took a while. It just snapped and fell to the ground. Why was he so arrogant just now? It was because the mysterious soul gem protected him. Otherwise, how could an enhanced human being who is not as good as Captain America survive on this barren planet for so many years? Ordinary people can't hurt him at all, but Li Yuqian not only hurt him, but also gave him a big showdown, just like hitting an ordinary person. Moreover, this Dabi Kabuto can also pin himself in the air. Is this something that normal humans on Earth can do? Red Skull thought that even though he had been on the planet Vormer for many years, human beings on Earth could not evolve so fast. Something was wrong. Something was wrong. Losing 19 points out of 10, and the Red Skull had an ominous premonition in his heart. Li Yuqian pushed him away with a slight smile. "Get out of the way. I'm going to show off." Then he lowered his head and looked at the bottom of the cliff. There was nothing at the bottom of the cliff, but Li Yuqian seemed to be looking directly at the tone and said lightly, "Come out on your own and be decent, or I will help you be decent." The soul gem is a very special gem. It will find its own guide and guardian. There is a price for finding it, as if it has wisdom. It can even affect other gems, such as letting the space gem bring the Red Skull to the planet Vormer and serve as its guide. It is a very special gem to bring people looking for gems to the cliff-high platform. I just don't know how high the IQ is of this special gem. After all, the soul gem can actually affect other gems. Li Yuqian has already robbed so many gems. If he doesn't believe the soul gem, he doesn't know. If it's smart enough, it will know what to do. As expected by Li Yuqian, 3 seconds later, a soul gem emitting orange light flew slowly and reluctantly into Li Yuqian's hands. When he saw this, he frowned and snorted, and the soul gem flew into Li Yuqian's hand very quickly. He had a high IQ and is very knowledgeable about current affairs. Then Li Yuqian floated in the air, holding the soul gem in his hand, and slowly turned to look at the Red Skull, who was slumped on the cliff. It seems there are not just two options, but a third way. The Red Skull was paralyzed on the cliff, and an idea came to his mind. If it's bad, let him pretend it's done. During this time, Ah Wong, who was addicted to playing system online games, suddenly raised a question in Li Yuqian's mind. Li Yuqian was shocked. "I have a question. Host, your true love is probably the energy of the world, right? You can try throwing some world energy just now and see if the soul gem will pop out." Li Yuqian, can you please stop saying something suddenly and startling me? The question you asked doesn't work at all, because I can't throw away the world's energy. Li Yuqian replied disgustedly to Ah Wong, who looked more and more like a nerd. I'm so speechless. The system doesn't work hard these days. I'll find something to do next time and let him work. Do you dare to use the little parlor system? A Guang. No, I just finished working for little Sunspot supervisor and just took a few days off. Li Youqian's malicious eyes successfully silenced a Guang. Then he smiled evilly and looked at the Red Skull. Red Skull swallowed his saliva. It was so outrageous. Can you believe it? Without paying any price, the watery soul gem appeared just like this. Where's the promised big? What's the agreed price? Damn soul gem. I didn't expect you to be such a gem that bullies the weak and fears the strong. Bah, I look down on you. Hello, hello, sir. You see, I help you find the gem. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Wish you good luck. The Red Skull waved his hands with a smile and kept retreating. It was obvious that he was going to run away. He made an agreement with the soul gem. As long as someone sacrifices and obtains the soul gem, he will be free. No longer bound by the soul gem, he stayed on the planet Vormer. Although no one sacrificed, Red Skull felt the soul gem's protection and restraint disappear. Good news, he's free. Bad news, I seem to have provoked a terrible guy. Red Skull's first reaction was to run away, but unfortunately, it was of no use. In an instant, an invisible force bound him, making him unable to move. He thought to himself that he was not in trouble. Looking carefully, he saw that his whole body was glowing with red light. I still prefer your arrogant look before. It's very trustworthy, and I appreciate it very much. Li Yuqian slowly floated back, playing with the soul gem in his hand and throwing it into the air. He smiled and said, Well, even though you have offended me, I will not bully you either. Give you a chance, I have a pair of cunning hands, extremely fast, and the soul gem is in one hand. After I hold it tightly, if you guess correctly which hand it is in, you will be fine. If you guess wrong, a seat in the imperial banner. After Li Yuqian finished speaking, he threw the soul gem into the air and moved his last hands quickly. With a snap, the soul gem was grasped by one hand. Li Yuqian clenched his fists and signaled the Red Skull to choose. A large flag appeared in the sky behind it. Although it exuded golden light, countless fierce ghosts were biting and struggling on the surface of the flag. The Red Skull swallowed. This thing dares to be called the Human Emperor's flag. Even the enhanced human Red Skull can't help but sweat when he sees it. The Red Skull sneered and said weakly, Can I not choose that one? What do you think? Li Youqian's words made Red Skull grit his teeth and stamp his feet. Fear is the instinct of living things, and bravery is the hymn of human beings. Give it a try and turn your bicycle into a motorcycle. There's a 50% chance of guessing it right. Give it a try. I choose the left hand. Red Skull stretched out his finger and said firmly. Li Yuqian said with a smile, Are you sure? Red Skull, what you say when people are indecisive is so mean. I'm sure, just stud. Li Yuqian opened his left hand, but there was nothing in it. Sorry, I guessed wrong. The Red Skull's face turned green, but because he was restrained by psychokinesis, he couldn't run away even if he wanted to, and he could only speak with his mouth. He turned his head and shouted loudly, Soul Gem, I suddenly feel that freedom is not that good. Please help me. I have been your guide and guardian for so many years. We agreed that after someone obtains the Soul Gem, I will be free, so you can't ignore me. Red Skull struggled desperately and yelled, but unfortunately nothing happened. The Soul Gem said that he was helpless. If he had a way, how could this guy just let himself take the initiative without giving anything? What's more, I can't hear you at all now. Why? The Red Skull saw Li Yuqian stretch out his right hand, grab the Human Emperor flag floating behind him, and wave it directly. A terrifying suction force came from a Human Emperor flag, and the Red Skull was directly sucked into it, and his soul and flesh and blood would be swallowed up by the Human Emperor flag. At the moment of being swallowed, Red Skull only had one thought in his mind, damn, he didn't have soul gems in either hand, and then he uttered the last words of his life. Damn, you're cheating. After Li Yuqian casually put the Human Emperor's flag into the small world, he whistled. He didn't even understand what Red Skull just said. Well, he definitely didn't secretly put the soul gem into the small world. And then asked Red Skull to guess whose hand the soul stone is? Are you that kind of person? Guang. Yes. In fact, the Red Skull deserves it. This guy is a war criminal on Earth, and he has committed serious crimes. This can be regarded as physical salvation for myself. So good, so good. Li Yuqian casually pulled out the infinity gauntlet and the soul gem from behind and embedded the soul gem in them. He looked at the only vacant seat and smiled. Time stone, I'll come. After saying that, he directly put the infinity gauntlet back into the small world. Then, relying on the induction of the breath of the infinite gems, he used it as a medium to directly open the world travel portal. If you travel like this, you shouldn't be able to reach a world without infinite stones. Li Yuqian said that he is very efficient in doing things, and he really deserves to be himself. In a forest in the suburbs of New York, a woman was waving a fishing rod and a hook. The fish hook was accurately hooked into the mouth of Li Yuqian, who had just walked out of the portal. Li Yuqian, no, you dare to harm me. These unruly people. A layer of light red invisible barrier blocked the fishhook, making the hook-throwing gesture instantly ungraceful. At the same time, the portal behind Li Yuqian disappeared at an extremely fast speed for no other reason than to save the world's energy. Li Yuqian, a grown man, travels across the world by himself, quickly cancels the back pan, and makes the portal disappear. This is a grown man riding a bicycle to the bar, saving money and spending money. When the woman turned around, she saw a speechless Li Yuqian behind her. Li Yuqian said, "What is this situation? As soon as I reported it, someone wanted to harm me. It's really abominable." "What? Why do you say me?" "Because it is appropriate to speak like this." "Oh, D." The woman looked at the fishing rod in her hand, thinking about her actions just now, and showed an apologetic expression. "Sorry, my name is Jeremy Ward. All my acquaintances call me Fishing Guy. You can call me Fishing Guy. Did I accidentally throw the fish hook on you just now? I'm so sorry." "Li Yuqian, I feel like I'm cheating on someone else. And why is a fisherman like you, a max-level fisherman, a woman? Something is wrong. 19 out of 10 is wrong." He waved his hand, not caring, and prepared to directly scan the world with psychokinesis. Find a time stone as soon as possible, steal it as soon as possible, borrow it as soon as possible. As for the unfortunate Supreme Mage, alas, he is still alive. It is time for him to eliminate the enemies of the Supreme Mage in this world. By the way, if there is a Supreme Mage in this world, I don't know which version of him he is. The main villain should be Domu, which is just in time to replenish his dark dimension. A max-level fisherman. Although he found this guy who suddenly appeared very mysterious, he still gave a kind reminder. This place is located in the most remote part of the forest in the suburbs of New York. It is easy for ordinary people to get lost here, and there may be wolves in this area. Do you want you to wait a moment? Wait until I catch the fish and take you out of the suburban forest. After listening to what he said, Li Yuqian felt that there were a lot of flaws. It's really amazing. Since this place is so dangerous, Li Yuqian can also see that the guy is a strong woman at best. As for going to such a remote place, just for fishing, maybe this is the unique feeling of pleasure for fishermen. Li Yuqian couldn't help but ask, "You still come here to fish?" "After all, I am a max-level fisherman, and I dare to risk my life just to catch fish. I remember when I went directly to Africa to catch a big fish." As soon as Fishing Brain heard about fishing, he immediately became excited. From the way she introduced it, it could be said that a child has no mother, which is a long story. He probably could talk for a long time. So Li Yuqian quickly waved his hand and refused the fishing guy's sharing. "You go fishing. I choose to leave like this so it won't be dangerous. Watch and learn well. One more thing. When you catch a fish, pay attention and be careful not to let it run away." Just now, Li Yuqian psychokinesis scanned the mage aura of Carmitage in New York, and then scanned the New York temple in Carmitage. After scanning carefully, there are still the auras of the Supreme Mage and Tony inside. They are probably similar existences in different worlds. Li Yuqian stopped immediately after scanning, turned around, and waved to the fishing guy, said the above words, then opened the portal and walked in. When the fishing guy saw Li Yuqian opening the portal and walking in directly, and what he said, his first reaction was to turn around and tug on his fishing rod. Then he took a deep breath and said, "It was such a close call, I almost ran away with this fish." As she fished, she thought about the scene that had just happened and sighed, "If I could do that trick just now, I can't imagine where I could fish. I will definitely be able to grab those good fishing spots, which makes me feel happy just thinking about it." With this kind of thinking, she is worthy of being a top-level fisherman. From the outside, the New York Temple looks like an ancient 3-story residential building. From the outside, it is impossible to tell that it is one of Kama Taj's temples, the New York Temple. But there's indeed a universe inside. Li Yuqian walked out of the portal and walked out an alley. Looking at the ordinary-looking New York Temple, I touched my chin and then took a deep breath. Seems a little nervous. Why is this? Without him, during the psychokinesis scan just now, Li Yuqian discovered something amazing. The situation in his own main world, Marvel, is basically the same as in those movies, but this world has infinite gems, as well as the aura peers of Tony and the Sorcerer Supreme. After all, it is not his own main world, Marvel. It has different places. For example, Li Yuqian just discovered this temple through psychokinesis scanning. In it, Tony and the Supreme Mage Strange seem to be a woman. Li Yuqian. To be honest, he was originally preparing to steal the Time Stone secretly and destroy the enemies that the Supreme Mage had to deal with along the way. But you have to get to know the female version of Tony and Strange. There is no way. A common problem among men is that they are too curious. For example, some people watch some pornographic movies. In fact, they are not that perverted. They are just purely curious. Li Yuqian looked serious, then slowly opened the video function on his mobile phone, walked to the door next to him, and then slowly pushed it open. In the temple, 4 women were discussing something intensely. The opening of the door attracted the attention of the 4 people. Among them, a cold woman in a red cloak frowned and blurted out in a scolding voice, "Who are you?" Li Yuqian took a look at the 4 women. The one wearing a red cloak knew, needless to say, that he was the female version of Strange. That blonde hottie with the shiny chest could be Tony? Beside him was a gentle woman wearing glasses and a fat female mage. Li Yuqian took a look and found out the one wearing glasses was Banner, and the fat female mage was Wong. The images of the 4 people in the main world emerged in Li Yuqian's mind, and he looked carefully at what was in front of him. So weird, well, let's take a look again. And Tony is in pretty good shape. No, why would I have such an idea in my mind? When Li Yuqian subconsciously looked at the blonde hot girl's figure, he suddenly thought of the uncle version of Tony from the main world. Li Yuqian shuddered. When he thought that this hot blonde girl was Tony, he didn't know why, but he almost got goosebumps. These 4 people in this world are all women, and there is also a female version of Jeremy Ward, a full-level fisherman. An idea popped up in Li Yuqian's mind. Could it be that this is a female version of Marvel? Ha ha! Now, the Avengers have really become a women's alliance. The blonde girl Tony opposite saw a man suddenly open the door and then looked at her perfect figure like a normal man. Then he showed an inexplicable expression of disgust. No, what is this situation? Could it be that I stayed up late yesterday and was in bad shape, making me ugly? While thinking about it, Tony frowned and noticed the mobile phone in Li Yuqian's hand. Handsome guy, this place is not allowed. You can take photos as you like. By the way, who are you? Before Tony could finish speaking, he suddenly pulled his clothes, and his casual clothes turned into tights in an instant, and then he tapped his chest. The nanosteel suit gradually covered her body, and then she stretched out her palm. Blue light emitted from her hand, and her palm cannon was ready to go. Who are you? After Jarvis inspection, there is no information about you on the Earth at all. Li Yuqian silently put away his mobile phone, looked at the 4 people who were on guard at the same time, and laughed sarcastically. Don't be so nervous. In fact, to a certain extent, I am one of my own, well, I should be. 10 minutes later, Li Yuqian introduced his identity as a traveler across the world. He came here to eliminate villains in exchange for a special item. Li Yuqian claimed that he wanted to collect that special item, but one of the 6 was missing. Once he got it, it was a series, and the collection was full. Why is he considered a friend of the 4 of them to a certain extent? Because in other worlds, there are also Tony, Strange, Banner, and Master Wong. In that world, Li Yuqian said that he was the beloved relative, friend, and brother of the 4 of them. The 4 people mentioned were stunned for a while, especially after hearing that they were all men in other worlds. They were even more surprised. In this world, the gender relationship between men and women has been completely reversed. The genders of Tony, Strange, etc., and a series of superheroes have also been reversed. They always felt weird when they thought that they were men in other worlds, and they understood why Li Yuqian was holding up a mobile phone and recording a video just now. However, the 4 of them now do not believe what Li Yuqian said, even though Li Yuqian showed the 4 of them photos of the male versions of themselves in other worlds. But after all, it is just a photo, plus my own narration, although it is well-founded and very logical. But his credibility is only average, and he is still a little wary, not to mention anything else, just those photos. Most of Wei Mao's photos are ugly photos of the male version of himself. The male version of myself, at first glance, looks nothing like myself. But upon closer inspection, I feel a little pensive and have a strange feeling. I tell myself in my heart that the men in those photos are the male version of myself. What a strange feeling. This inner feeling made the 4 of them reluctantly believe in Li Yuqian. Otherwise, this guy would appear out of nowhere and say a bunch of outrageous things. Instead of believing that he has traveled through time, it is better to believe that he is an alien pretending to be an alien. But even if you believe in Li Yuqian, he is considered your friend in another world. But now they are still very suspicious of what Li Yuqian said. Do you really have such a good relationship with yourself in other worlds? What kind of beloved relatives and friends are you? Taking this kind of video, ugly photos of good brothers, plus Li Yuqian, who is more difficult to suppress than AK. This guy is not a bad friend, right? Li Yuqian, no. Is it true that you looked at Ding like that? Did I act too obvious? In addition, the 4 people actually made eye contact and warned not to use force to arrest Li Yuqian. But Li Yuqian was really too mysterious, and the 4 of them didn't dare to take action easily. Moreover, the 4 of them are also superheroes. Li Yuqian didn't do anything bad, and the 4 of them are not very embarrassed to take action. It was the female version of Strange who asked a question out of curiosity. What on earth do you want to collect? You came all the way to our world. This is a secret. You'll find out later. Li Yuqian smiled at Strange. Strange had an inexplicable bad feeling in his heart, but he didn't think much about it. One of the 6 is missing. It's impossible for Li to have money. Is it because of the time stone on his chest? It just so happens that there are only 6 infinite gems in total, but this is too outrageous. How can anyone be so free? Collecting all the infinite gems just for the sake of collecting them, and even traveling through a world specifically for the time gems. Wouldn't it be nice to get one from this world? Li Xianren and Yuqian, it wasn't very popular at first, but seeing the female version of you gave me a lot of insights, and I felt that this time travel was worth it. What a coincidence. We are about to encounter the attack of the Mad Titan Thanos. She should be considered a villain. Can you help us solve this problem? If you can help us solve it, what do you want to collect? We, the Avengers, will do our best to find it for you. Tony secretly poked and prodded. Li Yuqian's eyes lit up, and he patted his chest. Okay, I'll take this job, and I'll get the things myself when the time comes, as long as you agree to give them to me. Do you agree to this deal, Strange? Strange nodded inexplicably. If he could really kill Thanos, it would be worth paying some price. Li Yuqian was happy. Now, it was better. He could directly deal with Thanos, and then take away the time stone. This is not a secret taking. This is an above-board transaction. Li Yuqian's words were too vague, and the 4 people present were a little confused and were about to ask further questions. Suddenly, there was a roaring sound outside, and there was chaos outside. The 4 female versions of Tony rushed out quickly. Li Yuqian stretched himself and got ready to work. The streets outside the New York Temple were in chaos. A long spaceship with a huge ring was running rampant in New York. Without saying a word, Strange cast a spell, Wadham's wind, and a powerful airflow rushed towards the spacecraft. Strange in this world was quite powerful. With a wave of his hands, the wind of Vatum directly blocked the huge circular spaceship that was rushing over. When Li Yuqian saw this scene, he instantly understood what timeline this was in. Isn't this the plot of Avengers 3? It's inexplicably a bit unaccustomed to the Marvel storyline that has not been interfered with by myself. Huge amounts of ringed spacecraft emitted a beam of light from which two alien figures appeared. One was a tall black giantess wearing a battle armor. She held a giant axe, and the other was a female alien who looked like Squidward. These two people are none other than Black Dwarf and Ebony Maw, one of Thanos' 5 obsidian generals. Li Yuqian looked around. Well, ordinary people were running away pretty fast, and this area was already deserted. Sure enough, no matter which Marvel world it is in, the efficiency of New York citizens' escape is still so fast. No one else is more familiar with it. Logically speaking, in a few seconds, someone from the TV news station should be here. After Ebony Throat landed on the surface, he directly opened the microphone with confidence. You humble people will contribute to the balance of all things, hand over the infinite gems. As a result, before she could finish her words, Tony directly interrupted and said, "Sorry, the earth is closed. I advise you to go back to where you came from." Tony folded his arms across his chest, looking very arrogant, but his eyes were full of alertness, wondering why things were happening one after another today. Guardian of Gems, this talkative creature, is he speaking for you? I could speak on my own, so I don't need her. However, she is right. You are not welcome here. Strange stood on Tony's side and then assumed a fighting stance. Who is Tony? When she heard that this ugly alien dared to say that she was a talkative animal, she instantly became angry. Get out of here, Sister Octopus. Ebony Throat. One sentence made her stop talking. Squidward, damn. Even she felt that describing herself was inexplicably a bit vague. The defense is broken. The defense is broken. Ebony Throat turned his head and looked at Black Dwarf beside him. Black Dwarf understood instantly, picked up the axe, and rushed towards Tony and the other four. A war is about to break out. When Banner sees this, he wants to turn into the Hulk to show off. After all, looking at Black Dwarf's figure and size, he has to fight with the Hulk, which is more suitable for his painting style. Unfortunately, Banner closed his eyes and tried hard, but there was no reaction at all, and his neck turned a little green. Li Yuqian saw the way she was exerting herself, and was afraid that if she pushed too hard, it would be bad if she pulled it. Tony was speechless, but not at all timid, and directly summoned his nanosteel suit. The nanosuit directly constructed a shield, which directly blocked Black Dwarf's heavy blow, and then knocked her back with one punch. After a small combo, four suspended arc-shaped laser cannons floated out from behind Tony, and a burst of dazzling blue lasers appeared. It hit the Black Dwarf directly and sent it flying backwards. Without any comradeship, Ebony Maw casually waved and used psychokinesis to knock Black Dwarf aside. At this time, Banner, who gave up and turned into the Hulk, looked at Tony in shock. Honest Crab, this is so handsome. Although Tony was wearing a steel suit and had a mask on his face, you didn't need to guess that the face behind the mask was almost laughing. No way, this appearance and small combo are so cool. It's a pity that before Tony could express his feelings, Versailles continued to pretend. Under his feet, the ground cracked open, and the soil mixed with gravel lifted Tony up to the sky. Ebony Maw took action, and Black Dwarf, who was thrown aside by Ebony Maw using psychokinesis, shook his body and stood up. The main one is rough-skinned and thick-bodied. Tony, who was pushed forward, reacted and instantly controlled the steel battle suit to fly back. However, at this time, the four people looked at Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf with fear in their eyes. The strength of these two aliens cannot be underestimated. At this time, Li Yuqian, who has never been ignored, walked to the middle of the road and said, "Damn it, you ignored me. This really makes me angry." Tony and Strange, Let me help you solve your trouble now. As Li Yuqian spoke, he stretched out his hand, and psychokinesis directly comforted the black dwarf that hit him, grabbing it into the air like a big hand. He smiled and looked at Ebony Throat. Psychokinesis, what a coincidence. This is also the ability that I Li am good at. Then the big hand of psychokinesis, with its 5 fingers bent and emitting a light red light, gradually solidified, and with a bang, Black Dwarf was crushed into pulp. This scene made Wu Muhu's face turn green. No, I didn't say there was such a strong person on Earth. I want to report that there are spies in my intelligence system. There are bad people. Black Dwarf's ability to become one of the 5 Obsidian Generals is all due to his powerful body. Just carrying the laser cannon is one of the examples. As a result, it was directly crushed by psychokinesis. Psychokinesis, this thing can be crushed directly. Ebony Maw thought that in order to exert the strongest lethality of psychokinesis, he usually controlled objects and attacked people like objects. She also plays psychokinesis, but she knows the concept of using psychokinesis to crush Black Dwarf. This is a shame. Tony and the 4 others also looked shocked. That powerful enemy just went offline like that. The way he went offline was just like a part-timer. Fortunately, there was no fight just now, and no attempt was made to lock Li Yuqian up by force. Otherwise, you would really die if you tried. Fortunately, at this time, the corners of the mouths of the 4 of them gradually became bold and raised upwards. Without him, I have my thighs to hold me, and I'm stable. Li Yuqian looked at the nervous Ebony Throat in front of him, sighed, and said, Li's fists don't hit women. You were hit just now, and it was crushed to pieces. Wu Muhu's eyes lit up, and he slowly stepped back while answering Li Yuqian. With a bang, Li Yuqian turned into an afterimage in an instant and came to Wu Muhu, and then there was a bang. He slapped Wu Muhu directly, rotated her body 360 degrees, and froze her in place. I said I won't hit women with my fists, but I didn't mention slaps and psychokinesis. Ebony Throat, your soul is weak. Li Yuqian turned around. Behind him, Ebony Throat, which was frozen in place, suddenly burst into black flames. In just a few seconds, not even the dregs of Ebony Throat were left. Li Yuqian looked at the stunned for people behind him, raised his eyebrows, and pretended to say, Aren't you handsome? The 4 of them nodded. Handsome, so handsome. The corner of Li Yuqian's mouth gradually turned upward. The female versions of the bad friends are pretty good. At least they like to tell the truth. One day later, the top floor of the Stark building was extremely lively today. Tony began to continuously summon members of the Avengers because of Ebony Maw's attack on the city and Thanos. Even Captain America had a falling out with her some time ago, and she became anxious. Her expression was hard to comment on. The female classmate on the side, Wei Kai, comforted her and said, for example, quarrels, fights at the head of the bed and fights at the end of the bed. After such a long time, everyone actually stopped paying attention to it, and they succeeded in convincing Tony. Li Yuqian, your metaphor is a bit inappropriate for some reason. What is a fight at the end of the bed and a fight at the end of the bed? They are not a couple. They are both women. Female copper? I'm so excited for no reason. I'm so excited. She's getting more and more perverted day by day. As various familiar people arrive on the top floor of Stark Tower, Li Yuqian looked at these Jenner-verse guys and felt like he was going to die from laughter. Li Yuqian pointed at the tall and thick Black Widow and almost died laughing. Black Widow, ha 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 ha. I can't stand it anymore. You even have a beard. Absolutely amazing. Li Yuqian took photos with his mobile phone, especially when he noticed the bald, one-eyed, dark-skinned ant who rushed over. He became even happier instantly. Bald head, one-eyed, dark skin, such obvious features. He is not a brother, bah. This ant, you can't be Nick Fury. Before the female version of Fury could explain her identity, Li Yuqian was almost laughing and took a photo with his cell phone. Li Yuqian's behavior made them confused, but after a while, Tony ended the story about Li Yuqian's identity and Thanos' plan. The new crisis of the Earth, and so on, a series of things. In fact, Liu Qian originally planned to go directly to the portal to find Thanos and kill her. But when Tony proposed to summon all the members of the Women's Federation, Liu Qian said on the spot that they had to be summoned and that he had to take a good look at the Avengers members in this world. Liu Qian's cell phone was snapping photos. They must take a good look at the main world this time. How novel it is. Because of Liu Qian's intrusion, Tony, Strange, and Little Spider-Man were not involved in the spaceship. Even the spaceship was taken away by Liu Qian, and Tony and the others didn't say anything. And in a sense, that spaceship is Liu Qian's trophy. Tony and others were not involved in the spaceship. The 5 Obsidian generals gave away 2 kills at the beginning. It was a great start. At this time, Tony, Strange, and Banner had an idea in their minds. As long as not only Lee had money, this big guy, Thanos, wouldn't even care. But it's a pity that Tony, Strange, and Banner have seen Liu Qian's strength with their own eyes, but the rest of them have not. For example, the female version of Captain America, Falcon, Black Widow, and others, even if they know that Tony will not tell lies. Liu Qian is really strong, but they still have concerns. Can he really defeat the Mad Titan Thanos? He is just a man. How can a man be so strong? Liu Qian, what the hell? Gender discrimination. I think men are generally weaker. What a strange feeling. No, if you put it this way, it's possible that you're still version T0 in this world. However, no worries. Tony is very prestigious no matter which Marvel world he is in. After all, Iron Man's influence is quite powerful. Everyone present still believed that Liu Qian was a powerful helper. But you still have to make a plan to deal with Thanos, such as removing the Mind Stone from the forehead of female Vision. Then go to Wakanda and use the technology there to remove the gem from his forehead. Then Wanda uses origin magic power to destroy it. It is impossible for any organization or rational person to make such a choice by entrusting all hope to one person and to an unfamiliar person. Captain America and others, who have never seen Liu Qian's terrorist forces, feel that this plan is the best. If Liu Qian is really strong, he can also help protect Vision, and the plan to extract and destroy the Mind Stone is implemented perfectly. The plan was good, but Liu Qian said he was in a hurry. To be honest, Liu Qian looked at those superheroes who were women in the main world. What about Black Widow, Wanda? In front of him, appearing in the form of a man, the contrast was my eyes are going blind. As for how clearly they see themselves, Liu Qian felt that he had to prove that men should rise up, even though the genders in this world are reversed. But men, you can't say you can't do it. So he stood up, stretched out his hands, and pressed down. Okay, I'll take your photos too. These are quite collectible. As for Thanos matter, you agreed that I would handle it, so I'll help you solve it. His terrifying psychokinesis is unleashed, ready to take over the world. Prepare to directly find Thanos in this world and let him experience what dimensionality reduction strikes mean. However, before Liu Qian came to find Thanos, Thanos came to him on his own. Another huge amounts of ring spaceship appeared. The spaceship was even bigger, and it was suspended in the sky, casting a huge amounts of shadow over the entire New York. Troubled New York. The great villain is still alive, and aliens are invading the Earth. I have long been used to it. Degree. After many disasters, the citizens of New York hid in their basements in an orderly manner. New York police officers also quietly hid in the basements and safe houses of police stations. No, how much money do they have per month? Isn't it deceptive to let them fight aliens? In the past, the police had to evacuate the crowds, but now they don't need to. Now the citizens of New York are hiding in an orderly manner. Very good. New Yorkers, nothing but familiarity. To be honest, they're all very irritated. A wave of aliens just arrived yesterday, and they are coming again today. It's really endless. Normally, when aliens like this invade the Earth, or New York City is attacked, there shouldn't be a period of time, at least a few months. Wait, why do I think it's normal for this kind of thing to happen every few months? Damn it, it's almost become a habit. The shadow cast by the spaceship in the sky was particularly eye-catching, and the Avengers ran to the floor-to-ceiling windows to look up. At this time, A burst of smoke appeared and spewed out directly, forming a passage similar to a portal. Inside, a tall, muscular, purple-skinned female version of Thanos came out. She was wearing the Infinity Gauntlet on her right hand, which already had 4 gems on it. Behind her stood 3 guys with different postures, namely General Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, and Supergiant. Just by looking at their stance, one could tell that they were definitely strong men. The fact was correct. They were the remaining 3 of the 5 Obsidian generals. Thanos' tone was filled with shock and appreciation. I didn't expect that a group of people from a backward planet could actually kill my men Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf. It really surprises me, but it's a pity that the most you can do is this. Thanos is very confident at this time, because she already has 4 Infinity Stones and is only missing a Time Stone and a Mind Stone. With 4 Infinity Stones empowering him under the influence of the Infinity Gauntlet, Thanos feels super brave. He even dared to say that no one in this universe, excluding those special beings, could defeat him. Liu Qian, that's quite right. After all, I am not from the universe. Liu Qian looked at the 4 gems of Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet and knew how far the plot had developed. I'm afraid Gamora has been sacrificed. Sure enough, it seemed that Thanos did not choose to take action directly because of Gamora's sacrifice, but gave the Avengers a chance. Give up, hand over all the Infinite Stones, and I won't embarrass you. Let's not talk about myself first. Just these my subordinates are enough for you to eat a pot. Do you see the spaceship above? There are tens of thousands of monsters and an army of biochemical soldiers inside. They're not afraid of death. They are so numerous. As long as I give an order, they can kill all the life forms in this city. My subordinate General Corvus Glaive, she has super strength and healing ability and can quickly recover from even serious wounds. My subordinate, Proxima Midnight, is good at close combat and a master of space combat. After his magic gun is thrown, it will turn into 3 rays that lock on the target. These rays are so powerful that most creatures cannot withstand it. And he, Supergiant, has super mental abilities, plus I have 4 Infinity Stones embedded in my glove. If there is no hope for you with this combination, just give up. This is all for a better future. Thanos chirped and said a lot of words, and everyone in the Avengers was very nervous after hearing it. After all, it sounded so powerful, but a cold snort suddenly came out. Liu Qian slowly walked up to Thanos and his group. He looked at it carefully, and then showed a look of disgust. The female version of General Corvus Glaive looked very good from a distance, but looked very human up close. So you guys are cool? But in my opinion, it's just fun. General Corvus Glaive immediately stood up with an angry look on his face. Damn, where are you looking? Who do you think is Lace? Oh, don't get me wrong. I mean, everyone here is happy. Liu Qian explained calmly. Everyone in the Avengers. They were accidentally injured. Thanos looked at this unexpected person. She had no information about this person. Maybe the deaths of Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf were related to this person. After all, he had planned carefully. In this age group, in this time period, Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf, working together, can definitely take advantage of the chaos to capture Strange, the guardian of the Time Stone. As a result, the 2 of them failed in their missions, and they themselves also died. They were killed immediately at the beginning. This person is not simple. Liu Qian looked up at the spaceship in the sky, the huge amount of ring-shaped spacecraft. Brother Thanos, you mean you have an army in your spaceship? There are so many monsters and biochemical soldiers, right? As soon as he said this, Thanos had a bad feeling in his heart. He saw this mysterious man suddenly open the portal and walked in. In the portal, right next to the spaceship, Liu Qian's psychokinesis turned into a big hand and directly tugged and pulled the spaceship behind him. Then the spaceship disappeared instantly, and Liu Qian turned back to the portal and walked back. After clapping his hands, he said easily, "Okay, now you don't have an army." Thanos and his crew. Avengers and crew. After Liu Qian finished speaking, he looked at General Corvus Glaive. You are the only one with strong recovery ability, right? You can recover no matter how severe the injury is, right? General Corvus Glaive thought about Li Yuqian's outrageous operation just now, subconsciously took a step back, and said with a look of horror, "Don't come over here." The next second, black flames emerged, and General Corvus Glaive, along with her weapon, a weapon that looked like a sickle but also resembled a spear, was directly burned by the flames. Now, there's not even a dregs left. I want to see how you come back to life. There's not even a dregs left in your weapons. Li Yuqian chuckled and joked. It all happened too fast, and it was too shocking. Even the Mad Titan was distracted by it, but at this time, he reacted and quickly clenched his fist, holding the infinity gauntlet above his fist. A prototype of a black hole appeared and hit Li Yuqian directly. He waved his hand casually, held the black hole in his bare hands, patted it like a basketball, and then said subconsciously, "Isn't it awesome? You are rich, brother." Awesome, awesome, awesome. The Avengers, who were looking dumbfounded on the sidelines, knew how to provide emotional value and cooperated continuously. Little Spider-Man clapped subconsciously. Li Yuqian felt very good, especially this little Spider-Man, who was still a female high school student. He took off his hood and had an adoring look on his face. "Alas, my charm is still so great. Don't be obsessed with brother. Brother is the man you can't have." Li Yuqian glanced at the face of the female version of Little Spider-Man, and then shook his head. "Humans are not good. At least they shouldn't be. In other worlds, this is my great eldest son. No, what a great eldest grandson. Why did the idea that the female version of Little Spider-Man is quite beautiful come to my mind subconsciously? This kind of thought is a sin as sin. Aguang. I'm afraid that subconsciously, it's not just a feeling that it's beautiful. It's just an idea." Li Yuqian was ready to continue the operation. In order to prevent Thanos from causing trouble, he threw the black hole she had thrown into his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Then a thought caused psychokinesis to restrain Thanos so tightly that he could not resist at all. After doing this, Li Yuqian looked at Proxima Midnight and Supergiant. Proxima Midnight and Supergiant. This isn't right. The boss has obtained the Infinity Gauntlet and 4 Infinity Stones. Shouldn't he kill everyone, fish in troubled waters, and wave the flag? Why is it different from what I imagined? Although Proxima Midnight and Supergiant were panicking and felt like they couldn't defeat this guy, they were still prepared to die. Proxima Midnight swallowed, roared angrily, and prepared to hold on to the magic gun in his hand, and then throw it out. Let it turn into 3 rays that lock on the target. This kind of ray is extremely damaging and is especially effective against living things. Maybe this guy has high attack and low defense, but it will be destroyed after just 1 attack. With this idea in mind, he was about to take action, and then a huge force hit him, and his sharp spear came out. Then he saw Li Yuqian opposite, opening a portal and pulling out his magic gun from inside. Proxima Midnight had a look of horror on his face. "Damn it. You don't have martial ethics. You're trying to steal my weapon. You be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Where's your master's beagle? Cake hands. What kind of cake hands? Hands made of rice cakes." Li Yuqian's main character, a red random reply, finally mocked. "Who told you, Boss Thanos, to introduce your magic gun at the beginning? Oh, and it can destroy most creatures. I want to try it." Then, under the horrified expression of Proxima Midnight, Li Yuqian patted his head gently, took out something like a white ball of light, and then threw it into the sky. Then, he threw the magic gun directly in his hand. The magic gun turned into 3 energy rays and hit the light ball at extremely high speed. Then the magic gun in the sky gradually returned to its original state and fell into Li Yuqian's hands. Aguang, who was inexplicably hit by 3 rays, had time to scream. "Ah, my asterisk asterisk." Aguang was floating around in the air. He stretched out his 2 small hands and covered his buttocks, rolling in the air in pain. He looked at Li Yuqian with an expression of anger and said, "Try it. Why did you throw me out as a target? Can't you use yourself? Anyway, you are already so strong. I can't even break your skin, okay?" Li Yuqian took a look at Aguang, who was still alive and kicking. "This thing is still alive," and said with some regret, "What? Do you have any objections? No objection, no objection. Agwang covered his butt and returned to Li Yuqian's mind with a look of humiliation. If you offend him, you offend the cotton. Li Yuqian looked at the so-called magic gun with some disgust. He threw it lightly, and the magic gun turned into 3 rays and hit its owner, Proxima Midnight. Proxima Midnight, looking at the weapon he was proud of, turned around and wanted to break open the floor-to-ceiling window and escape. Unfortunately, it was in vain. He screamed and fell to the ground. Li Yuqian finally turned his attention to the supergiant, and his own mental power spurted out, all rushing towards the supergiant who was said to have super mental ability. With a bang, the supergiant's head exploded. The supergiant, who possessed the so-called super mental ability, died under the mental confrontation. Li Yuqian put her hands on her hips, looked at Thanos, released the psychokinesis that restrained her, and said arrogantly, "It's your turn, 4-Gem Thanos." Then you gave me random nicknames, B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* heart, but his face was extremely nervous. This guy is the strongest he has ever seen. Killing his own men was like killing ants. He didn't show any serious intention at all, and just killed them casually. Thanos, who was originally full of confidence, felt a little guilty at this time. With 4 Infinity Stones, she seemed, maybe, somewhat unable to defeat him. But what if it's me in the gem-filled state? Thanos roared angrily, and the Infinity Gauntlet in her hand glowed red. The power of the Reality Stone caused hundreds of purple sweet potato spirits to appear on the scene, and they all rushed towards Li Yuqian. There are phantoms created by the Mind Stone and entity duplication created by the Reality Stone. After finishing all this, Thanos turned to look at the Avengers watching the show. Without a trace of hesitation, she rushed towards Vision, who was watching the show, like a cannonball. Her fingers were like claws, and she grabbed the Mind Stone on his forehead. Eating food and watching the excitement is a technical job, especially in this Marvel world. Watching superheroes and supervillains fight is even more technical job. When we got close, we were hit by others and were easily beaten to death, or were smashed to death by cars or buildings they threw casually. That's really unjust. The current situation is that everyone in the Avengers is enjoying themselves and watching the show, which is unprofessional. Of course, this is understandable. In the past, they were the center of eating and watching the excitement. They're not very familiar with this kind of grasping the distance. This is not a vision, it is too tight. Thanos used a black tiger to dig out gems, and he really succeeded. As soon as Captain America and Tony reacted, Thanos had already pinched and yanked the Infinity Stones out of Vision's forehead. Vision was originally ready to resist, but was kicked by Thanos in the middle of his legs, instantly losing his ability to resist. The Vision of this world is female, so Li Yuqian came to the conclusion that that area is a fatal weakness for both boys and girls. When a boy is attacked, it is a touch of sadness and a fatal blow. Girls seem to be prone to luteal rupture or something, which is bad, and it involves a blind spot in this handsome guy's knowledge. Thanos, who successfully held the Mind Stone in his hand, quickly set the Mind Stone on his glove. Then, he looked at the Time Gem on Strange's chest. This Time Gem was quite big. It was actually hidden in a necklace. Thanos was going to drag the necklace away, crush it to pieces, and take out the Time Gem inside. Strange. This is the Eye of Agamotto. But the next second, the figure she was rushing towards stopped, and a hand grabbed her shoulder. Those imaginary Thanos, just now, were all overwhelmed by the terrifying psychokinesis. The phantom disappeared directly, and the physical duplication Thanos was directly crushed. She was directly pressed by a hand and couldn't move. Li Yuqian said in a calm tone, "You can't touch this person. I have a deal with him." Then he punched out, and the moment he hit Thanos, his fist turned into a palm, and with a big punch, he knocked off Thanos' head. You can't say kill it, just blow it up. Li Yuqian wiped his forehead to see the non-existent sweat. It was so dangerous, I almost hit the girl with my fist. Daughters of the Avengers. Actually, it makes no difference. Then, in full view of everyone, Li Yuqian pulled off the Infinity Gauntlet from Thanos' hand while whistling. and then put it into the back pocket of his pants. As everyone in the Avengers watched, the pocket on the back of Li Yuqian's pants contained such a large infinity gauntlet, and they felt that the style of the painting was a bit outrageous. I'm afraid these are not two-dimensional pants. Li Yuqian, it's a matter of perspective. It's a matter of perspective. In fact, I just put in a small world. Everyone in the Avengers looked at the disappeared infinity gauntlet and the blown headless Thanos. They very conscientiously did not mention the infinity gauntlet. Anyway, they felt that it would be the same whether Li Yuqian had the infinity gauntlet or not. Just as ridiculously strong. Perhaps giving him the infinity gauntlet is the most reasonable solution. In this case, the 6 infinity stones will never be collected. Of course, even if someone doesn't want the infinity gauntlet to be in Li Yuqian's hands, they may only dare to hint slowly at a later time and use various methods to make Li Yuqian give up the infinity gauntlet. Everyone is not a fool. Li Yuqian is so cunning, and listening to what he says, you know that his bottom line is extremely flexible. No one wanted to offend him. To put it simply, everyone was scared. At this time, the important point they were concerned about was the vision that had just been sacrificed. Wanda held Vision and cried extremely sadly, as if she couldn't believe it all. At this time, Li Yuqian stood up, and a ball of world energy appeared in his hand, allowing it to sink into Vision's body. Fortunately, he had just died and hadn't cooled down yet. Li Yuqian only used a little bit of the world's energy, plus his own, and I was able to revive him with the power of thinking. As for why Li Yuqian wanted to save Vision, of course, the first step was to rule out Li Yuqian's philanthropic intentions. The energy in this world is so expensive, and Vision is not familiar with him. Because of Li Yuqian's intrusion, Vision did not appear in the main world of Marvel at all. Ultron didn't even show up, because Li Yuqian put the Mind Stone into the small world on the spot. Tony had no chance to come into contact with the Mind Stone, and since Li Yuqian was so powerful, Tony didn't feel that much of a crisis. So there is no Ultron, and without Ultron, the Vision is gone. For Li Yuqian, Vision, a guy with a general presence in the plot, is not familiar with him. In a sense, he is still a foreigner. If the Vision accidentally breaks down, then Li Yuqian will not have a mother's heart attack. The energy in the world is so expensive. But just now Thanos took action, killed Vision, and took the Mind Stone. Li Yuqian deliberately let the situation slip, and suddenly discovered that Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet and his own Infinity Gauntlet were exactly the same pair. Li Yuqian said he also wanted this damn sense of symmetry, so he just kept doing it. Let Thanos grab the Mind Stone, and then take the Time Stone later. Now you have an Infinity Gauntlet full of gems. If it is broken, if you calculate it this way, your pair of Infinity Gauntlets is not missing a gem. Li Yuqian had a headache when he thought of this. Why would he want to get another Time Stone? Damn it! Why does it feel like this is the same as when I used to play games and save a set of equipment? It's so addictive, damn it! It was for this reason that Li Yuqian came to help, remembering that he was resurrected. After all, he had just killed Thanos in seconds and deliberately let Thanos steal the Soul Stone. As a result, the Vision was terrible. Because of his own reasons, Li Yuqian was willing to pay the world's energy to resurrect him. Of course, if the world's energy was too much, that wouldn't work. Even if you resurrect him, give Thanos the compensation for deducting the gem from his forehead. Li Yuqian thought about it carefully. He was really a good person. He was so strong these days, and it was good to have a bottom line. A Guang. Indeed, fortunately this guy still has some bottom line, otherwise he would have been eaten alive. Wow. Why is this guy Mao's bottom line set like this? I feel lucky that he was broken and PU'd. Everyone in the Avengers cheered as they watched Vision come back from the dead. But a few people's eyes flashed with fear. This guy is too strong. Resurrection of dead man. What kind of operation? It's unimaginable that he doesn't even use the power of the Infinity Stones. Later, Li Yuqian continued to stay in this world for a while. After all, the feeling of male and female gender reversal was very strange and novel. Li Yuqian had a good experience, especially in a certain big Eastern country, where when a boy married a girl, the girl actually asked the girl to give the boy a gift. What kind of rebellion against Tian is this? It's spicy and spicy. The life that a man from a big Eastern country in this world lives is something that brothers can't even imagine. What is version T0? This is called version T0, but Li Yuqian found it strange and fun. The overall feeling is okay. After all, I'm so strong, I can basically do anything as long as I'm willing to use the world's energy. You can create a world by yourself, but of course you will definitely not create it yourself. I have taken out my own little world, and I have snatched the dark dimension. Why should I bother to create a world for such an obvious thing? In the following time, other members of the Avengers gradually arrived, such as the menacing Thor holding the storm axe, and the Guardians of the Galaxy following her. Li Yuqian habitually took out his mobile phone and took photos of them. Their appearance was very cool. The Rainbow Bridge hit Stark Tower directly, and the ceiling of Stark Tower was completely destroyed immediately. Captain America, who was so frightened that she had just rushed over, dodged nimbly. Fortunately, she reacted quickly. Otherwise, if the Rainbow Bridge had been knocked down, Captain America would have been killed on the spot. As for her shield, it's not big enough. If it's placed on top of her head, it might be able to block it completely if Captain America were a man. But in this world, she is a woman and has a good figure, so she may not be able to block everything. Well, even though she was not beaten to death by Thanos, she transferred skills to her teammates, but was beaten to death. Though he was not so unjust. Even if he is beaten to death, when the time comes to lose delay, he will feel a river of sadness. As soon as they came over, they looked around nervously, with a look of caution on their faces. Star-Lord and the Guardians of the Galaxy yelled, "Where's Thanos? Where are the Infinity Stones?" As Star-Lord said this, he took out his 2 guns and pointed them at Vision, who didn't look like an Earthling. "Are you Thanos, lackey?" "Vision, that's enough, idiot. Where's Thanos here?" "Thor, who is she? What's going on?" Tony couldn't stand it anymore, so he blew up the ceiling of his house. This idiot also pointed the weapon at his comrades. What kind of rebellion? And the reason why most of the Avengers are here today is because they are preparing to hold a press conference to explain directly what happened to Thanos some time ago. After all, that giant spaceship was parked over New York, but many people saw it. After all, as long as you're not blind, you can see it. Well now, the press conference hasn't even been held yet, and a hole has been blown through the ceiling of my building. For those who don't know, aliens have invaded the Earth again. Tony walked towards the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the busy traffic outside. Well, they were all running out. The response of New York citizens is getting faster and faster. When Star-Lord heard Tony calling him a fool, he became anxious on the spot. "Idiot! I am half human. If I am 50% stupid, then you are 100%. Beside her, Fool Drax nodded. "Tony, kid, you are invincible. What kind of logic is this?" He was said to be deceived, so he must be a fool. Facts have proved that Star-Lord, no matter he is a male or a female, is such a fool, and the level of the fool is extremely stable. As for Li Yuqian, he is doing see no evil. See no evil. Oh my, why is this Drax not wearing a shirt? Oh my, this is so embarrassing. Li Yuqian opened his eyes and criticized it carefully. She has a good figure, but her bald head affects her appearance, and her skin color is not good-looking, which does not suit her aesthetics. The Avengers on the side didn't think anything of it. After all, a world where men and women are reversed is equivalent to a boy going shirtless. Although it's a bit eye-catching, it's okay. Li Yuqian, I dare not look at the beaches in this world. I dare not look at them. Guang, I think you look quite natural. Your eyes are quite wide open. The farce caused by Star-Lord was finally stopped by Thor. He looked around with a puzzled face, and his eyes lit up when he saw Banner. Then he explained to Tony, "Banner is here, so you should know about Thanos. These sisters are from the Guardians of the Galaxy and have a grudge against Thanos. I brought them to Earth to fight Thanos to the death. Logically speaking, Thanos should be looking for the last 2 Infinity Stones now." "What? Didn't she come in time to grab the Infinity Stones?" "As for the ceiling, I used the Storm Axe to summon the Rainbow Bridge to teleport. I'm not very proficient in using the new weapons. Thor explained, looked at the storm axe in his hand, and at the eye of Agamotto worn on the chest of the Supreme Mage Strange. No matter what happens, as long as the time stone is still there. She was just relieved, but when she turned around, she saw a vision with grooves above her head. No, where's the jewel on your head? Don't tell me that you will be trapped like a mosquito bag when you sleep at night. Vision, what the hell kind of metaphor is this? In fact, the teleportation was quite successful. I asked Storm Tomahawk to use the Rainbow Bridge to take me to the place where the Avengers on Earth gathered the most. Although a ceiling was opened, it was still a success. Her new weapon, the Storm Axe, is extraordinary, with the ability to fly, recall power, and project power. More importantly, it has the function of space teleportation, which can summon the Rainbow Bridge, making up for part of the ability of Thor's dead friend Heimdall, and stimulating all of Thor's power. Now Storm Axe is her favorite, baby. Thor's hammer. Okay, bah. Scumbag. When I used it before, I said that I am your favorite, baby. Now that I'm no longer needed, just change the weapon and call it, right? It's really a new generation replacing the old one. Calm down, Thanos, we solved it. Tony told the truth straightforwardly. As a result, Thor suddenly walked over and put the back of his hand on Tony's forehead. He doesn't even have a fever. What nonsense are you talking about? Did you kill Thanos? They have been friends for many years. Thor still doesn't know the level of these brothers. It will be good if they can last for a while. In addition, I might be able to barely defeat Thanos, now that I have a new weapon. Thor said a simple sentence and attacked all the Avengers present indiscriminately. Although this was telling the truth, how could the arrogant and tough-tongued Tony admit it? She directly turned on the mic with enthusiasm. What are you talking about? Didn't you see this configuration? I can fight for a whole day, and Rogers, an American with a hip, can suffocate a robot with his arm strength. Captain America, can we just stop mentioning the dark history? There is also Hulk impact. Hulk is declining, the fierce female doctor who coexists with nuclear radiation. Banner, this kind of introduction is inexplicably shameful. The most important thing is me. I love you 3,000 times. Iron Man Tony, the ghost in iron armor. With just one hammering of a pile of scrap copper and iron, he can independently build an arc reactor that can be mounted by a single soldier. There are 3 of us here. We are human beings, and Thanos, the alien, is also human. Don't you think she's afraid of me? Do we look weak? So you killed him? Thor's question was straightforward. Tony opened his mouth and pointed at Liu Qian in displeasure. He killed him. He even pulled the Infinity Gauntlet away from Thanos' hand. After Tony finished speaking, Liu Qian stretched out and revealed a pair of Infinity Gauntlets on his hands. This Infinity Gauntlet can change the size of the body according to the user. Otherwise, how would a normal human file size Odin wear it? When the helmet is hung on the head. After all, it is also the Infinity Gauntlet, an artifact created by King Dwarf. It has a small function, but it is still normal. As for the original plot, everyone in the Avengers stole the Infinity Gauntlet and never actually wore it. After all, this thing was a bit burdensome. Even with the Infinity Gauntlet, which reduces the pressure placed on the user by the Infinity Stones, that pressure is not something that ordinary people can use. Hulk's physical strength was so strong that he broke his hand. Tony, wearing a nanosteel suit, couldn't bear it and collapsed. Most people can't play with it, and even wearing it requires a lot of skills. Liu Qian showed off a pair of Infinity Gauntlets and a total of 10 Infinity Stones on it, making all the Avengers present swallow their saliva. The same thought flashed through their minds. This was definitely a deliberate show of pretense. Thor didn't believe her brothers had killed Thanos, but a guy with a pair of Infinity Gauntlets and 10 gems said he had killed Thanos, and he believed it. 6 gems can destroy the universe and half of all life forms. With 10 gems, Thor can't even imagine how powerful they are. For a moment, Thor was a little confused. Her enemy Thanos was dead, and she didn't even know when she died. Although the great revenge was avenged, she felt an inexplicable emptiness, as did the Guardians of the Galaxy beside her. Thor's lonely eyes were seen by Tony, and through Banner, she knew everything that happened to her brother. Thor. Asgard was destroyed, Loki died, and even many Asgardians were massacred by Thanos. You know, Asgard was originally destroyed, and Thor promised at that moment to protect the remaining Asgardians. As soon as he escaped, he encountered Thanos and was ruthlessly attacked by him. Thor's life is simply a cup on the table. What a tragedy. Tony patted Thor's shoulder and then looked at her depressed eyes. Tony gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and gave Thor a slap in the face. What does your look mean? What do your 2 lines of tears mean? Can your tears bring those people back to life? Cheer up, shoulder the responsibility of the king, and lead those Asgard people to live well. If you encounter trouble, just say something. Thor seemed to be awakened by this slap. She nodded, and he decided to protect the surviving Asgardians in the future. Li Yuqian, it seems that in this world, the Fat House version of Thor cannot defeat him. After the gender change, the scene between the 2 women and the lines just created a kind of brotherhood. It's so weird. Well, let's look at it again. Knowing that the great revenge had been avenged, Thor did not stop, and she hurriedly went to pick up the Asgardians who fled to Earth. When Thanos massacred the people in the Asgard escape spaceship, Thor fought hard to resist, and many Asgardians escaped in small spaceships. Moreover, the people of Asgard are thick-skinned and can even survive in the universe. There must be many survivors. Thor had to go take a look quickly. The previous anger towards Thanos had overwhelmed everything, and she had almost forgotten about it. She had to go quickly. Those were the last people in Asgard. Let's not talk about the Asgardians. They're uniquely endowed in the Marvel Universe. Although they're actually called gods, they can only be regarded as aliens, but they are born with 3 times the physical fitness of Earthlings. It's okay, you can survive in space, and there's even a setting of getting stronger as you get older. But it's a pity because of the family conflict between Odin's family. It became Ragnarok, which is quite fascinating. Of course, this may be Asgard's royal tradition, and brothers must have a fight. For example, Odin is not the eldest son, he is the second child. He has an older brother, Kull, the god of fear, and the 2 brothers also did something. In the end, Odin sealed his eldest brother in the Mariana Trench on Earth, so that Odin became the god king of Asgard. Li Yuqian complained in his mind that he ate miscellaneous food and watched some movies, animations, and American TV series before he traveled through time. In addition, when the mobile phone is not used normally, the information received by the mobile phone is also from all over the world. Li Yuqian has experienced Marvel movies, TV series, and comic book plots, and he knows all the settings very well. Suddenly, an idea came into Li Yuqian's mind. Speaking of which, there is still a celestial clan in the main world planet that has not been cleaned up. Wait until he is fully developed before taking action. Now I suddenly remembered that Kull, the god of fear, is there in the trench of Marvel in the main world. Really, is the Earth a cemetery? Why are all the things buried in the Earth? How unlucky. After Thor left, the Guardians of the Galaxy did not leave. Star-Lord had not returned to Earth for a long time. She planned to stay on Earth for a while to adjust her mood. The other members of the Guardians of the Galaxy only expressed their intention to accompany Star-Lord, and Tony the dog boss waved his hand arrogantly, indicating that she would cover all the expenses of the Guardians of the Galaxy on Earth. TSK, 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 domineering female president. Li Yuqian had almost finished watching, had taken the photos that needed to be taken, and was about to leave. He said something to Tony's people, turned around, and left. Regardless of Tony and others' attempts to stay, he flew directly into the sky as fast as if there was no one chasing him behind. Strange in the crowd touched his chest, saw the missing necklace, slowly exhaled, and said angrily, "Just take the gem and give me the necklace." She was not surprised by the disappearance of the Eye of Agamotto. The Infinity Gauntlet in Li Yuqian's hand was missing the Time Stone. Coupled with the deal that Li Yuqian kept talking about, the meaning was already obvious. Just give it to him. Who made this guy so strong? You can't resist, even if you want to. And he seems like a good guy. Well, a good guy with lower quality. Li Yuqian, you gave me a good person card and even scolded me. Degree. In the universe, Li Yuqian upholds the principle that if a thief does not leave empty-handed, he cannot return empty-handed when traveling through the world. As usual, he is preparing to blackmail the world's consciousness with a sum of world energy. World consciousness. I went up to 8 in the morning, and you grabbed the infinity gauntlet plus 6 infinity stones, and you still came back empty-handed. Please be a human being. As usual, Li Yuqian tripped on his left foot, staggered a step, and then pulled with one hand, trying to pull the world consciousness over. As soon as I exerted my strength, I was stunned for a moment. Something felt wrong in my world consciousness. Li Yuqian exerted all his strength. He hadn't used all his strength in a long time and pulled hard. Then there was a snap, and a white-haired old man was pulled out. Li Yuqian, what the hell? Aren't you pulling the world's consciousness? What the hell is this loud dang? The white-haired old man was also confused. He was OA. When had he ever been dragged like this? Who are you? Why are you dragging me? Li Yuqian silently took out a pair of glasses, clicked them, felt their terrifying fighting power, and sighed. With such great strength, it's possible that you are OA. Guang, don't think I didn't see it. Isn't that your psychokinesis solidified? Isn't this a psychokinesis scan? Why are you pretending to be a combat power detector? OAA nodded and said very proudly, I'm the OAA who has surpassed everything in the almighty universe and controls everything in the almighty universe. Li Yuqian had a brainstorm in an instant. OAA is the supreme being in the Marvel universe, the creator of the Marvel almighty universe, the master of the life tribunal, the omnipotent and omnipotent Lord of creation, and the God of all things. To a certain extent, OAA created the mainstream Marvel world, so OAA equals world consciousness. There's still a very strong sense of the world. Of course, there are some Marvel world senses that are not OAA. For example, the Spider-Man parallel world that Li Yuqian went to, a Marvel movie that is isolated from the mainstream, does not have Iron Man in it. What about Thor? But all the same, Li Yuqian wanted to try OAA's strength. I, Li Yuqian, am now omniscient and omnipotent. Little OAA, let me see your strength. So Li Yuqian didn't care about martial ethics and yelled, You are OAA, slap me in the face. OAA saw Li Yuqian slap him in the face and realized the power of the concept contained in it. He immediately hid and perceived Li Yuqian's level. The look in his eyes confirmed that he is someone of the same level as him. OAA hides quickly, but unfortunately Li Yuqian is not only in the same realm as him, but also has another advantage. That is, he does not talk about martial ethics. Li Yuqian said it was a slap, but in fact, it was a direct fatal blow. The kick carried the power of my thoughts, and I thought you would die with this kick. He fiercely replaced OA's legs. OA's face turned green. Now this young man has no martial ethics. However, after taking this blow, OA did not die. His power directly washed away the fatal concept attack, and it still had some effect. Then he punched this guy who had no martial ethics and attacked him out of nowhere. His punch transcends and is above all else. This everything includes all matter, spirit, fantasy, YY, thinking, consciousness, meaning, and everything. Li Yuqian received a solid punch. Good news, he couldn't kill himself. His strongest attribute was his immortality. Bad news, it doesn't seem like he could be beaten to death, and the punch hurts a bit. Li Yuqian waved his hand, and various energy beams were directed at OA. There are roaring cannons shaped like collapsing stars, magical attacks from the world of demon kings and warriors, and divine light from the world of cultivators. These energy attack powers include the concept of, I think you will die, and they have been targeted at OA. Finally, Li Yuqian rubbed oil on the soles of his feet, and a world appeared through the portal, and he ran indecisively. Since the winner can't be determined, and the beating hurts all over, then it's just because you have nothing to do. Damn it, you've lost a fortune in the world's energy. Oye bursts out with a concept that transcends everything. All time and space have no meaning to him. Concepts collide with each other. In Eastern terms, the two avenues are eroding each other. Oye's body was knocked back by those energy beams, and even shattered a little, but there was no flesh and blood inside. Looking inside the broken wound, it was full of colorful and mysterious divine light. He looked at the injuries on his body and gradually recovered with his hands. The battle just now was just a tentative attack. These injuries are not as serious as the injury to the foot that Li Yuqian fatally struck. After all, he really didn't react to that kick and just took it hard. If he wanted to recover, he would probably have to swallow some energy. While thinking this, he left this world and swallowed up the energy of many Marvel worlds in the boundless nothingness. White light poured into his body, and after a while, he felt much better. He was not idle when he was swallowing energy. He took a closer look and found out who was the attacker just now. It's a pity that I couldn't find out that someone interfered with my omniscience. There is a hint of haze in OA's eyes, which is an unstable factor, and it cannot be solved easily. In some worlds, there is a kind of strong man who is the pinnacle of this world. They are omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipotent, but if they are placed outside the world and taken out alone, who is stronger? That is a question. After all, the magnitudes are different. For example, everyone is human. If a strong man fights with an ordinary person, there will definitely be a gap. Fortunately, the gap between Li Yuqian and OAA was not big. Even because Li Yuqian did not follow martial ethics, OAA suffered a hidden loss when the fight started. OAA did give Li Yuqian a blow, but unfortunately he could feel that that strong man in the same realm seemed to be particularly good at the concept of immortality. In Dongfang's words, he is good at immortality. Punching him seems to have no other effect besides causing him pain. OAA has a home field advantage in many Marvel worlds, and many worlds can support it. However, the opponent is thick-skinned and has no martial ethics. When they see something is not right, they turn around and run away. His way of escaping was to travel directly across the world, which was quite fast, but his location could not be found. OAA had no choice but to deal with the guy who didn't respect martial ethics. If you want to find that guy, well, check slowly. In each world, we can then deduce from the unreasonable aspects of the world whether that guy is still in many Marvel worlds. OAA suspected that that guy was a time traveler, a very powerful time traveler with a system, a legal system. Those who have purchased permanent residence rights, those who do not have a system, and those who have not purchased permanent residence rights and are powerful enough to be at the multi-universe level must have a name in their hearts. After all, he doesn't want a strong man of the same level as himself to appear in his world. This is an insurance measure. After all, the time traveler is a variable, although the probability is not high. After all, if you have a system, you will be squeezed by the system. If you don't have a system, it will be difficult for Goldfinger to develop. The probability is really small. I didn't expect that it would actually come out, and it was without my name. OA knows about things like systems. They're strong and weak. They're a very special kind of life form. But they have some strange powers which communicate a kind of rule among all the worlds and allow for fair transactions. OA started to be very vigilant, but found that those formal systems were extremely skilled in squeezing their own hosts. It was normal to extract 90% from 100%. After being squeezed like this, it is simply a fantasy that the host can become a strong person. Those systems are born with unique powers, but they also have gains and losses. They seem to be inherently bad at fighting and only good at fair transactions. Even if it relies on squeezing the host to create some super system, main god, etc., is still the weakest in the same realm. Also omniscient and omnipotent, OA is confident that it can play 3 systems of the same level. So I didn't take it to heart later. Someone signed a contract asking for permanent residency and legal crossing, so I signed the OA. Damn it, I was tempted by the world's energy and made this mistake. Next time, I must have twice the world's energy. A few minutes ago, without saying anything, Li Yuqian first returned to the Trisolaran world, then found a lucky world based on the breath of the infinite gems and passed through it. During the journey, Li Yuqian felt that someone was checking him, a conceptual atmosphere. Needless to say, you know it is OA. Li Yuqian materialized his inspection on the spot, and a light curtain invisible to ordinary people swept across the entire world. Li Yuqian was in that marvel world. He stretched out his finger and drew a circle on the light screen, then calmly walked in and passed the scan. Then he thought that others couldn't find him at all. After doing all this, it turned out that OA didn't find him, not even his own main world. Li Yuqian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was indeed not afraid of OA, but if OA discovered his main world of marvel, it would be over. I can run away from the monk, but I can't run away from the temple. But what should I do if I am threatened by that stupid OA? It seems that I have to be more careful next time, and there will be no blackmail in the Marvel world. I was reimbursed, and I almost said it was wrong. I almost said nonsense. What kind of extortion? This is a reasonable reimbursement. Li Yuqian looked at this strange Marvel world, and there was also the smell of infinite stones in this world. Grab another time stone for yourself. In this case, you will have a pair of fully equipped infinity gauntlets. Li Yuqian felt inexplicably secretive. Maybe he just provoked the OA and continued to grab the infinity stones in the Marvel world. It's quite exciting, I like it. But Li Yuqian didn't expect that he would not be able to reimburse himself for going to the Marvel world in the future, so he was a little depressed. This is all the energy of the world. Damn OA, just wait for me. I will definitely avenge you. When I get stronger, I will beat you up, old man. I will come directly to you, collect protection fees, and rob you of all your pension. Guang, are you sure he has a pension? Li Yuqian, yes. He controls so many worlds. So how much world energy must he earn from so many worlds? I'm jealous just thinking about it. The old rule is, if you meet him, you'll get half of it. If you are stronger next time, you'll have to meet him twice. You have to make him pay the protection fee and give him half of the world energy that he spent so much time supporting him with, and then give him the other half. After all, we met twice. Li Yuqian looked a little sad. People's physiques are different. His special physique, coupled with the potions he had magically modified before, and the extraordinary knowledge gained by traveling through various worlds. Success stimulated the growth of his strength, but in fact, the main thing was his funny character template. The continuous evolution of the template also promoted the concept of his strength, increasing every time he traveled through a world. But Li Yuqian has obtained omniscience and omnipotence. When he travels through the world later, his strength will increase. The biggest manifestation is his improvement in magnitude. But compared with the strong ones at the same level, this improvement speed is very slow. I don't know how long it will take to reach a sufficient level to squeeze out OA. After all, OA also has a way to improve its magnitude, which is to manage many Marvel worlds, create more Marvel worlds, and let them provide him with world energy. It seems that there is no other way. Li Yuqian decided to grab more reimburse more world energy when he travels across the world in the future. Self-improvement through traveling through the world is one aspect, but accumulating energy in the world cannot be lost. It has to be a two-pronged approach. Oops, I feel a little tired, but in order to squeeze OA later, go for it. Jia. OA, why did I suddenly feel a chill in my heart? Li Yuqian thought for a moment, thinking about how he would do whatever he wanted in the future with a happy smile on his face. He doesn't have high requirements. He just needs to be able to achieve it with his own strength. He can punch Marvel OA and kick DC Supreme God. That's enough. He shook his head and dispersed the thoughts in his mind. The first priority was to grab the time gem in this world and then collect a pair of infinity gauntlets. Li Yuqian's psychokinesis perceived the world, and after accurately finding the location of the time stone, he opened the portal without saying a word, transformed into a meteor, and rushed in. It's quite close. Let's fight quickly. In a chaotic battlefield, various war beasts, spaceships, and biochemical soldiers are everywhere on the battlefield. The Avengers struggled to resist. The situation was already at a disadvantage, but a huge spaceship suddenly attacked on the battlefield. Suddenly stopped attacking below, and then turned to attack high above. As a golden ray of light got closer and closer, there was a bang, directly cutting through huge amounts of spacecraft. The person who came was none other than Captain Marvel Danvers, also known as Aunt Marvel. She started to gradually shut down the huge spaceship, but fearing that the damage was not enough, she turned around again and continued to dig a hole in the spacecraft. The spacecraft was directly shot down, and it hit the sea in the distance, causing countless waves. As Captain Marvel, she still has the strength and appearance, but she is really ugly with the helmet on. After Captain Marvel shot down the spaceship, without saying a word, he rushed toward the Infinity Gauntlet, towards little Spider-Man, who was desperately holding the Infinity Gauntlet. Little Spider-Man was a little stunned. His eyes were clear and stupid like a college student, and he said slowly, "Hello, my name is Peter Parker." "Hello, Peter Parker. Do you have anything for me?" Little Spider-Man struggled to stand up. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and he was beaten many times. He looked at the Thanos army rushing over from a distance and said with some worry, "Deep down, Righto, Amen. Can you handle it alone?" "Don't worry, brother. It's very stable," Captain Marvel said, and bumped his fists with little Spider-Man, then bumped their shoulders as a formal greeting, and then took the Infinity Gauntlet. At this time, the sounds of landing were heard, including Wanda, Pepper in steel suit, and even Valkyrie riding a Pegasus, etc. They all gathered together, arrived in time, and said, "Don't worry, she is not alone." Suddenly, little Spider-Man was surrounded by girls. It should be said that Marvel really knows what political correctness is. The second-generation Women's Federation that was established in the future is now involved in this scene, and the number of appearances has greatly increased. You have a very keen political sense. Various heroines fought against the Thanos Legion, and they were very stable, and they directly tore the legions of soldiers and monsters into pieces. Captain Marvel took the lead, holding the Infinity Gauntlet and rushing towards the quantum tunnel built by Ant-Man. As long as we rush into the quantum tunnel, all this can be solved. Thanos can't even grab the Infinity Stones, but he can still fight. Even if he still wants to fight, our Avengers are not made up of mud. Without the Infinity Gauntlet, this supermodel weapon, this battle will be easier to fight. As for why, Captain Marvel didn't just snap his fingers and resolve this battle directly. Just kidding, the side effects of using this thing are too great. Who would use it until the last moment? Thanos used his full power twice, but both were weak. After he returned to his hometown to retire, Thor killed him with an axe. The Hulk used it once, and even lost one of his hands. The side effects are too great, so use with caution. Captain Marvel had a good idea, but Thanos said, "You think I am air?" He threw his tattered sword on the spot and threw it directly towards the quantum tunnel, destroying it with a bang. This caused energy waves to impact the surroundings, and for a moment, a large area of land was cleared around the quantum tunnel. Thanos rushed towards the Infinity Gauntlet, and Tony controlled the steel suit, trying to prevent being beaten violently. The same is true when Captain America and Thor go in a battle together. Fortunately, Captain Marvel is so powerful that he pulls the Infinity Gauntlet and directly presses Thanos. Thanos looks big and rough, but he is very smart. Unfortunately, in this fierce battle, he really can't think of any way to solve the oppression caused by Captain Marvel. He was anxious and hit Captain Marvel with a headbutt, but it had no effect at all. Captain Marvel was immediately happy. Her strongest thing is her head, and she is the strongest head. She was fine, and Thanos' head was buzzing, but this hit gave him a flash of inspiration. Without saying a word, he took out the power gem from the Infinity Gauntlet, clenched it in his hand, and then his fist burst into dazzling purple light. He punched Captain Marvel hard, sending him flying dozens of meters. "Thanos, I didn't expect this trick. You know how to confront me head-on. You are such a reckless man." Thanos obtained the Infinity Gauntlet and smiled crookedly, causing the hearts of the Avengers around him to sink. Tony felt despair in his heart. Could it be that all this was in vain? Thanos was going to snap his fingers again, and half of the people were going to die again. Isn't this a joke? How long have you just lived? Oh, what? A resurrection experience card? He looked at Strange, who was aside. He said that there was an ending in which they defeated Thanos. What was the solution? Stan Ranchi's eyes were heavy, and he slowly stretched out a finger. just as Tony's brain was racing, thinking about the meaning of this finger. With a bang, a red meteor crossed in front of him and then rushed towards Thanos, with terrifying air waves rushing around. Tony was also knocked back several steps by this wave of air, leaving only one thought in his mind. Was this more than movement? Liu Qian stopped in front of Thanos, and the air wave generated by his extremely fast movement made Thanos take a step back. He looked at the purple sweet potato spirit in front of him, the male version with a normal appearance, and nodded. One hand grabbed the infinity gauntlet on his hand and shouted, "Bring it to you!" Then Thanos felt a huge force, and then his infinity gauntlet was snatched away. Liu Qian decisively pulled out the time stone from the infinity gauntlet, put it back, and stuffed it into the small world. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and Liu Qian subconsciously hit him with his backhand. Just hearing a click, that familiar sound, that familiar texture, he looked back, and then fished it out. Holding the handle of Thor's hammer, he said speechlessly, "Who threw the handle of this hammer?" Captain America, who didn't see clearly what was going on just now, subconsciously recognized Thor's hammer. "It's broken." Thor's hammer was broken by himself. Thor won't want to pay for it himself, right? Wait, what hammer handle? I just recognized it as a hammer. Okay, you just smashed it with a backhand punch. Thor, I'm sorry for that. I really didn't mean to do it. If it's broken, I can still use it, right? Liu Qian casually threw the handle of Thor's hammer on the ground and placed it with the fragments of Thor's hammer. He no longer cares about this at the moment. What did he see? All the superheroes and Avengers present have no problem with their looks, gender, and age. According to the plot, this should be the plot of Avengers 4. So what is the difference between this world and the main world Marvel? This is a good question. Liu Qian said that the skin color of superheroes in this world seems to have been changed from black to white. Liu Qian looked at the inner version of Tony, silently took out his mobile phone and took a photo, then turned his head away. It was so uncomfortable and inconsistent. This is simply more inconsistent than the female version of Tony. Suddenly, Liu Qian's heart skipped a beat, as if all the superheroes present had their skin colors reversed. What about black braised eggs, Nick Fury? He said nothing, psychokinesis scanned, and then he was silent. He actually saw a hard-boiled egg, Nick Fury. Really, I have traveled through the world a lot, and I can see everything. It's really a lot of experience. To be honest, Nick Fury, you are the most pleasing to my eyes in this world. The more Liu Qian looked at it, the more he felt unaccustomed to it. Then he threw the infinity gauntlet to the ground, opened the portal, and ran away. I was originally planning to help the people of this world and defeat Thanos. But what happened just now brought huge amounts of psychological shock to myself. He had to go back and take it easy. Anyway, he couldn't snap his fingers with the few time gems, so it was considered a favor to them. Everyone present had a dark look on their faces. What on earth is going on? A guy came over for no reason and snatched an infinite stone for no apparent reason. Everyone was stunned for a while and finally took action together, including Thanos, but he seemed to want to get behind the Infinity Gauntlet. With the power of the Infinity Gauntlet, he is looking for the mysterious strong man who just stole the Time Stone. A war is about to break out again. But this time, Captain Marvel also learned the lesson and didn't let Thanos have a chance to dig out the gems from the Infinity Gauntlet. Directly and severely suppress Thanos. Thanos was suppressed. Captain America, Thor, and Iron Man, the three Avengers giants, eliminated their enemies on the battlefield. Reducing the pressure on teammates, coupled with the Supreme Mage Strange, is not a vegetarian. As time passed little by little, Thanos gradually changed from fierce to lonely. He failed. His great deeds and ideals could not succeed. The strong man who appeared out of nowhere ruined everything. He felt Liu Qian's strength. After his anger and courage gradually subsided, his IQ regained the high ground. He seemed to realize that even if he grabbed the Infinity Gauntlet, he would not be able to grab the Infinity Stone. The gloves full of gems could never be collected, and his idea could not be established. The war gradually came to an end, and Thanos and his army did not choose to retreat, but chose to resist tenaciously. Maybe if he chooses to retreat now, he can still use the old method in the universe, a planet-by-planet attack. Destroy a planet and half of all life forms. But Thanos knew that this time his Legion's vitality was severely damaged, and since he came from the past, at this point in time, all racial life forms in the entire universe knew Thanos' plan. He has also destroyed family and friends, the malice of the entire universe, plus the Avengers, this group of freaks. Thanos felt that even if he retreated, he wouldn't be able to survive for long, and the main ship was destroyed by Captain Marvel. Not even a few people in the army could escape. Thanos was no longer prepared to escape, and his moves gradually became fierce and desperate. But because Captain Marvel was alert and kicked the Infinity Gauntlet to Thor in time, Thanos could not use the power of the Infinity Gauntlet. Go head-to-head with Captain Marvel and die in the end. Thanos' army was rushed over by the Avengers, various reinforcements, and armies from various countries, although it took a little longer. But the cleanup work was still solved, and everyone in the Avengers breathed a sigh of relief as they looked at the ruined battlefield. However, they now have a problem in front of them. The gems in the Infinity Gauntlet need to be returned, but now there's a time stone missing. What should they do? Forget it. Let's pay back what's due first. Suddenly, Tony seemed to have thought of something and asked Strange, "What did you mean by pointing upward just now? Is this the only way to upgrade? You have long anticipated the arrival of that strong man, so let us wait." "Right." Strange stiffened his face and said, "Haha, that's right. It's you, Tony. You are the smartest." Tony waved his hand. "I'm smart, and it's not just a day or two. I could just say it next time. What kind of gestures are you making?" It made me guess for a long time. In the underground palace filled with hot atmosphere, Thor was hung sideways in the air, looking at the Flame Giant coming across with a sword. Flame Giant grabbed the chain and said arrogantly, "I am the end of Asgard, and your end is coming too. You will be plunged into pain and into fire." It sounded a bit exciting, but it's a pity that you are a bit small now. If you were older, standing on Asgard and setting fire to it would be quite spectacular. But don't do this. I think it would be a better idea if I break free from the chains, rip your head off, and put it in the Asgard treasure house. Thor first attacked Flame Giant Surtur's file size, but no male who understood could bear it. But Flame Giant Surtur is an old man, and he just doesn't understand. After all, he and Thor's father are of the same generation, and there is a certain generation gap between him and young people, which is quite normal. He said in a probing tone, "You can't stop Ragnarok, so why waste your efforts?" "Because that's what heroes usually do." Thor's eyes were sharp, and he seemed to be taking action again. 3 seconds later, nothing happened. "Thor!" "Flame Giant Surtur," Thor said with some embarrassment. "Sorry, maybe I didn't calculate the time well." Finally, he listened to the noise outside and became confident again. "Oh, now." Thor's hammer destroyed the wall and shattered the chains on Thor's body. He turned around magnificently, held Thor's hammer, and struck a handsome pose. Then he took a closer look and screamed, "Ah, my Thor's hammer! Why are there so many cracks on it, and why is it broken? Who did this?" The Flame Giant on the opposite side was very happy. "No. Are you Asgard so poor now? You still use the broken weapons." As he spoke, many Flame Giant's men began to appear around him, charging straight towards Thor. Thor subconsciously waved, and Thor's hammer directly shattered into hundreds or thousands of pieces. Those fragments were like sharp blades, directly cutting and piercing the surrounding enemies. Thor looked shocked. "Aren't you afraid, old man? Can still be used like this? You didn't tell me earlier." Later, Thor took the cracked version of Thor's hammer and killed everyone and shouted loudly, "Oh, it's cool. I like this form of you, brother." The smile of Flame Giant Surtur, who originally laughed at Thor, gradually disappeared, in stark contrast to Thor's smile. Obviously, according to the law of conservation of smiles, smiles will not disappear, they will only move. Ancient One, the supreme mage of past time and space, looked at today's time and fell into deep thought. Banner, the Hulk from the future, borrowed the time stone from himself. We agreed to borrow and repay, but why are we here now? There is no movement at all. No, Strange is about to lose his hand. After giving him special training for a period of time, he was about to be beaten by Domu. But in the end, he didn't have the time stone, so he was beaten again and again. That's not right. Logically speaking, Strange should have expected that Hulk Banner would come over to borrow the time stone. What happened? A big question mark flashed across Ancient One's bald head. But since everything was as he expected, why didn't he return the time stone? Is it possible? You think it's too easy to defeat Damumo, and you want to increase the difficulty and challenge Damumo in a single combat without gems? Although he didn't understand his thoughts, the Ancient One respected him. Strange. No, I didn't see the timeline where anyone stole the time stone from the Infinity Gauntlet. After defeating Thanos, the Avengers arranged for people to return all the remaining gems of the Infinity Gauntlet to where they should be. As for the time stone that cannot be returned, everyone in the Avengers has nothing to do. After everyone delivered the gems and walked out of the quantum tunnel, Tony turned around and looked shocked. No, who are you? Me, Strange. A muscular man with a weathered face, Strange appeared in front of everyone. That painting style and image have an inexplicable aura of a strong man. King is possessed, it belongs to him. Everyone in the Avengers thought of the time gem that could not be returned and instantly understood everything. No, without gems, would it be so difficult to defeat Domu? Strange looked at a loss for words. No, what nonsense are you talking about? Domu, do you know how difficult it is to beat Domu? Damn it, it's all the fault of that D who took away the time stone. Obviously, because there was no time stone for Strange in the past timeline, it affected Strange in this timeline. So in this world, Strange fought against Domu without gems. Looking at his strong style, it is obvious that the greater the pressure, the greater the explosion. This may be the strongest of Strange's many worlds. The surrounding Avengers subconsciously looked around, fearing that the mysterious powerful man would suddenly appear. After all, that existence is too strong and cannot be defeated. Oh, you're doing us a big favor. It's very difficult for them, right? Sometimes you should look for your own reasons. Have you not practiced your spells properly? Have you improved yourself? Look, you worked hard. Didn't you defeat Damumo without using the time stone? Strange. I'll go to school at 8 in the morning. Which be D said this just now. I'm going to throw him to Domo. In the main Marvel world, Tony looked at Li Yuqian's mobile phone and fell into deep thought. So you said this blonde beauty and this concubine are me from another world. And this Nick Fury, hell, it's the first time I've ever seen him look so good. As Tony said this, he first secretly deleted all the photos of himself in other worlds on his phone. Then he showed a bright smile, and Li Yuqian also smiled brightly. No, don't you understand me? Tony immediately understood that this guy must have made many copies of those photos, and deleting them on his phone would have no effect at all. And those copied photos, who knows how many copies Li Yuqian has? And where are they hidden? You know, Li Yuqian is a guy who often travels across the world. Damn it. B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************�amn extremely irritable, and then he began to copy and paste and collected all the other photos inside. Well, you can laugh at others after a while. Aguang, should I say it or not? These two people really count. Those who have the same odor belong to them. Li Yuqian collected a pair of infinity gauntlets full of gems. He had procrastinated before to collect all the infinity gemstones, which was considered a perfect completion. Now that it was done, Li Yuqian focused the rest of his energy on harming others. After teasing Tony and sharing with him the female version of her and him, Li Yuqian wandered around the Justice League headquarters, then shared in it. To be honest, the female version of myself and the skin-changed self made the Avengers feel that every world is different and the impact is quite big. Little Spider-Man is the calmest. Generally speaking, little Spider-Man Parker has the clear and silly eyes of a college student. If he knew this kind of thing, he would definitely scream, but now he is powerless because he encountered something and was a little worried. With his attention diverted, Li Yuqian decisively took a closer look. What was little Spider-Man worried about? I saw a stack of information in his hand, which said the hotline number of the Justice League yesterday, and there was a case that little Spider-Man Parker was handling. He is a freelancer on the street, or a tramp for short. Usually, that tramp can only shout, "It's time for dinner again, brothers." He just wanted to order food, but for some unknown reason, he actually tried to rob a foreign tourist with a gas blowtorch. As a result, a gender-free person, referred to as a homosexual, took action and took advantage of the homeless man's unpreparedness to steal his gas blowtorch. But the homeless man was so persistent that he couldn't use a gas blowtorch, so he tried to beat the tourist with his hands. This scene happened to be discovered by two passing nudists, so the righteous nudist beat up the homeless man. 5-star good citizens at the scene commented that a hero does not have to stand in the light. He may also stand naked. The hero doesn't have to be a superhero from the Justice League. He could also be a gender-free person or a person without clothes. A Walmart shopping bag and a gunship helicopter are also possible. Then, little Spider-Man Parker asked. In this regard, the people who appear in the case are dealt with, such as the homeless man who tried to rob and the two righteous people who were running naked on the street. For a moment, little Spider-Man didn't know how to deal with the two guys running around naked on the street. Say they're good people. They run around without clothes, which is immoral. Say they're not good people. They even intervened to stop the robbery. Really amazing. Finally, little Spider-Man Parker let the New York police handle the matter. After all, he is still young and he cannot handle such a complicated matter. I heard that the New York Police Department finally caught the homeless man who robbed him and fined the two naked and enthusiastic people who acted for justice. After all, in New York, women have the same right as men to wear no tops in public places, but they still have to wear something underneath. Liu Qian, I have learned a lot again, brothers. Liu Qian played for a few more days, then decided to let it go and laid down in the small world to rest for a few days. There is no way. Sometimes I just feel so tired for no reason. I feel so weak that I don't want to move. I just want to lie down and watch videos. The best fruit to eat is right next to the bed, the kind that someone feeds. Liu Qian accurately judged his symptoms and concluded that he was suffering from laziness again. Without saying anything, he just started talking. On the first day, just give it a try, it'll be fine. The next day, I didn't need to sleep at all. It was so fun to play games all day. On the third day, there have been a lot of novels recently. I just want to take a look at them. It's good to take in all the worlds. This novel is so exciting. If it were placed on the novel platform of my previous world, I'm afraid it wouldn't be able to pass the review. The Tinternet goo is terrifying. On the fourth day, is there anything good to watch? Oops, one generation after another has been really bad lately. Why don't you just travel across the world and become a slime or something? What the hell is this thing that turned into a vending machine? Is it going to be a while? Others can travel through the world dressed as shit. Moreover, traveling across the world and entering another world is not a pleasant experience. Well, it's not as cool as traveling through the world by yourself. A certain army. Oops, the male protagonist of this urban cool novel is also unhappy. On the fifth day, oh my, Lee has money. Lee has money. How could you have fallen so low? Do you still remember the big wish you made? You want to punch Marvel OA and kick the DC Supreme God. Li Youqian's eyes became firm. He could no longer move like this. He kept his word. Aguang, are you sure you haven't rested for such a long time and have had enough fun? Why are you pretending to be a big-tailed wolf? Li Yuqian decided to draw a card first. Let's do 10 draws in a row to find out the feeling of time travel, instead of directly traveling through the portal. It's the kind of time travel using a time travel card, and the world you travel through is random. Li Yuqian said that this is the most exciting thing. As for why I need to draw 10 times in a row, let me find out what it feels like. After all, I used to draw 10 times in a row before traveling through time. After 10 consecutive passes, go straight through. Anyway, I still have 2 time travel cards. Li Yuqian thought like this, preparing to draw 10 times in a row. Then, as if he thought of something, he suddenly raised his hand and took an oath. At the cost of Guang being single all his life, he can get a time travel card or something good. Guang, whatever, just destroy it. I'm tired of it. Then go straight to 10 companies. Big Little Ability Card, a special ability that a person named Lao AI was born with. You can use somewhere to turn the wheel. After using this ability, you will also have this function somewhere. Portable Brain Card, in order to easily relieve neck pain. After using this skill card, you can pull your brain off directly. Put it in your hand so your neck won't feel sore. Ghost Fighting Milk, 100 bottles of special milk, which can cause damage to any ghost creature. Milk and plastic wrap go better together. Colorful Lotus. After use, it can strengthen the body, strengthen the soul, and improve the bones. Missile Maintenance Skill Card. After using this skill, you will gain maintenance skills for various types of missiles. Blackskin Sports Student-Made Photos. Not ordinary made photos. Travel Card. You could travel to a world randomly. System Wishing Card. You can ask the system to fulfill a wish for you. Name Changing Skill. You can change a person's name. The name is up to you to customize. Lightning and thunder are in my hands. I am invincible in human martial arts. Martial arts with 5 lightning whips. After Liu Qian was silent for a while, he looked at the first one, the big and small ability card. The big one and the small one were very spiritual. Lao AI can use it to turn the wheel and pass Xiao Dao Air. With how powerful Liu Qian is now, plus his abstract body, who can't do it? No, second. The second one is a portable brain card. This is really useless. My neck is sore. Why'd you pull the brain off? What kind of useless ability is this? I'm convinced. Besides, it's not like I can't pull it. What is the principle of the third method of beating ghosts and milk? Is it because ghosts are afraid of cow heads and horse noodles, so they're also afraid of milk? Okay. How can this not be considered a piece of logic? As for the fourth colorful lotus, Liu Qian was shocked. It was the first time he saw such a normal thing, and there was nothing worth complaining about. It is simply a treasure, although it is of no use to me now. Okay, it's so normal to take out something. What should I do if I'm not used to it? As for the fifth one, missile repair, missile. Still need repair? And it's useless to use this skill yourself. Liu Qian knew what was inside the black leather sports student-made outfit at the back without even looking at it. Then he took a closer look, and, as expected, it was Ching Ching Prairie Boiling Sheep wearing a maid outfit. Well, he is indeed a sports student, he is indeed a black-skinned man, and he is indeed wearing a maid uniform. But when these words are put together, they are completely different from what he sees, okay? Without saying a word, Liu Qian pulled Aguang out and punched him. Look, your system is not serious, and the things you extract are not serious. What the hell? Aguang, this thing is not serious about taking out things. It doesn't happen every day or two. Can you blame me? The later time travel cards are all good things, so Liu Qian collected them, so that he now has 3 more time travel cards. Hee. Then for the 8th system wish card, Liu Qian looked at Aguang and motioned for him to look at the 8th thing he drew out. After Aguang took a closer look, his face darkened, and then he whispered softly, "Then tell me, what do you want to achieve?" "Oh, let me become 1,000 times stronger first." "No, 100 million times." Liu Qian thought carefully and said it seriously. Aguang quickly interrupted his performance. Stop it. I'll just make you invincible, okay?" "Really? Do you still have this ability?" Liu Qian was shocked. "Aguang, does he have this strength?" Aguang stepped back a few meters and said slowly, "So you also know that I don't have this ability." Liu Qian. Aguang. Okay, just give me tens of millions of world energy. Let's make up a full 100 million. I won't pick it. Liu Qian waved his hand and said casually. Aguang was speechless and anxious. "No, look at me. Do I seem to have 100 million world energy?" At the same time, he complained in his heart. If he really took it out, he would know it with his little hands, and Liu Qian would definitely suspect him of corruption. Of course, even if there is no corruption, Liu Qian will say that he is corrupt and then rob him of the world's energy. Aguang has seen through Liu Qian. This person is such a B******ch. Liu Qian sighed with regret. "Are you too insincere? You still made a wish." "Who is so insincere?" Aguang complained, and then said with a serious face, "When you make a wish to me, Don't look at what you want to make, but look at what I, a Guang, have. Li Yuqian, asterisk M. Presumptuous guy, you are really presumptuous. Li Yuqian was silenced by Guang's words. He could not refute. Indeed, what wish could a Guang fulfill now that he was such a coward? No, why are you so proud of Mao? Okay, give me 10 consecutive draws for free, and use your own world's energy to pay for it. That's fine. Li Yuqian waved his hand and said speechlessly. As soon as Guang heard this, he felt powerless for a moment, and his whole body became emotive. Just now Li Yuqian made such an outrageous wish, Guang didn't think anything of it, and was even in the mood to complain. But when he asked him for 10 consecutive draws, Guang felt really distressed, because he really had a small treasury that could provide the world energy needed for 10 consecutive draws. And it's just about right. If your girlfriend asks you that you have 1 million, how much will you give her? You can say all of it without hesitation. But if she says you have 5,782 yuan and 94 cents, how much do you want to give her? Then you should be alert. Damn it, she's looking at your cell phone balance. Guang also felt the same way. Look at my little vault. No, the system also has privacy rights. Li Yuqian silently raised his fist. To be honest, since Guang's body has taken on his own shape, all the world energy harvested by the system basically means that Li has money to eat and Guang has dishes to wash. Li has money and soup to drink, and Guang can also take a look at it. He didn't expect to check in for special achievements every time he traveled through the world. Give Guang the little bit of world energy that keeps the system running, and he can actually accumulate 10 consecutive draws of world energy. What a B asterisk 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 D. Guang lay on the ground feeling helpless and used the world energy in his small vault to convert it into 10 consecutive draws and gave it to Li Yuqian. He shrugged and put the loveless Guang back into his mind, and then said, I will also use Guang to stay single for the rest of his life, in exchange for good things or time travel cards. Then go straight to 10 companies. The art of meeting yin and yang. After using this skill, you can make the living person die and meet the dead person. Note, no one alive has given this skill a negative review. Help card. After using it, there will be an official who particularly favors you in your life. When you ask him for something and want to make progress, he will wave his hand. Then we will provide you with help, but it will only be limited to high-level officials in countries with extraordinary conventional technology. Director Chi. Waving your hand does not mean rejection, but it means you don't need to say anything. Thriller Halo. After using it, you will become a heartthrob, and your individual strength will reach the level of a single universe or above and will not be affected by it. Absolute Sanity Skill Card. Passive skill. After using it, you will be absolutely sane, unswayed by external objects, and firmly pursue your goals and ideals. I have shouted, cried, been sad, and been happy, but in the end I will look down on the world. My eyes are as hard as a rock, and all I have left in my heart is perseverance. Taking the blame, a magical conceptual skill. Anyone who blames you will tell you what you did and blame it on the person you designate. If you hit him, don't hit me. Exclusive BGM. You can set a song or music to play around you when you want it. It's your BGM that few men can refuse because it's so cool. Exchange intelligence for strength. You can turn your IQ into strength. It is not recommended for those with low IQs. After all, even if you convert, you can only increase your strength a little. Taking some air, abbreviated, thank you for your patronage. What a piece of shit. It's unlucky for you if you get slapped by me. Although I'm soft, I'm disgusting. Shenglu, thank you for your patronage. Silence is tonight's Cambridge. Li Yuqian first saw the 3 things at the back, and his defense was a bit broken. 2 of them didn't draw anything, and there was another piece of shit. It wasn't Guang, and it cost you being single, so why didn't it work? That's right. It took me 20 draws before I pulled out a time travel card, but it really didn't work anymore. Guang seemed to have discovered something, and ran out excitedly, his little hands on his hips, laughing. See, the oath you swore doesn't work at all. You should believe in science, and not be so feudal and superstitious. Okay. Li Yuqian, it is not your system that makes me believe in science and not in feudal superstition. He said in a faint tone, is it possible? This means that your potential for love has been exhausted. So swearing that you'll be single all your life doesn't work. Aguang, how can your 37-degree mouth say such cold words? Li Yuqian looked at the remaining 7 things he had drawn out speechlessly, the first of which was the art of meeting yin and yang. It was of no use to him to allow the living and the dead to meet each other, but Li Yuqian looked at it carefully and fell silent on the following introduction. We have been working on it for a long time to send living people to meet dead man, so why not resurrect dead man to meet living people? If that doesn't work, it will be fine to let him show himself to a living person. Why would you send a living person to die? No, this skill was developed through research in the underworld and hell, right? Are you nervous about your performance recently? Do you want to improve your performance? He shook his head speechlessly and looked behind him. It was a help card, and it was of no use to him. Of course, if you are an ordinary person, this thing is quite useful. Maybe if you use it well, your family dog can eat a share of public food and become a police dog. The heartthrob halo is a good thing. Although Li Yuqian feels that he is very handsome, this kind of thing is actually of no use to him. But then again, it's not good to leave it there. Adhering to the principle of not wasting it, find a world to experiment with. How does it feel to have the aura of being a heartthrob? There should be no difference. Li Yuqian feels that he is quite popular in any world, and those world-conscious people reimburse his travel expenses. World awareness. Do you feel that you are very humorous? Born. The absolute rationality behind it is no good. No good. This thing absolutely cannot be used. I am a rich man, so why have I become so powerful? Isn't it just to do whatever I want and do whatever I want? I can do whatever I want while riding a horse, and as a result, I have become absolutely rational. Then I have become stronger in vain, especially when this passive is turned on. When I see a beautiful woman, or the type I like, or the XP I like, I get excited and swipe it. I am absolutely rational. What is the difference between this and becoming a eunuch? When I looked at beautiful women, I felt as helpless as a eunuch visiting a brothel. Li Yuqian quickly threw the absolute sanity skill card into the small world. It couldn't be used. It couldn't be used. Then look at the last 3 things. One is the scapegoat method. One is the exclusive BGM, and the other is to exchange wisdom for quantity. The method of taking the blame is somewhat useful. What bad things will Li Yuqian do in the future? He will meet a strong person similar to OAA level. Just call yourself OAA, the omnipotent and almighty creator of Marvel and the god of all things. Kiku OAA. He will bear the bad reputation from now on. The exclusive BGM at the back is pretty good. Although it's useless, it's very impressive. Although it will be a little embarrassing, normal people will most likely think that you're wearing a B and playing songs. It is indeed embarrassing to think so. Then there was the exchange of intelligence for strength. Li Yuqian didn't even dare to imagine how powerful he could become with his extremely clever intelligence. But I still don't use it. Of course, it's not because I'm not confident in myself. It's mainly because I'm afraid that if I change it too much, I'll become stupid and forget to change it back. What should I do? Li Yuqian wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although he didn't do anything, he still felt that he had worked hard. You can now make most of the skills and items in the 10 continuous draw, but because of the special nature of the system, there may be surprises in the things you draw. For example, the scapegoating method, when used with Li Yuqian's strength, is effective for people of the same level. Of course, although most of them are useless, it's a bit like digging for golden shit. After drawing 20 rounds, Li Yuqian stretched his muscles and used the time travel car without saying a word. Then, it turned into a white light and disappeared in place. It was time to travel across the world. A seemingly ordinary urban technological world, but as soon as Li Yuqian came to this world, he noticed something was wrong. It is normal to have naughty children in the urban technological world, but this naughty child holding his head in his hands is not normal at all. This is a dark alley, and it's dark outside, as if it's night. The headless child looked at the person who suddenly appeared after using the white light. holding his head on his chest and smiling. "Uncle, come and play with me, okay? I want to shoot the ball, but I'm afraid of pain. How about you shoot it with your head?" The headless child said, pressing the head on his chest to his neck, and then his smile became more and more unrestrained, revealing a mouth of fangs. Although I don't know how this guy appeared, the headless child is not afraid of this guy at all. As we all know in this world, only ghosts can deal with ghosts, with all the bells and whistles and a burst of white light. I'm afraid this guy doesn't have a flash bomb on him. He's a stupid mortal. As long as you violate my rules, I will show you what cruelty is. Jia, jia, jia. There was a snap. Li Yuqian slapped him, causing his head that had just been placed on his neck to rotate 360 degrees and fall to the ground with a click. Really, I hate poor kids the most. They still shoot the ball and pat my head. Can I pat yours? I'll show you my talent directly. While Li Yuqian was talking, he grabbed his head and directly regarded it as a basketball, and then sang and danced rap basketball. A dance of AI Cohen came directly. The headless child is covered in ghosts. No, he doesn't have the aura of ghosts on his body. How could he hurt me? And you still feel the pain? Do you know how much that slap can hurt a child like yourself? Why don't you play by the rules? Normally, you shouldn't answer my questions. If you answer well, I'll pluck your head off and hit it with a ball. If you answer poorly, you won't play with me. I will get angry, pull your head off, and hit it like a ball. Only you can think calmly. If you don't answer me and endure all my threats without saying a word, you can get a chance to escape from this alley. But this is only temporary. I keep pestering that person. One day, that person's head will be pulled off and used as a ball. As a result, my head was used as a ball. No, it was hit with a basketball, and I didn't even have the strength to resist. The headless child ghost not only felt pain, but even felt that he was being played like a basketball and would die. I have become honest in an instant. Please let me go. Oh, brother, I was wrong. I will never be naughty again. Please let me go. I'm still a child. No, you are a ghost kid, but you still have the nerve to say this. Li Yuqian pulled his head, put it in front of him, and said jokingly, "Headless ghost kid. Damn, this guy still discriminates against ghost kids. What happened to ghost kids? Ghost kids are not kids anymore." He thought this in his heart, but did not say this in his mouth. "Yes, I'm a ghost child, not a naughty child. Please let me go." Okay, I'll let you go. I'll take you to the Imperial Banquet Hall now." Li Yuqian felt that the ghosts in this world were very strange and different from ordinary ghosts. For example, there are a lot of ghosts in the world of cultivating immortals, and there are still a lot of them in the Human Emperor's banner. The kind of ghost is more like a special kind of life. After death, the soul of a simple person is affected by some energy, such as resentment and death. But ghosts in this world are different. For example, this ghost child is different from ghosts in the traditional sense. He is an entity with his own body. Although he looks the same as Dead Man, he is actually the same as Dead Man. But ordinary physical attacks should be ineffective against him. Even if his body is broken by such an attack, he can still recover. Black dog blood and peachwood swords in the traditional sense are also ineffective against it. In this way, this kind of ghost should be stronger than ghosts in the traditional sense, but ghosts in this world also have shortcomings. It seems that there is a special restriction. Only by completing certain steps can the ghost in this world kill people, and the way he attacks also carries a little bit of the power of rules. For example, this ghost child seems to be able to pull off the target's head with just a tug, and then kick it like a ball. Call him a ghost, but Li Yuqian prefers to call him weird. What a special world. Li Yuqian thought this, and under the ferocious expression of the headless child, he directly took his head, slapped it hard, and forcefully stuffed the head into the child's body from the neck. Because after listening to Li Yuqian's words just now, the headless child ghost didn't understand what he meant. But judging from the tone of his voice, he knew that the Human Emperor banner was definitely not a good place. This mysterious guy didn't want to let him go, so he struggled desperately, but unfortunately it had no effect at all. Instead, his head was pressed into his chest. The pain is too painful. After becoming a ghost, this child has not felt such pain for a long time. Of course, the reason is also very simple, because Li Yuqian's attacks contain the power of my thinking. If hitting someone doesn't hurt, then do you still need to hit them? This is what I think. The body of the headless child ghost gradually stiffened, as if it had become a real corpse, motionless, as if it was really shaking. Li Yuqian raised his eyebrows when he saw this scene. The ghosts in this world are not only special, but they also know how to pretend to be dead. They just don't have much wisdom. Don't you know? Is your body originally a dead man body? Aren't you simply immobile? Li Yuqian slowly and firmly took out the human emperor flag, joking, even if you're really bad, you can't waste it. Come into our Renwang banner. There are private seats inside. A suction force appeared from a human emperor flag, sucking the headless child ghost lying on the ground, pretending to be dead, directly towards the human emperor flag. This kid ghost was quite stubborn, or rather stubborn, and just stayed motionless and pretended to be dead until the whole ghost was almost inside the human emperor's flag. Unable to pretend anymore, he started struggling crazily. Although his acting skills were very good, Li Yuqian knew that what he had just done was serious, and he simply wanted to torture this guy. He didn't kill him, and he definitely didn't die. Li Yuqian said how could he just beat him to death? What a waste. Bah, how cruel. I have a bottom line. The headless child ghost struggled to no avail and was directly sucked in by the human emperor banner. Even though the ghosts in this world are very special, Li Yuqian's human emperor banner has absorbed many dead souls from this world. But with its own power, it can destroy an ordinary world and defeat a single universe-level powerhouse. Against multi-universe existences, no matter how special they are, if you are powerful enough to defeat them, I will bring them to you. After all, water droplets can penetrate stone, and the human emperor flag is not a drop of water to a child ghost, nor is he a stone. However, the headless child ghost in the human emperor's banner still showed his specialness. The human emperor banner kept devouring his soul and absorbing his body. But the headless child ghost was extremely strong, and the human emperor banner kept swallowing and absorbing it. He was able to supply it without any feeling of weakness, although it looked quite painful. Li Yuqian controlled the human emperor flag to increase his strength, and the intensity of swallowing and absorption continued to increase, but that child ghost was like a sponge, and there would always be a squeeze. It wasn't until the power of my thinking was slowly injected into the human emperor's flag that the child ghost gradually became weak, even gradually became transparent, and was about to disappear. At the same time, the human emperor's flag also has the power of a rule. When the ghosts in the flag bite each other, attack and devour each other, and become stronger, they also have the power of the rule of death, which is very indifferent. Li Yuqian was happy. The ghosts in this world are destined to me. Originally, this human emperor flag was very special. It could only absorb souls and grow infinitely. Unlike the previous soul-refining banner in the world of immortal cultivation, how many ghosts could be controlled was limited by the material of the soul-refining banner. Now, if all the ghosts in this world are swallowed up, the flag and the ghosts inside will have the ability to have the concept and rule of death. Coupled with the power of my thinking, it becomes stronger and stronger. I will use it next time to beat OAA. Jia. Underscore plus equals I equals hashtag. Li Yuqian thought of this and began to quickly check the headless child ghost that was about to disappear in the flag, analyze its origin and essence, and begin to carefully analyze the world. This child, as expected by Li Yuqian, was a naughty child when he was alive. When his adults took him to eat at a hot pot restaurant, they kept making a fuss. The adults at the next table asked him to stop making noise. How could this naughty kid stand such anger? He retaliated on the spot and came back, taking advantage of the adult at the next table to go to the toilet, and threw his cell phone on the table into the hot pot. The adult at the next table just came back and saw the scene of the naughty kid throwing his cell phone completely and wanted to ask his adult for an explanation. But as the saying goes, behind every naughty child, there is a naughty parent. The adult said the classic saying, he is still a child. As for that, and he is underage, then don't care. But what the naughty kid and his parents didn't expect was that the man was mentally ill and had just been discharged from the hospital today. So he had a meal to celebrate. Psychopaths versus minors. This wave is a version T0 confrontation. The mentally ill man pinched the naughty child's head on the spot, took out a knife from somewhere, and stabbed his neck repeatedly. At this time, the parent of the naughty child could no longer be as arrogant as before, and his legs were weak from fear. The old saying is true: evil people should be punished by evil people. There were some people around, loudly discouraging the mentally ill, and there was a lot of excitement, so more and more people gathered. The mentally ill patient ran out of the hot pot restaurant with the naughty child, stabbing him in the neck and running out. When he finally ran into the alley, the naughty kid stabbed his neck so many times and ran all the way that it was completely broken. Finally, the mentally ill patient was arrested by the armed police and sent to a mental hospital. The doctor at the mental hospital said, "No, do you think this is your home? You just went out in the morning and came back in the afternoon?" The naughty kid died a bit miserably, and the naughty kid didn't even realize what he was doing was wrong. Children's malice is always so pure and dark, and in this special world, people will be transformed into a product of rules after death under extreme negative emotions. Ghosts are a special kind of existence. Some have entities and some don't. Physical attacks are basically ineffective against them. The good news is that energy attacks have a weak effect on it, but it does have some effect. The bad news is that this is an ordinary technological world that has just completed the third industrial revolution and entered the information age. The ghost is the son of the version, completely torturing ordinary humans. This headless kid, ghost in the alley, will appear whenever someone walks into the alley and ask if he can play with him. He has killed a lot of people. The more dead man he kills, the more he evolves. At the beginning, he would only kill people mechanically and in a pattern, but now he has his own wisdom. Maybe after a while, he will be able to leave this alley and take the initiative to harm people. Li Yuqian can hardly understand this world. What on earth is going on? The ghosts in this world are so invincible. But if this continues, the people in this world will still be fooled. You must know that in all worlds, except for a few worlds where human development is not the mainstream, human development is basically the main focus. Whether it is technology or extraordinary power, the mainstream has stated that human beings have great potential for development in these two aspects. If they dominate the world and develop well, the world will continue to become stronger, which is called world upgrading and dimension upgrading. What's wrong? The consciousness of this world must go in the opposite direction and feel that human beings are not good enough. Are you ready to create a bug ghost to replace humans? Li Yuqian shook his head, young. Too young. He has never experienced the beatings of the world. Let's not talk about what kind of heroes and legends will emerge when a human group encounters such danger. An army of time travelers composed mainly of humans would not tolerate this kind of thing. For example, Li Yuqian. Delta. He lamented that people in this world have made money, so let me solve the ghosts in this world. When the time comes, all they need to do is sign the Dark Dimension contract, lie down, and I'll take them flying. Of course, it is definitely not, because the ghosts in this world can improve the quality of my human emperor flag. This is a superficial reason. It's all for humanity. As for signing the Dark Dimension contract, it's not, and it can't make me work in vain, right? Li Yuqian, with such a good reason, it's a bit cool to point fingers from the moral high ground. Li Yuqian was in a good mood. After putting away the human emperor's flag, he opened the portal and walked directly in. For no other reason, Li Yuqian felt that there was the aura of ghosts in this world about 2 kilometers around, and there were many living people inside. You guys are lucky. I'm in a good mood today, so I'm here to save you. And there seems to be a half-human, half-ghost guy there, which is interesting. In a high school, more than 40 students were hiding in a classroom, shivering. Near the classroom door, there were 2 guys with ugly faces standing in black clothes. One with a full beard was leaning against the front door of the classroom, and the other was pale and had obvious masculine features. But a man with long, shiny black hair was approaching the back door, his face equally wary. There's a depressing atmosphere in the whole classroom, and finally one guy couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up and shouted loudly, "Look at you cowards! How can there be such ghosts in the world? Is there a ghost in the school? I think it's the two of them. We were studying in the evening, and the two of them came over for no reason, saying that there was a ghost in our school and asking us to leave the school. And there were screams outside again. It was such a coincidence, and it was a ghost. I think it was just a trick. And even if there's a ghost, my fists are not vegetarian. This guy stood up, wearing a black t-shirt and tight jeans, with his pockets inserted, his head tilted, and a look of disdain on his face, looking at the two guys who were pretending to be mysterious. Both of them were speechless. Every time they encounter a ghost, there are always a few people in the crowd who are not clear-headed. Don't they usually watch ghost movies? I don't know. People like them are the easiest to get into trouble. Speaking of which, the two of them were also unlucky. As dignified ghost controllers, it was a matter of their own hands to deal with a Blue Disaster ghost murder case. In addition, the two of them secretly formed a team, and the two of them took action together, which was even more stable. Even if there's a problem with the intelligence team, and the ghost murder case is actually a pornographic disaster, the two of them can work together to solve it. But what the hell is the orange disaster? Jumping 2 levels in a row? No, the intelligence team doesn't trick people like this. You must know that in this country, there are 4 levels of ghosts that have appeared in recent years. The colors are divided into blue, yellow, orange, and red, which are the same as the color levels of meteorological disaster warning signals. On the one hand, after something happens, it is convenient to display the corresponding color on the map where it happened, so that people can understand the situation and scope more clearly. On the other hand, it means that there is no difference between the appearance of ghosts and those meteorological disasters. Although they will cause great harm, they will pass, and people will definitely be able to overcome everything. Of course, this is just a metaphor. Ghosts are much more harmful than natural disasters. Can a biological and chemical infectious weapon specifically designed to attack people be the same as a gun? Ghosts specialize in killing people and have an intrinsic desire to kill people. Moreover, the highest number of ghost murders reported in the past few years is only orange. That is when the ghost masters form a team of more than 5 people, and they are led by a powerful ghost master who is rumored to be able to control 2 blue disaster ghosts, or can control orange disasters. Now it's just the 2 of them, hoping that the intelligence team will find something wrong and send reinforcements. It is estimated that both of them will stink by then. After all, during this time, it happens to be very hot in the summer, and it is very hot at night. The corpse will surely stink very quickly by then. They both just emo now, and they don't bother to pay attention to the idiot who suddenly made a noise. If you are tired of it, destroy it. The 2 of them no longer want to care about these people. The top priority is their own personal safety. One orange disaster. Ghosts in the ghost realm have no special skills and cannot escape even if they want to. Life without love, *M. When the spirited young man saw this, he immediately became unhappy and actually ignored me. Humph, you can scare yourselves here. I'm going home. It's already 10:30. Even if I'm a senior in high school, it's time for me to study in the evening at this point. After saying that, the spirited young man strutted towards the back door and pushed aside the student wearing glasses who was blocking the way. Then he carefully avoided the long-haired man in black. After avoiding him, he resumed his swaggering posture and walked out arrogantly. Man in black with long hair and man in black with beard. How do you do it and be so cowardly and arrogant at the same time? 3 seconds later, the spirited young man came back decisively and closed the door, finishing in one breath. Then he extended his hand to the long-haired man in black, as if he wanted to shake hands. Did you see a ghost? Yes. There was no one on this floor. Looking at several classes, except for our classroom, all the lights were turned off. I saw a strange figure walking toward our classroom, so I came back quickly. I'm really sorry. I sound a little harsh just now. The energetic guy is no longer energetic and looks very honest. The long-haired man in black was amused. Where's your fist? Didn't you say he's not a vegetarian? Why is this energetic guy so timid? Actually, I'm a good student. I usually only collect protection fees, but I don't dare to spend a penny on myself. It's all used to pay for piano lessons, the kind that plays piano. I'm a cultural person, engaged in art, and I'm not good at things like fighting." The spirited young man immediately showed off his figure like ribs. The long-haired man in black was speechless and nodded speechlessly. "What the hell? You collect protection money and use it for piano lessons. You guy, why are you so abstract?" The spirited young man saw him nodding and immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the matter of his arrogance just now was over. He took out a box of cigarettes, took one from it, and prepared to hand it over. Then the long-haired man gave him a big cigarette with his backhand. "You are so young. Why are you smoking? Go back and stay." "Spirited boy." "No," you nodded. "Why are you beating me up? You are still looking for reasons to beat me up. Damn it, just wait. Don't let me know that you have a daughter about the same age as me. Otherwise, I will stop you downstairs." Suddenly, the back door opened by itself, and a harsh sound was heard. The sound was like a cat scratching glass, which was unpleasant and disturbing. Finally, a strange woman wearing a large school uniform and holding scissors appeared. Why do you say she is weird? Because the corners of her mouth are split to the base of her ears. Apart from the people who cosplayed DC Joker at Comic-Con, I really can't think of anyone who would dress up like this. And the crack is very real. It doesn't look like it was made up. Just when the strange woman's figure was getting closer and closer, and she was about to walk into the classroom, the bearded man blocking the front door rushed over without saying a word. The long-haired man, whose hair was like a python, twitched towards the back door. The back door trembled, like an invisible force that was dispersed by the python-like hair. At that moment, the bearded man rushed towards the back door, bumped into it, closed the back door with a bang, and leaned his whole body against it. It's like the back door is blocked. The long-haired man ran to the middle of the front door and the back door, and looked at the front door warily. This scene scared many people out of their wits. Adults would be stunned when they saw this kind of terrifying scene, let alone these senior high school students. However, when there are more people, there will be everyone, and there will always be a few bold ones among those in their 40s. A courageous girl cried loudly to the bearded man blocking the door. "Uncle, you have a hold on. Do you need our help?" After the bearded man was silent for a while, he slowly said, "I'm only 23 years old. I was just born with thick body hair and a beard. The uncle who rides like a god. This situation is already annoying enough, but these little brats still say things like this. Damn it, I broke my defense." The brave girl was stunned when she heard this, with an embarrassed look on her face. "Who knows? You're just 23 years old because you have a lot of body hair. You look like you're almost 40 years old." At this time, the strange woman outside the door found that the back door was shrouded in a ghostly power, preventing her from entering. The walls and windows around the back door also had this power. She slowly looked at the front door, then scraped her nails against the wall and walked towards the front door. The long-haired man and the bearded man in the classroom were in the same position as the strange woman. The bearded man swooped towards the front door, and the long-haired man with long hair like a whip and a python, with the back hair first, whipped directly towards the front door. After weakening the strange woman and gradually approaching the impact on the front door, the bearded man swooped and closed the front door. When the strange woman saw this, she was stunned for a moment, and many question marks seemed to flash through her head. Then her speed suddenly increased, and she suddenly appeared at the back door. She let the back door open automatically without any wind. As a result, there was a snap, and the long-haired man swung his long hair very fast, using his hair as a whip, and kept hitting the back door. He kept weakening the influence of the strange woman, and even whipped the strange woman twice. The bearded man also took the opportunity to rush to the back door and closed it. Then, the long-haired man performed a wave of talents. Before that, he held a bunch of hair in his hand, and his long hair continued to extend like two whips. Finally, he whipped again rhythmically, and his hair hit the ground like two long whips, ready to hit the back door and the front door at any time. The speed was so fast, and the movements were so standard that the white people would call out 666 when they saw it, and the men would tremble when they saw it, recalling the fear of their ancestors. It really makes people sigh This is the holy body of a natural farmer and plantation. This man is simply the god of whips in ancient Greece. The long-haired man smiled confidently. His ability to wield a whip, coupled with his hair, made him even more powerful. With the ability of his brother, the door blocker, he might be able to survive until rescue arrives. There's drama. When a ghost appears, he has no wisdom and relies entirely on rules. If you are determined, discover his rules, take advantage of the loopholes in his rules, and then add some luck. If you become deeply entangled with that ghost, you will have the opportunity to become a ghost master. The long-haired man had a deep entanglement with a ghost who mainly controlled his hair and killed people, and became a ghost master. His long hair can become like a whip, and his attacks have the power of ghosts. And his brother, the controlling ghost, is a door-blocking ghost, a ghost that turns a room into a sealed hole and starves people to death of thirst. He can make a room into a hole. After he blocks the door, the whole room will be covered by the power of ghosts, which can well resist the attacks of ghosts. It's a pity that there are two doors, so he has to run back and forth. Moreover, they use ghosts. The more times they fight against ghosts, the ghosts in them may get out of control. By then, there will be 3 ghosts here, so now we have to see if these 2 people can hold on until rescue arrives. It's all very suspenseful. Maybe the ghosts in them will get out of control after a while. It's hard to say everything, but the long-haired man thinks there is still hope. Unfortunately, this was what he thought, but this was not the case. The strange woman looked at the speed of the long-haired man waving the long-haired whip. After being stunned for a while, he swung the scissors directly. In just 3 swipes, the young, immature, bearded man was thrown away by the force. The weird woman stopped pretending, confronted her head-on, and joked, which didn't take any time. The long-haired man kept fighting against the strange woman. His long hair and braid were almost smoking, but it was no use. Moreover, the long-haired man's hair began to gradually become twisted and broken, and the ghost in him was about to get out of control. The man with the beard was helpless. All the strange women came in, and there was no way out. Block your A****. Despair hangs over everything. The strange woman was like a cat playing with a mouse, making slow noises and getting closer. The atmosphere is getting more and more depressing. What else did the girl who asked the bearded man want to say? The long-haired man said with a look of fear, "No need to ask. The only way to deal with ghosts is to use their power. Nothing else has any effect. Children's urine and blood on the tip of the tongue have no effect at all." As soon as these words came out, some boys who were about to take off their pants lifted their pants helplessly. One of them asked the brother next to him, "Damn, the rumors are of no use at all. I'm going to try it on my own baby's urine. Everyone made some moves just now, why didn't you? You had already guessed it. Is it possible? I'm no longer a boy. No, brother, no, I don't want to die. I'm still a boy. The most important thing is that my brother is no longer a boy. This is worse than killing me. No, you're just a senior in high school. My high school and your high school seem to be different. Under the pressure of death, some people are obviously not normal." At this time, a man's voice suddenly appeared from outside the classroom, which seemed very abrupt. "You can only use the power of ghosts to deal with ghosts." "Really? I don't believe it." Li Yuqian walked into the classroom with an arrogant look, took out a bottle of milk from behind his butt. Then he hit the strange woman. The long-haired man just wanted to laugh at this guy. "Are you crazy? Use milk to hit the ghost." "Why? Are the glass bottles you use for milk particularly hard?" Then the bottle was smashed, and the milk, like sulfuric acid, fell on the strange woman, making a sizzling sound. The strange woman kept screaming, as if she had been severely injured. The long-haired man turned to look at the bearded man who had just gotten up, pinched him, and made him scream. "It's bad. Before I died, I had a hallucination. I saw someone beating ghosts with milk. It's not an illusion. It hurts me when you pinch me. And next time, can you pinch yourself?" The bearded man didn't even turn his head. His eyes were fixed on the strange woman who was screaming. What is the principle of using milk to fight ghosts? This is neither scientific nor fantasy, nor does it control ghosts. There's no ghost smell in this milk. Okay. Li Yuqian played with a bottle of milk in his hand, looked at the strange woman who was in pain, and made a tut-tut sound. It is said that this thing is really useful for fighting ghosts. It is also useful for this special kind of ghosts. It is quite rigorous. The damage to her was quite large, which was interesting. Li Yuqian lightly threw the milk in his hand towards the strange woman. The strange woman wanted to escape, but her whole body was shrouded in a strange red light, and she couldn't move at all. Jieshe received another bottle of milk, and this time her screams became even louder. Later, Li Yuqian beat the strange woman into a human shape at the cost of 3 bottles of milk. Milk was like sulfuric acid, corroding most of her body if it weren't for the special nature of this world. It is estimated that 3 bottles of milk can directly destroy it. Li Yuqian looked at the strange woman who had no power to resist, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned the emperor's flag and sucked her into the flag. The long-haired man and the bearded man were stunned as they watched this scene. An orange-level ghost was just defeated, abused, and then put into a flag? Although the flag looked golden, the two of them could still feel that the flag was full of ghost aura. There are a lot of super feelings, that is, the ghosts are weird, and they feel different from my own and what I usually see. Well, maybe it's because the ghosts in the flag were all defeated by milk, right? But there is no doubt that this mysterious guy is a big boss, not official yet. He may be a private expert. After all, the characteristics are so obvious. Using milk to fight ghosts is unheard of. If they were official people, the two of them would definitely have heard about it. And this big boss may have only appeared recently, otherwise there would be no news. After all, there are only so many ghost masters, and the circle is not big. Even if it is unofficial, as long as you are a strong person, you will still know more or less people in the circle. After all, ghost masters all have bad tempers because of ghosts. If they accidentally offend a strong person and get killed, that would be really unfair. The two men's brains were working rapidly, and then they looked at each other. The brothers had a clear understanding and instantly understood what the other person was thinking. If the two of them can recruit such a powerful person to the officialdom, it will definitely be a great achievement. In this world, the joining of a strong person is very important. At that time, maybe they can rely on their merits and the tasks completed by the two brothers during this period to get the people above to give them something good. Suppress the ghosts in yourself. The two of them consumed too much just now, and the long-haired man's hair began to move randomly. He might not be able to control it after a while. They want to progress too much. Before the two of them could win over the big boss, they saw the big boss walking over. Li Yuqian looked at the two ghost masters who looked a little naive and said kindly, "The ghosts in you seem to be a little out of your control. Do you need help?" He pointed at the long-haired man's hair. His hair was twisting unconsciously, which was a little strange. The long-haired man was a little excited. What did he hear? The boss actually wanted to help him solve the problem of the ghost in him that was about to escape control. How to solve it? Could it be that he is using the power of the ghost in his flag to suppress my ghost? I heard that this consumes a lot of money, and only a few strong people can do this. Did you just meet a kind person? The long-haired man nodded repeatedly. Thank you. Thank you very much. You'll be my big brother from now on. Do you need my help to contact the official? The official is now looking for big bosses, talents like you. The bearded man on the side said, "Me too. No need to contact you. It's all trivial and convenient." Behind Li Yuqian, the Emperor Qi Wufeng took the initiative. The long-haired man felt his body relax. His head felt much cooler, and there was no murderous darkness in his body. It's just like there is no controlling ghost. It's really amazing. Then he touched the top of his head and felt a smooth touch that stunned him. Where was his hair? Wait, what about his ghost hair? How does this mean that he has become the same as a ghost without control? He has become an ordinary person. The bearded brother on the side also discovered the problem, and he seemed to have become an ordinary person. No? Boss, you said you would help us solve the problem. Is this how you solved it? Cure it directly. The problem I had just now wasn't serious, so I couldn't cure it so completely. My brother's hair is moving, so you can help him cure it completely. You really don't need to take me with you. Good news, I'm fine. Bad news, I've become an ordinary person, but I'm still in a world where ghosts and monsters are resurrected. After the two of them came to their senses, they still wanted to find the boss and get their ghost back. In this world, if ordinary people encounter ghosts, they will die without any surprise. Although the ghosts in the legend have only appeared in recent years, and the public is basically unaware of them, life is still like this and continues to be lived. It's just that gas tanks explode and fires happen more frequently in the news. But they both know that instead of waiting to die after encountering ghosts, it is better to become ghost controllers, although they may die from dealing with ghost murders, or the ghosts escape their control and die from backlash. As a result, Li Yuqian disappeared in the blink of an eye. Two people. No, boss, why are you running so fast? Realizing that there was no money to be made here, Li Yuqian, who had no more ghosts left, decisively escaped. I definitely have good intentions to help the two of them solve their hidden dangers. I have no other ideas. Aguang. Ah, yes, yes. The bald boy was helpless and said, very emo. Let me be an ordinary person. Forget it. At least you can keep my hair. My mother's hair is growing. Woo. I have a hunch that my hair won't grow back. I want my mother to have a nose. No, I want my mother to have hair. The bald man felt that he was unlucky today and completed the task with his brothers. The original mission stated that a ghost who kept killing the high school students at night was recently discovered. Originally, based on rough statistics, it was judged that only blue was the ghost that would kill the yellow disaster. Not to mention the ghosts who turn out to be orange disasters. Finally, a big boss took action, but before he left, the big boss even snatched the ghost from himself and his brothers. No, boss, there's so many ghosts in the world now. Why are they trying to rob us? Woo. What a bad luck. Damn the intelligence team. Why are they the ghosts of the orange disaster? You're growing up too fast. A group of high school seniors. Can you hurry up? The college entrance examination is coming soon, and we are working hard as seniors. It officially starts today, and we stay at school until 10:30 every day before going home. It's really fun for these ghosts today. No, we are as miserable as the third year of high school. We get up earlier than chickens and go to bed later than dogs. It's miserable enough. Now even ghosts are bullying us. After being angry for a while, they were angry again. The two of them are hopeless, and the kind of student behind them is quite excited. It turns out that milk can fight ghosts. I will definitely bring a few bottles with me next time. I always thought my mother was lying to me when she said that a bottle of milk is more powerful than I imagined. I didn't expect it to be true. One of the students put his hands together and bowed silently. Don't blame me. The classmate next to him looked surprised. Brother, what are you muttering about? Oh, I always thought there were no ghosts in the world. I was the only one at home for a long time. I was afraid that a thief would break in the middle of the night. So I took a black and white photo of myself and placed it facing the front door of my house. Now that I think about it, it's a bit taboo, so I'll pick him up when I get home. No, buddy, are you really a genius? If a thief comes to your house, the first thing he sees when he opens the door is the photo of his body, and the second thing he sees is you. 2-6. Among these students, some are timid and cried with relief, while some bold ones dare to joke. After all, the ghost was taken care of, and the atmosphere at the scene became much more relaxed. At this time, there was a burst of rapid footsteps, and a group of heavily armed soldiers rushed in and began to maintain order. Behind the soldier, a tall and thin man strode in. He looked at the bald man and the bearded man with excitement. Yang Jun, Zhang Qi, I didn't expect you to hide your secrets. I can solve the orange disaster ghosts. I'm shocked. The peerless masters are actually two of my colleagues. Yang Jun is a man with long hair. Oh no, he is a bald man now. Zhang Qi is a bearded man. Although he looks very mature, rough, and bold, his name is unexpectedly delicate. The contrast is amazing. The person with this excited face is Ghost Hand Old Wong. He accidentally became a ghost master from the year when ghosts officially appeared. As a ghost master, he can survive to this day. The main thing is to fish. If you can't do it, you can't do it. And if you can push it, you can push it. Ghost controllers have appeared one after another in this city, and Lao Wang is the one who has lived the longest. As a result, he panicked today. There were only 3 official ghost masters in this city. As a result, the 2 guys besides himself were actually trapped in the ghost realm. This is a characteristic of the orange disaster. My 2 good colleagues are probably going to be affected. When the time comes, as the only ghost controller in this city, he will have to step forward even if he is reluctant. An unprecedented crisis hit his mind, and he was preparing to pretend to be near the ghost land. Then he stayed far away, waiting for someone from above to come to support him. As a result, the ghost realm disappeared, and the ghost's aura disappeared. It was the kind of sudden disappearance. It feels like being sealed and controlled by Ghost Master. The vital signs of my 2 colleagues are still there. What does this mean? This shows that those 2 guys have solved, sealed, or controlled the orange disaster-level ghosts. After all, there are only 2 solutions to this ghost thing. Lao Wang looked at the 2 silly guys, smiled as a sign of goodwill, and let out a sigh. You 2 hide it deeper than I do. It was me who underestimated you 2 before. By the way, did you seal that ghost away or control it? Who controlled it? Yang Jun, Zhang Qi. Is it possible that we didn't solve it? You 2 are joking again. No one has entered this ghost realm since it opened. Who else has entered it except you 2? It's impossible for a guy to suddenly appear, deal with the ghost, and then suddenly disappear, right? Speaking of which, why don't you 2 have the aura of ghosts in your bodies? You're just like ordinary people. Don't you have too much control over ghosts? Ha ha, what's your expression? You wouldn't say that someone took the ghost away from you, and you are now ordinary people, right? This is too outrageous. How could such a thing happen? Yang Jun, Zhang Qi. For a moment, I didn't even know how to answer. The expressions of the 2 of them made Lao Wang, who was laughing loudly, gradually stiffen his smile. You were the one who solved it, right? I've already reported the 2 of you on how to solve the orange disaster. Don't do it. Yang Jun and Zhang Qi, their bodies are all stiff now, aren't they? Lao Wang, I don't usually look at you. Your mobility is so strong. In the awkward atmosphere, Lao Wang's cell phone rang. After opening the phone, the voice inside came out clearly. Hello. Hello. Are you Director Wang from W City? Director Yang and Director Zhang, what's going on now? The 2 of them didn't answer the phone. Oh, both of them are fine now. They are in good condition and like ordinary people. Lao Wang didn't know what to say for a moment, while Yang Jun and Zhang Qi silently took out the mobile phones in their pockets. I muted my voice easily. It was just a habit. After all, there are few ghost masters, and some cities only have 1 person in charge of the ghost masters. Many people are just trying to catch up. The 2 of them are just at the level of fresh graduates from college and have not received much training. I used to have a habit of using mobile phones and turning off the sound when I was in college, and I haven't changed it for a while. The other end of the phone was a little surprised. According to Lao Wang, the battle between the 2 of them against the orange disaster ghost must have taken a lot of energy. Is it so outrageous that he is in good condition and like ordinary people? No, what kind of strange metaphor is this? As long as it's okay, by the way, ghost murders have become more and more frequent recently. The headquarters hopes to convene a group of the strongest ghost masters from all over the country, select a group of people from them, increase investment in them, and promote their growth. Making him the pillar of the country, the 2 responsible persons work together to solve an orange disaster ghost and have successfully entered the list. Please come to the capital before September 1st. We will conduct a screening, and we hope that these 2 can become the pillars of the country. Yang Jun, Zhang Qi, I am the pillar of the country. Lao Wang replied with a constipated look on his face. The situation is a bit complicated now. I'll let them talk to you. After saying that, Lao Wang handed the phone to the 2 of them. The 2 looked at each other and said weakly, Well, we can hit ghosts with milk. Are we considered the pillars of the country? What? We both became useless and became ordinary people. Someone took away the ghost from us. It was the person who solved the ghost of the orange disaster. It's not okay for us. The 2 of them broke the pot. Jokingly, the 2 of them went to the capital to compete among the strongest people from all over the country for a spot in the country's vigorous training. The 2 of them are just ordinary people now. 2 ordinary people are mixed in a group of strong people. They don't dare to think about how much psychological pressure this kind of pressure must be. What's more, we have to compete with them for places. The two of them broke the pot, but a light laughter came from the other end of the phone. The two managers are so funny. What nonsense are you talking about? Remember to come to the Capitol on time. Really, that person can beat ghosts with milk and take away the ghost by waving a flag at his hand. I'm not lying to you, really. The two of them were about to cry, but no one believed them if they told the truth these days. Although the truth sounded a bit ridiculous. After a period of silence, the other person said word by word, "Is it a flag that looks golden on the outside?" "Yes, how do you know?" "Does the headquarters have the corresponding information?" The two of them were suddenly surprised. The headquarters actually had information about the big boss. Maybe they could find the big boss and get their ghost back. The bearded man said, "If you take away my brother, don't take it away from me. I really have no problem. I don't need a boss. You can help me solve it." The staff member on the other end of the phone walked to the window, looked at the sky, and swallowed. "There is no news about him from the headquarters, but I am not blind." What do you mean?" The staff continued to look at the sky and saw a golden flag floating in the sky above the Capitol. There are 3 big characters written on the flag, Human Emperor flag. However, what is particularly contrasting is that black smoke-belching ghosts begin to appear in the flag. This appearance makes people doubt that this Renhuang banner is a fake. It's almost enough to say that it is the 10,000 soul banner and the soul refining banner in the legend. They flocked downwards in a steady stream, with an obvious target, as if they were all ghosts and ghost controllers in the entire capital. However, ordinary people in the capital don't even look at those fierce ghosts. Their goal is very clear, only to rob ghosts. Even the ghost that was snatched away from the Ghost Master was not injured, and was even in a better condition. He died young. Someone really stole the ghost. Yang Jun and Zhang Qi on the other end of the phone only heard a burst of chaos, as if something big had happened over there. The two of them were confused and didn't know what was going on. After shouting for a long time without any response, Lao Wang silently approached the two of them. He raised his cell phone and said, "Something big happened in the capital." The Renhuang flag flying over the capital was naturally the work of Li Yuqian. "We have studied the ghosts and ghost masters of this world, and then we will have Huangqi absorb the ghosts of this world. There are also ghosts in the bodies of the ghost masters in this world. Of course, this is all to help them. Although they have lost the power of ghosts, they don't have to worry about being attacked by ghosts. You are such a good person." Li Yuqian easily scanned the world and already knew that the world was centered on the country's capital. The power of the Ghost Master is the most powerful, but the ghosts are scattered all over the world. Needless to say, it is indeed a big country in the East, so reliable and powerful no matter where in the world it is. After roughly understanding the distribution of ghost masters and ghosts in this world, Li Yuqian decisively used the portal to throw the human emperor's flag over the capital. Let him begin to absorb the ghosts of this world and the ghosts in the ghost masters of this world. As for himself, he wandered around the world. After all, using a time travel card cannot speed through the world like traveling by yourself. What a waste. I used my own world energy to extract this. In the capital at this time, the Ghost Controller's headquarters was in chaos in a conference room. There was a group of guys in black clothes in the conference room, many of whom looked confused and panicked and seemed to have not yet reacted. Some people were even devastated, because the country is planning to select a group of people to train with all the efforts of the whole country and train a group of pillars of the country in terms of ghost control. Although there are still many days before the official start, the powerful ghost masters have already arrived in the capital in advance after hearing the news. Although the era of ghost resurgence is full of darkness, many people have emerged from it, and most of these people are ghost masters. They may have been students, teachers, workers, doctors, or even homeless people. Their status in society had been high and low before, but there is no doubt that after becoming ghost masters, their status has been greatly improved. As a result, at night, a shining golden flag suddenly appeared over the capital. Countless powerful ghosts emerged from it and snatched away the ghosts in his body. They suddenly changed from ghost masters with extraordinary power to ordinary people. It was all too illusory. Standing on the high platform of the conference room, the upright old man slammed the table. He shouted loudly, "What on earth is happening now? What the hell is in the sky? Intelligence team, are you doing nothing?" A fat middle-aged man with gray hair wiped the sweat from his forehead and stood up. The owner of this flag seems to have appeared in W City and solved an orange disaster ghost. But we have no way of knowing the more specific situation, and we still need some time. One day, I'll give you 1 day to find out what happened. The fat middle-aged man quickly said yes. The old man with an upright face looked disdainfully at the guys around him, who seemed to have lost their energy. "Aren't you originally more arrogant than the other? Why did you lose the ghost? You are all a coward. Trash. Li Jiangguo, I'm relying on you. I hope you can come back soon." The old man with an upright face gradually became softer in tone, and the last half of the sentence was even just a murmur to himself, which only he could hear. At the same time, because the Renhuang banner was too powerful and could be seen in the capital. As this unreasonable scene appeared in the eyes of the public, some things about ghost controllers and ghosts were like a flood. An unreasonable thing appeared in the public eye and could not be covered up, which triggered a series of problems. All kinds of information were spread to various places in the chaos. Not in the capital, but in a first-tier city far away from the capital. The leader of Taoyuan Township, the largest force in the private ghost control organization, fell into deep thought while watching the information obtained. The ghost robs the ghost master, and almost no one can stop it. I don't believe it. What kind of ghost or ghost master can achieve this level? There must be his upper limit or rules. No one can stop me. Even if I have to protect my men with one hand and my back against the Taoyuan Township building, I, the leader of Taoyuan Township, am still invincible in the world. Thinking of this, he shouted loudly, and then pointed at his 2 men. "You 2 go to the capital and try the power of the human emperor's flag. I want to see how powerful it is." 2 subordinates. No, I was so pretentious as I said, so we were asked to go. "Are you in trouble?" At an isolated crossroads in W City, 2 brothers, Yang Jun and Zhang Qi, came here together. The world is getting more and more chaotic. The 2 of them thought about it. Ordinary people are in danger in this chaotic world. Anyway, the 2 of them are in very good condition now, and the boss used magical means to snatch the ghost away from them. There were no side effects at all, and the 2 of them instantly came up with a plan. Find 2 more ghosts to control. With their current good condition, they can still use the power of ghosts for a long time. Since the boss is snatching ghosts in the capital, it means that the boss needs ghosts. In the future, if the 2 brothers can no longer hold on, they can go to the capital and ask the boss to take away the ghosts. If they can hold on, the 2 brothers can also use the power of ghosts to gain a foothold in this chaotic world. It's a perfect stuck bug, yes? Li Yuqian. Damn it, someone wants to PR*SD*** to me for nothing. Ever since, the 2 of them arrived here nonstop. A blocked intersection with 2 blue disaster ghosts inside. The threat is low, the information is complete, and the rules are clear. It is a bit dangerous for ordinary people to control those 2 ghosts. But who are we brothers? We work together to solve the existence of the orange disaster. Just a blue ghost, that's a joke. The 2 of them stood not far from the intersection. At the same time, they took out their binoculars and looked inside. At this time, it was already early in the morning. They tried to find excuses to leave, and it took them a long time to get here. It was still a little dark in the early morning, but the light outside was still bright. However, this area is particularly conspicuous and seems to be darker. The 2 found the target through the telescope. A thin mother-in-law with a mean face dragging a fat child. The expressions of these 2 guys are fierce and cruel, and their walking postures are very strange. That's right, these 2 guys are not living people, but ghosts. The long-haired man Yang Jun gritted his teeth, stamped his feet, looked at the thin old woman, and said, "I think this thin old woman still has charm." "No, brother, you are really hungry. This is a ghost. Please be normal." "No, at least not humans. This is a ghost. And he's so old, brother, be careful. The bearded Zhang Qi looked at Yang Jun with an expression as if it was the first day he met you. Yang Jun pushed him speechlessly. It's already this time. What are you kidding about? I'm talking about controlling her, controlling this ghost, controlling ghosts. What are you thinking about? The two made a little joke, and the originally tense atmosphere instantly improved a lot. Then the two of them rushed in like this without any hesitation. Their brains were working rapidly. The two ghosts were respectively an evil mother-in-law and a naughty child. My favorite thing to do is to run rampant on the road without giving way to passers-by. Then he was sanctioned by a road rage truck driver, who hit these two guys directly. If these two guys were killed, their emotions and luck would not be enough to become ghosts. But they were not killed because the truck driver had a semi-trailer with full insurance. Think about it. Which one pays a greater price after being crippled or killed? The driver decisively chose to run over them repeatedly, directly crushing the two rampaging evil mothers and naughty children to death. Speaking of which, the two of them are also brave. Normally, if you walk around and run rampant on the road, no one will care about you. But when you see a big truck, you don't even give in. That's awesome. Later, these two ghosts appeared at this intersection. As long as someone passed by here and stood in front of them, they would kill them. The killing method is simple and easy to figure out, and the two ghosts will kill each other as long as no one is around. They don't move very fast either. Yang Jun and Zhang Qi had known these two ghosts before, because this place was so remote. These two ghosts were discovered without harming many people, and the place was isolated. The two ghosts have been wandering around this intersection again. Nothing dangerous. The two of them had nothing to do with anything at that time, but now they just happen to be alone. According to the rules of these two ghosts, the two of them cannot appear in front of these two ghosts. Always follow these two ghosts. The closer you are, the better. Ever since, a strange scene appeared. I saw a bald man and a bearded man charging forward, and then the two of them threw a handful of paper money into the distance at the same time. The colorful paper money looked like Hades coins. There's a ghost aura on it. This kind of ghost coin can only be found on some ghosts. The official seems to know how to make this kind of ghost coin. However, the production is limited, and the two of them threw away all their stocks. This is a good thing. Money can make ghosts grind. This kind of ghost coin is very useful. When you encounter a ghost attack, if you give the ghost coin to the ghost will have a chance of letting the attacker go. The more ghost coins there are, the greater the chance of being let go. Another effect is to temporarily attract the attention of these two ghosts. As expected, the two ghosts rushed towards the Ming coins scattered on the ground, raising their hands to pick them up very quickly. It only takes a few seconds to pick up all the ghost coins scattered on the ground. Yang Jun and Zhang Qi took advantage of these few seconds to quickly get behind an old woman and a naughty child. Then the old woman and the naughty child walked forward, and the two men also imitated them and walked forward with exactly the same posture and even the same speed. There is an indescribable weird feeling. Old woman and naughty child. No, bro, are we ghosts or are you ghosts? Just like that, in broad daylight, two men stuck behind an old man and a young boy, wandering around for a long time. Just as the old man and the young boy were getting more and more irritable, Yang Jun and Zhang Qi could no longer hold back their mouths like AK. The ghost has been trying to kill people by relying on rules, but the person being killed has been hiding due to bugs. There's a chance that the ghost will freeze for a few seconds. Let's just say that the two of them are experienced enough to control a blue disaster ghost with ease. As a result, the two of them laughed too early, and suddenly the old one and the young one stopped, then turned around and faced each other directly, and then they were about to collide with each other. The two of them felt a sense of crisis. The old man and the young man collided with each other. It is estimated that the two ghosts would freeze on the spot for a few seconds and be easily controlled. Also a good time to control ghosts. But the problem is, behind the two of them, I seem to be quacking too. Of course, it is possible to succeed. Don't the ghosts of the blue disaster purely rely on rules and forms? Damn, two people stood behind them, and the old one and the young one collided with each other. Neither of us knows this rule. When the old man and the young child got closer and closer, they both got scared at the same time and ran away decisively. What is the difference between this and seeing the knife getting closer and closer to your neck? Still couldn't help it. I was scared. The two of them forgot that for every ghost controller, controlling ghosts for the first time is full of luck and coincidence. No matter what happens next, let the ghost you control become stronger and stronger, or choose to control the second ghost. They are all based on controlling a ghost. But now they have nothing. They are just ordinary people. They can only rely on gambling and working hard. Once you are timid and fail to seize the fleeting opportunity, you will fail. Obviously, the two did not seize this opportunity. After discovering that the plan failed, he rushed decisively to a toilet next to the intersection. They were running, rolling, and crawling. It felt like if they stopped, there would be an oppressive force behind them, crushing the two brothers to death. After finding a private room in the toilet, the long-haired man Yang Jun asked his brother Zhang Qi with a beer to press on the door and block the door without saying a word. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. But in the next second, Yang Jun seemed to think of something. Well, your door blocker was also robbed, right? Yes. Then why are you running to the toilet? Didn't I run with you? I thought you had a solution. No, you don't want me to use the door-blocking ghost ability, right? My ghost was robbed together with you. There's no other way. Why are you running to the toilet? Are you still running so urgently to grab shit? Damn, isn't this a habit? I subconsciously look for a place with a door. The two of them felt their eyes go dark, and a thought came to their minds at the same time. It's bad. They were tricked by their brothers.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.